Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Like a dried salted fish, Liu Xiao lay on the sofa, staring blankly ahead, his spirit seemingly drained. Liu Changqing watched his son's lifeless state and sighed. All right, just rest on the sofa. I'll go buy the bulb. Got it. Liu Xiao replied cheerfully, his mood instantly lightening, showing the carefree nature of a 15-year-old. Throwing the broken bulb into the trash, Liu Changqing washed his hands, changed his shoes, and stepped out of the house. As he walked downstairs, Liu Changqing spotted an elderly man standing with his hands behind his back, head bowed in deep thought, looking rather troubled. Liu Changqing glanced at him, initially intending to walk past. But just as they were about to cross paths, the old man sighed. Who on earth stole my ladder? Liu Changqing's steps faltered. Turning around, he looked at the man, who was muttering to himself with a resigned expression. The man sighed again, even more dramatically this time. Curious, Liu Changqing walked over. What's wrong, sir? The elderly man glanced at him, shook his head, and gestured toward a corner piled with random items. I left my ladder over there not long ago, went to grab some breakfast, and when I came back, it was gone. Really? Liu Changqing felt a pang of guilt. I think I've seen that ladder before. It's been sitting there for days, hasn't it? I thought no one wanted it. That's my ladder? I bought it just a few days ago but hadn't used it yet, so I left it there for a bit. The old man grew visibly agitated, his voice rising as he explained. Liu Changqing, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, took a small step back. Using a ladder at your age is dangerous. What if something happened? Rubbish? I'm as fit as a fiddle. Seeing the man's rising agitation, Liu Changqing decided to cut the conversation short. Why don't you take a rest at home? Maybe the ladder will find its way back to you by tonight. You think I'm a child? Ladders don't grow legs and walk back on their own. Turning away, the old man resumed his sighing, now with his hands clasped behind his back. Liu Changqing quickly left the scene, guilt weighing heavily on him. He swore he hadn't realized that the ladder, stashed among broken stools, a cracked washboard, a legless table, and other junk, was newly purchased. But judging by the man's demeanor, confessing that he had borrowed the ladder might result in an impassioned scolding or worse, a barrage of senior strength punches. One doesn't reason with the elderly. It rarely ends well. As Liu Changqing hurried away, the old man suddenly stopped sighing and looked toward the corner where Liu Changqing had disappeared. That kid looks familiar. Standing in front of the locked doors of the neighborhood snack shop, Liu Changqing felt a pang of melancholy. A sheet of white paper taped to the door read, "For sale," followed by a phone number. The shop, like the nearby breakfast stall, had closed for good. The once bustling neighborhood was growing quieter, with more residents moving to other cities or closer to the urban center. Things had truly changed. Shaking off the sentiment, Liu Changqing headed to a small supermarket a few minutes away. Inside the supermarket, Liu Changqing approached the cashier. Where can I find light bulbs? Over there. The cashier gestured vaguely. Following the direction indicated, Liu Changqing searched the shelves but found nothing. After a minute or two of fruitless searching, he found himself in the snack aisle. The faint sound of rustling caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a girl wearing a baseball cap and shorts standing with her back to him, her hand moving toward her mouth. Curious, Liu Changqing watched for a moment before glancing toward the cashier, who was engrossed in their phone, completely unaware of what was happening. Suspicious, Liu Changqing stepped closer. After a few more moments of searching, he finally found the light bulbs on a bottom shelf. Choosing the right size, he headed to the cashier to pay. Passing the girl again, he noticed her hand reaching for more snacks, stuffing them into an already bulging pocket. Unable to tolerate the blatant theft, Liu Changqing grabbed her wrist. Startled, the girl looked up at him. You're young, why are you doing something so disgraceful? Liu Changqing scolded in a low voice. Didn't your parents teach you better? The girl's expression shifted from shock to confusion. She glanced at her wrist and then at Liu Changqing. Before she could say anything, Liu Changqing pulled her toward the cashier. Apologize, pay for the snacks, and maybe they'll go easy on you, he said as they reached the counter. Placing the light bulb on the counter, he addressed the cashier. This girl was stealing your snacks. Stealing. The cashier looked up, first at Liu Changqing, then at the girl, her face puzzled. She's my boss's daughter. This supermarket belongs to her family. Excuse me. Liu Changqing froze, turning to see the girl's smug expression. Under her baseball cap, her eyes gleamed with mischief. No wonder she'd been so brazen, she had connections. Letting go of her wrist, Liu Changqing sighed, pointed to the light bulb, and asked the cashier, how much? After paying and leaving the supermarket, Liu Changqing was just about to head home when he heard a voice behind him. Hey, uncle. He froze for a moment before resuming his steps. I'm talking to you? Uncle, the girl called again. Liu Changqing quickened his pace instead of stopping, ignoring the voice calling out behind him. Soon enough, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps chasing after him. He stopped and turned around. Anyone would misunderstand seeing someone hiding there and sneakily eating snacks. I was just being considerate of the shop owner and didn't want a kid your age heading down the wrong path, Liu Changqing said. Then why did you grab my hand? The girl in the baseball cap stopped in front of him, hands on her hips, panting from the effort of catching up. Her lack of fitness was evident. Liu Changqing's face twisted into an expression of exasperation. When did I grab your hand? Just now, you used it as an excuse to hold my hand. Stop making stuff up. This is broad daylight. In a lawful society, everything needs evidence. My hand is the evidence. She lifted her hand and sniffed it dramatically, then made a face of disgust. It smells gross. Are you kidding me? I just washed my hands with soap before leaving home. There's no way they smell. Well, now my hand feels dirty. That's not my problem. Stop spouting nonsense. You're going to hit me. Her voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of passers-by. Liu Changqing stared at her, his expression darkening. It was clear this girl was just looking for trouble. Refusing to engage further, he turned and walked away. Hey, don't leave. The girl quickly caught up, walking beside him with her head tilted, hands clasped behind her back. I was just joking. You're not mad, are you? I was just messing around earlier. Your hand doesn't actually smell bad, she said, lifting her hand to sniff again. See, no smell at all. Why aren't you saying anything, uncle? Liu Changqing stayed silent, not even sparing her a glance, and continued walking. Seeing he wasn't in the mood to talk, the girl finally stopped speaking, trailing quietly beside him. When they reached a red light, Liu Changqing paused at the crosswalk, watching the countdown on the signal. He felt something in his hand and looked down. The girl was pressing a packet of snacks into his palm. What are you doing? He asked, glancing back at her. You spoke. The girl's face lit up with excitement. I thought you were going to ignore me forever. What do you want? Here, take this. It's tasty. She pulled another packet from her pocket and offered it to him. I don't want it, Liu Changqing said, his expression impassive. Don't be mad. I won't joke around like that anymore, she said, her tone soft and almost pleading. Liu Changqing's stern face cracked slightly, a hint of frustration showing. I don't understand you kids these days. If it was a misunderstanding, and it's resolved, then why not go back to your supermarket and keep snacking? Why are you still following me? Arbeta. You're absolutely right, she replied cheerfully, her face breaking into a smile. Then take this snack. I don't eat snacks. It's really good, sweet and tangy. I don't like sour or sweet things. Just try it. Her hopeful gaze made Liu Changqing feel strangely uncomfortable. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly took one packet. Fine, just one. Okay, now can you go home? Sure. She nodded enthusiastically, her smile radiant. Liu Changqing gave her a complex look. There was something off about this girl. When the light turned green, he crossed the street. Halfway across the crosswalk, her voice rang out behind him. Uncle, tell your son I'll settle the score with him someday. Liu Changqing ignored her, finishing his crossing before turning to glance back. The girl stood at the other end, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at him in mock indignation. Her pose jogged his memory. Wasn't she the same girl who had blocked his son's path on their way home after the parent-teacher meeting? He stared for a moment, then shook his head and continued home. When Liu Changqing entered the house, he immediately spotted Liu Xiao sprawled on the sofa. He tossed the snack packet onto his son's chest, hitting the mark perfectly. Sitting up, Liu Xiao grabbed the packet, his face puzzled. What's this? Some girl asked me to give it to you. A girl. You don't remember? The one wearing a cap who stopped you after the parent-teacher meeting. Huh? What do you mean, huh? She specifically told me to give this to you and said she'll come for you eventually. I don't even know her. Really? She seemed pretty adamant about it. Still baffled, Liu Xiao examined the snack while trying to recall anything about the girl. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't place her. Stop overthinking. Come hold the ladder for me, Liu Changqing instructed, dragging the ladder back to the faulty light fixture. Grumbling, Liu Xiao got up, holding the ladder steady as his father climbed to replace the bulb. Once the bulb was in place and the cover reattached, Liu Changqing flipped the circuit breaker back on. The light came on, blindingly bright. Father and son stood in stunned silence, staring at the glaring bulb. After a long pause, Liu Xiao squinted and turned to his father. Did we buy the wrong bulb? Looks like it. The next morning, as dawn broke, Liu Changqing and his son left their house, their figures disappearing around a corner. Near the old junk pile where the ladder had been taken, the ladder reappeared. Later, old Li stepped outside for his morning stroll and froze when he spotted the ladder. Blinking in disbelief, he rubbed his eyes. Did the ladder really grow legs and come back? Li Wanran sat in her chair, gazing at herself in the mirror while a makeup artist busied themselves in front of her. Her face was beautiful, untouched by the passage of time. Comparing her current appearance to her high school graduation photo, one would only notice a hint of maturity. Who would believe she was already 34 years old? Dressed in a pristine white wedding gown, Li Wanran rested her hands by her sides, allowing the makeup artist to finish the final touches. The gown was pure and flawless. This looks perfect on you, Yarong said with a satisfied smile, observing her daughter in the mirror. Hearing her mother's words, Li Wanran lifted her gaze slightly but didn't respond directly. Instead, she asked a question that had been weighing on her mind. When can we bring Xiao and Ziazi over? No rush, Yarong interrupted, her heels clicking on the floor as she walked to her daughter's side. The makeup artist finished their work and quietly exited the room, leaving the dressing room in silence. Yarong bent slightly, bringing her face closer to Li Wanran's reflection in the mirror. You look just like, she murmured. Mom, Liu Changqing will never let you have the children, Yarong said firmly, still staring at her daughter's reflection. The impatience in Li Wanran's voice was evident. It seems he's aligned himself with Chen Jiangguo's family. I told you at the time I didn't care about the money, I just wanted Xiao and Xiazi. But you stopped me. Li Wanran struggled to remain calm. Her mother's decision back then had baffled her. From an early age, Li Wanran had known her mother to be a proud woman whose decisions were never up for debate except by her late father. Yarong remained unfazed by her daughter's agitation. She raised a hand and lightly touched Li Wanran's face with her fingertips. Her daughter was younger, more beautiful, so much like herself in her prime. From the moment Li Wanran was born, Yarong had silently vowed never to let her daughter walk the same path she had. Liu Changqing is no real threat. But that's enough, Yarong said, her tone returning to normal as she straightened up. Go take your photos, she added before leaving the room, the sound of her heels and the door closing leaving the space silent once again. Li Wanran stared at her reflection, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. This was the second time she had worn a wedding dress. The second time. Outside, Liu Changqing sat waiting. When he heard the sound of heels, he looked up from his phone to see Yarong approaching. Smiling, he quickly pocketed his phone and stood. Has Wanran finished? She's ready, Yarong replied with a nod. She reached out and gently took hold of Li Changqing's wrist, patting the back of his hand affectionately. Her approval was unmistakable. Yarong had been fond of Li Changqing since high school when she first heard his name from her daughter. He fit the ideal husband she had envisioned for her daughter, handsome, well-mannered, and with the right temperament. NES. Unfortunately, he was intercepted by that girl from the Yin family, aided by the strong opposition of Li Wanran's father. Otherwise, it would have been Li Changqing marrying her daughter back then. Although Li Changqing felt uneasy at Yarong's intimate gestures, he maintained a polite smile. Have you chosen a date? Yes, how about next week for the wedding? No problem. Any day you pick is bound to be a good one, he replied with enthusiasm, his words bringing a satisfied smile to Yarong's face. This was what set him apart from Liu Changqing. She had never heard such pleasant and considerate words from Liu Changqing. After a few more words of encouragement, Yarong excused herself and left. Once her car disappeared from view, Li Changqing's sunny demeanor faded. Expression darkening, he pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the hand Yarong had touched before discarding it in a nearby trash can. He then headed back, taking the elevator up to return to his seat. Keep an eye on your sister at home. Make sure she works on her summer homework, Liu Changqing said as he put on his shoes at the door. It's been days, and I haven't seen her write a single word. Take away her handheld console too. If she keeps playing like that, her eyes will suffer. What about you? Where are you going? I've got errands to run, Liu Changqing replied, holding some recently completed sketches as he left. The door slammed shut behind him with a loud bang, leaving Liu Xiao stunned on the sofa. A moment later, Liu Xiao's bedroom door creaked open, and she emerged, grumbling, why slam the door so hard? Come here. I need to talk to you, Liu Xiao said, gesturing for her to sit beside him. Though puzzled, Liu Xiaozi obediently walked over and sat next to her brother. As she looked up at him with wide, curious eyes, Liu Xiao cleared his throat, trying to adopt a serious expression. Have you done your summer homework? Nope. Liu Xiaozi replied confidently, slumping onto the sofa like a boneless doll. Homework is boring. I don't feel like doing it now. And when exactly do you plan to do it? Liu Xiaozi paused, genuinely pondering the question before her face lit up with realization. I'll do it a few days before school starts. Liu Xiao sighed and placed a hand firmly on her head. Gripping her hair gently, he leaned in close. You're getting too comfortable, aren't you? Just because dad doesn't nag you, you think you can do whatever you want. Her big eyes darted nervously as her mind raced for a defense. But, there's still so much time left in the summer. Think carefully. If you do a little bit every day, you'll finish quickly. Just 30 minutes a day. Have you finished your summer homework, big brother? Liu Xiao froze at the unexpected question. Realization dawned on him. Aside from doing a math worksheet when Zhou Xiyan visited, he hadn't touched the rest of his assignments. Glancing at his sister's pouting face, he didn't say another word. Instead, he went to her room, retrieved her bag, and pulled out her summer homework. Placing it in front of her, he uttered a single command. Right. At that moment, he looked uncannily like Liu Changqing. After leaving his apartment, Liu Changqing drove off in his van. Earlier, he had spoken to Feng Qian over the phone to discuss some matters and was now on his way to deliver a set of sketches for further discussion. Recently, Liu Changqing had been mulling over a peculiar idea. While his novel provided a stable income, he no longer had much time to write. An intriguing solution popped into his mind. Why not hire a ghostwriter? He could hand them the outline and let them do the writing. The more he thought about it, the more viable the idea seemed. Offering a decent salary would suffice, and he wasn't worried about the writer running off with the outline. Laws were there to protect his interests if that happened. As he entertained the thought, Liu Changqing instinctively stepped on the brakes, slowing the van. To leave the area, he had to drive past Lan Yuxian's breakfast shop. However, something was amiss today. Up ahead, a commotion blocked the street, with a crowd gathering, preventing vehicles from passing. Beep, beep. He honked a few times, but the crowd didn't budge. Reluctantly, Liu Changqing unbuckled his seatbelt, turned off the engine, and got out of the van. He approached the crowd. This is awful. These debt collectors are ruthless. Exactly. Look at the mess they've made. Someone's head is bleeding. The murmurs of the onlookers reached Liu Changqing's ears. Pushing his way through the crowd, he finally saw the scene in front of him. Lan Yuxian, disheveled and bloodied, was holding on to her daughter, Zhou Xian, with all her strength. The mother and daughter were surrounded by 3 thuggish men hurling curses at them. If you don't pay up, I'll send both of you to meet that old hag, one man shouted, grabbing a fistful of Lan Yuxian's hair and yanking it violently. Lan Yuxian winced in pain as blood dripped from a wound near her brow. Despite this, she held Zhou Xian tightly, refusing to let go, mumbling, I'll pay, N. Pay my A? You've got money to run a breakfast shop but not to settle your debts. The man raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face, leaving a red mark. Mom! Zhou Xian cried, grabbing the man's arm and sinking her teeth into it. Arg! He screamed in pain. Seeing this, the other 2 thugs rushed forward, grabbing Zhou Xian by the hair and forcibly pulling her from Lan Yuxian's grasp. No! Lan Yuxian's anguished cry filled the air as she scrambled to hold on to her daughter, her legs kicking wildly on the ground. Zhou Xian, now dragged several meters away, struggled to free herself, her face contorted in pain. That was when Liu Changqing sprang into action. He leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick to the man dragging Zhou Xian, sending him flying backward. Without hesitation, Liu Changqing followed up, grabbing the man by the neck and pulling him to his feet. Holding him in place, Liu Changqing pressed the sharp end of his car key against the man's eye. With a dark expression, he glared at the remaining 2 thugs. Let go of them now, or I'll gouge his eye out. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. The 2 remaining thugs froze mid-action, clearly unnerved. Taking the opportunity, Lan Yuxian scrambled to her feet and ran to Zhou Xian, pulling her into a protective embrace. Everything's okay now, she whispered shakily. Stand behind me, Liu Changqing ordered, interrupting their moment of relief. Lan Yuxian hesitated, still in shock, but Zhou Xian quickly understood and helped her mother move behind Liu Changqing. Turning his attention back to the thugs, Liu Changqing narrowed his eyes at the man in his grip. Your debt collectors. Why yes, the man stammered, his eyes wide with fear as he tried to back away from the key threatening his vision. She owes money and hasn't paid for a long time. You're lying? We already paid it all back. Zhou Xian shouted angrily. Liu Changqing caught her words and pressed further. Interest, right. Why yes. Without another word, Liu Changqing drove his elbow into the man's head, earning a pained cry before resuming his threatening stance with the key. Still playing this outdated game in this day and age. It's not my decision. But you're part of it. Another blow landed on the man's head, leaving the remaining 2 thugs too stunned to act. They were novices at this, with little experience, and their so-called leader was already subdued. Before they could react further, the sound of police sirens filled the air. Someone in the crowd had called the authorities, and the 2 thugs panicked, attempting to flee. However, the crowd blocked their escape, and all 3 were eventually apprehended. After giving their statements at the police station, Liu Changqing pieced together the story. Lan Yuxian's ex-husband, Zhou Quan, was a chronic gambler who had racked up significant debts at underground casinos. Although the debts were his, the collectors had turned to Lan Yuxian and her daughter when they couldn't locate Zhou Quan. Driving the van, Liu Changqing glanced at the road ahead. In the back seat, Lan Yuxian, her head bandaged, sat silently with Zhou Xian. The atmosphere was tense and quiet. Breaking the silence, Liu Changqing said, You should sell the breakfast shop. Those 3 are in custody now, but others might come after you. Lan Yuxian didn't respond immediately, seemingly still shaken. It was Zhou Xian who spoke up. That shop is the last thing my grandmother left us. For a moment, Zhou Xian's words left Liu Changqing unsure of how to respond. Comforting words, when repeated too often, lose their meaning. Indeed, the mess Zhou Quan left behind had caused significant trouble for the mother and daughter. Liu Changqing closed his mouth and said nothing more. As the car approached Zhou Xian's neighborhood, Liu Changqing stopped the vehicle, glancing at the group standing by their front door. Looks like you can't go back home either, he remarked, shifted gears, and turned the car around, driving away from the area again. The group from earlier was also visible to the mother and daughter sitting in the back seat. They fell silent, their gazes turning despondent. Liu Changqing glanced at the rearview mirror, noting the expressions of the 2. Though he felt a bit weighed down, it wasn't his family matter, and there wasn't much he could do. Driving in silence, Liu Changqing headed toward Feng Qian's company. Once they arrived at the office building, Liu Changqing parked the car, removed his seatbelt, and turned to think for a moment. What's your plan? The mother and daughter lifted their heads at his question, their eyes filled with uncertainty. At this point, they truly had nowhere to go. Seeing their reaction, Liu Changqing sighed and said, Wait in the car for a bit. We'll discuss this when I return. All right, Lan Yuxian replied, looking at him. Sorry to trouble you. No trouble at all. In that situation, how could I not help? With that, Liu Changqing gathered his things and got out of the car. As the car door shut, only Lan Yuxian and Zhou Xian remained inside. Lan Yuxian gazed out of the window, watching Liu Changqing's figure disappear into the parking lot. Mom. Zhou Xian's soft call brought Lan Yuxian back to reality. She looked at her daughter, her eyes full of pain. Memories of the past years surfaced in her mind. She noticed her daughter's disheveled hair, tugged during the earlier commotion, and reached out to smooth it down. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Hugging her daughter tightly, she muttered, "I'm sorry. Mommy is useless." "This isn't your fault, Mom," Zhou Xiyan replied, leaning into her mother's embrace. Her heart felt a little lighter. She had almost grown accustomed to days like these, where debt collectors came knocking every so often. Closing her eyes, Zhou Xiyan fell silent. Liu Changqing didn't have trouble finding the place, having been there before. When he saw Feng Qian again, only a few days had passed, but it was obvious the man had been running on fumes. Clearly, he hadn't been sleeping much. Next to him, Liu Changqing spotted Feng Qian obediently working on her summer homework at the desk. Liu Changqing felt a pang of envy. Feng Qian noticed Liu Changqing too. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile appeared on her previously expressionless face. She quickly hopped off her tall chair, running over to him and tilting her head up. "Uncle Fatty, why are you here?" "I came to see you," Liu Changqing replied with a grin, pressing his hand lightly on her head. "It's been a while." Yeah. Feng Qian nodded eagerly, her young age making her oblivious to the tension in Liu Changqing's tone. Liu Changqing didn't keep teasing her and instead approached Feng Qian, tossing a stack of sketches onto the desk. Looking at Feng Qian, who was still hammering away at the keyboard, Liu Changqing asked, "Here's everything I've done. How's your side going?" Feng Qian paused his typing, turned, and replied, "Everything's progressing smoothly." "Good. In a few days, you can start packing things up. I've cleaned up the 2 storefronts, they should be fine for now." "Got it." Liu Changqing glanced at Feng Qian, who had followed him closely. His expression turned a bit odd. "Don't tell me you and your daughter have been living in the office all this time." "No, not exactly. We just stayed over last night," Feng Qian replied. "Make sure to get some rest," Liu Changqing advised. "Rest isn't a luxury I can afford right now," Feng Qian said with a wry smile. True enough. At his age, if he didn't give it his all now. Liu Changqing fell silent, his gaze shifting to the obedient Feng Qian beside him. Parents' hard work, wasn't it all for their children's better future? He looked out the window, his eyes drifting to the taller buildings beyond. The original Pokemon lineup had 151 species. That was no small task. Each night, Liu Changqing drew 4 to 5 illustrations. After days of effort, he had only managed to finish 1/5 of the work. Additionally, the game's plot framework, dialogues, character designs, and abilities weren't things he could complete alone. The sheer volume of work required more manpower. Though the earnings from Battle Through the Heavens had solved the immediate financial issues, Liu Changqing couldn't help worrying that the game might not perform as he'd imagined after release. Nuo Beta. After all, this was a completely different world, not the one he remembered. He opened the car door and got in. Lan Yuxian and Zhou Xiyan, seeing his return, sat up stiffly in the back seat, their posture unnaturally proper. Liu Changqing glanced back casually and was momentarily stunned by their behavior. Fastening his seatbelt, he asked with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "What's with you two? Sitting there like students afraid of being called on by the teacher." He turned the key, starting the engine. Just as he was about to drive off, Lan Yuxian's hesitant voice stopped him. "Could we stay at your place for a few days?" Her tone was filled with uncertainty. Liu Changqing turned off the engine, looking back at the awkward-looking Lan Yuxian and the emotionless Zhou Xiyan. "Did I hear that right?" "Well, it's just..." Lan Yuxian stammered, clearly embarrassed by her bold request. But Zhou Xiyan, in contrast, grabbed Liu Changqing's arm and declared loudly, "Let us stay at your place for now." Tears welled up in Liu Xiao's eyes, as if she were about to burst into tears at any moment. Meanwhile, Liu Xiao sat on the sofa, his chest heaving heavily. After a moment, he calmed down, took a deep breath, and looked at his younger sister, whose face was flushed red. "Listen carefully to what I just said. Don't let it go in one ear and out the other. But I really don't know how to do it. I've already explained the method. If multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction are in one equation, which do you solve first?" "Multiplication and division first." "Exactly. Now, write down the answer to this problem." Liu Xiao pointed at the workbook in front of his sister. Liu Xiaozi stared at the page for a while, then looked up at her brother again. "My brain feels so scrambled right now. I can't figure it out." Her voice was filled with grievance, her head shrinking, and her tone barely above a whisper. Hearing her reply, Liu Xiao didn't get angry this time. Instead, he gazed at her with a complex expression before letting out a sigh. He decided to let it go. Glancing at the clock and feeling his stomach grumble, he asked, "Looks like Dad isn't coming home for lunch. What do you want to eat?" "Anything. Lanzhou noodles. Don't like it. Rice bowls. Sick of them." "Then what do you want to eat?" "Anything." Liu Xiaozi responded cautiously, afraid of provoking her brother's temper again. But her vague answers only made Liu Xiao feel helpless. Seeing his sister's pitiful appearance clearly still shaken, he didn't say anything more. He got up, intending to head downstairs to buy some food. Just as he stood and took a few steps, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell outside. Next came the noise of a key turning in the lock. The door opened, and in came Liu Changqing, arms laden with bags of items. After stepping inside, Liu Changqing set the heavy bags aside and took out 3 pairs of slippers. He changed into one, then looked up at his son with an odd expression. "En Thailand bot." That peculiar look was the first thing Liu Xiao noticed. Taking a couple of steps forward, Liu Xiao asked, "Dad, why do you look so?" Before he could finish, his gaze shifted to the door, where Lan Yuxian and her daughter Zhou Xiyan hesitated before entering, carrying their own bags filled with daily necessities. He froze in place, stunned. For a moment, Liu Xiao thought he was hallucinating. His brain felt as if it had ground to a halt. What does this mean? "Xiao, you'll be sharing a room with me from now on," Liu Changqing announced. Huh. Liu Xiao blinked, startled, and turned his gaze back to his father. "Why are we sharing a room? Clear out your room for them to stay." Liu Xiao stared blankly at the two behind his father. He recognized Zhou Xiyan, but the older woman next to her was only faintly familiar, likely from a parent-teacher meeting. Snapping out of his shock after some thought, Liu Xiao nodded and retreated to his room to start tidying up. Before closing the door, his gaze lingered on Zhou Xiyan for a moment. Their eyes met briefly before he averted his gaze and got to work. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaozi tilted her head, clearly puzzled, as she watched her father. As Liu Xiao began clearing his room, Liu Changqing picked up the bags on the floor and moved them to the kitchen. Returning, he stood before Lan Yuxian and her daughter. "Put on the slippers first," he said. "Sorry for the intrusion," Lan Yuxian apologized, her eyes filled with guilt. This sudden arrangement must have caused him great inconvenience. Slowly, she took off her shoes and changed into the slippers Liu Changqing had left for them. Then, she and her daughter carried their bags inside. Zhou Xiyan glanced around before heading into Liu Xiao's room to help him tidy up. Liu Changqing could clearly hear her telling his son to clean up together, leaving only his daughter and Lan Yuxian in the living room. Exhaling deeply, Liu Changqing thought to himself that he must be crazy. Why hadn't he held firm back in the car? Why had he been moved by sympathy for the mother and daughter? This would definitely be the last time. Lan Yuxian noticed Liu Xiaozi sitting on the sofa, staring at her with an odd expression, which made her feel uncomfortable. She forced a smile, but Liu Xiaozi huffed in response and turned her head away, clearly unhappy. Lan Yuxian grew flustered, her hands nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. She glanced at Liu Changqing, who was deep in thought, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. Liu Changqing, we can talk later. For now, just stay inside for the next few days. I'll go back to your place in a bit to check if those people are still around." "Alright, but what is it?" Liu Changqing asked, noticing her uneasy expression. Lan Yuxian looked embarrassed as she replied, The bathroom, where is it?" Pointing to the restroom, Liu Changqing said no more. Lan Yuxian looked in the direction he pointed, bowed her head, and quickly walked to the restroom. The sound of the door closing left the father and daughter alone in the living room. Liu Xiaozi's glare was piercing. Liu Changqing could feel it clearly. After a moment's thought, he walked over and sat beside her on the sofa, looking at her unhappy little face. Before he could say anything, Liu Xiaozi puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, "Who is she? You need to call her auntie. She's the mother of your brother's classmate. Something happened at their home, so they're staying with us for a few days." "Really?" Liu Xiaozi paused, her pout softening slightly. Realizing it wasn't what she had imagined, her mood improved a bit, though she still muttered, "Just for a while, right?" Liu Changqing nodded, patting her head and coaxing her with a few kind words. Then he told her to pack up her summer homework on the coffee table and head to her room. Once Liu Xiaozi had gone, Lan Yuxian emerged from the restroom, her face slightly flushed. She slowly approached Liu Changqing, who was still sitting on the sofa. "Your daughter doesn't seem to like me. She'll warm up to you eventually. She has a bit of a temper." "Really? That's good. I thought she didn't like me from the way she looked at me earlier. You must have misunderstood." With that, Liu Changqing stood up from the sofa. "When my son's room is ready, you two can stay there. I'll go make dinner now." As he walked toward the kitchen, Lan Yuxian suddenly grabbed his arm. Stopping in his tracks, Liu Changqing turned to her. "What is it?" Lan Yuxian felt deeply guilty, so she wanted to do something to make up for it. Liu Changqing glanced down at the hand holding his arm, then raised his head to look at her face. He shook his head. "Forget it. I'll handle it. Let me do it." "No need. You can rest on the sofa for a while. If you're bored, the remote is on the coffee table. You can watch some TV." With that, Liu Changqing gently moved her hand away, walked a few steps, picked up the remote, and turned on the TV. A rerun of a historical drama was playing on the screen. After lowering the volume, Liu Changqing handed the remote to a dazed Lan Yuxian. "Sit on the sofa and relax for a bit. I'll whip up something nice for lunch." He didn't give her a chance to respond before turning and heading into the kitchen. Lan Yuxian held the remote in her hand, unsure of what to do. This wasn't her house, and with her daughter already helping clean the room, she felt even more awkward standing there alone. Her gaze shifted to the TV screen, where the drama continued playing. Her mind wandered. It had been a long time since she'd watched TV. Their cramped rental apartment didn't have one, and she had never been particularly interested in such things, always too busy to enjoy any leisure activities. The sound of water running in the kitchen caught her attention. "Is he washing vegetables?" She thought for a moment, then turned off the TV, gently placed the remote on the coffee table, and, after some hesitation, headed toward the kitchen. Liu Changqing was scrubbing vegetables when he sensed someone standing behind him. He turned his head and saw Lan Yuxian. He looked puzzled. "Not watching TV?" Lan Yuxian nodded, stepping forward until she was next to him in the kitchen. She reached out her hands. "Let me help." No need. Just rest in the other room. Let me do something. Otherwise, I'll feel really bad. Hearing this, Liu Changqing stopped what he was doing and looked at her face. The events of the day had clearly taken a toll on this woman in her 30s. The bandage on her brow and her pale complexion gave her a frail, vulnerable appearance. Arno yes. After a moment of thought, Liu Changqing put down the vegetables in his hands. All right, you can wash these then. Got it. A smile broke out on Lan Yuxian's face as she quickly stepped in to take over. Liu Changqing shook the water off his hands and stepped back, watching as she earnestly scrubbed the vegetables. She's so eager, it's kind of silly. With a helpless smile, Liu Changqing wondered how long this arrangement would last. Lu Xiao had replaced all the bedding in his room and cleared the clutter on the desk. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiyan had fetched a dirty rag from the bathroom and was crouching down, scrubbing one corner of the desk. The two worked in silence. While wiping a stain beneath the desk, Zhou Xiyan accidentally bumped into Lu Xiao's leg. For the first time since entering the room, their eyes met. After a brief pause, Zhou Xiyan spoke softly, "Could you move over a bit? I'm cleaning the desk." "Zhou Xiyan, what exactly are you trying to do?" Unable to hold it in anymore, Lu Xiao spoke first. He set aside the items he was sorting and looked at the crouching Zhou Xiyan. He didn't understand. Zhou Xiyan didn't answer. She continued scrubbing as if she hadn't heard him. "Zhou Xiyan." His sharp tone made her stop. She slowly stood up, raised her head, and looked at Lu Xiao. Her eyes were steady, without a hint of fear. She parted her lips slightly. "We're just staying for a while." "Why?" "For reasons I can't explain right now. It's not convenient to talk about." With that, Zhou Xiyan walked out of the room, rinsed the rag in the bathroom, and returned to continue cleaning. The room fell silent once more. Lu Xiao, watching her work diligently, had a conflicted expression. As she cleaned, Zhou Xiyan said, "We won't trouble you for too long." Her words caught Lu Xiao off guard. He hurriedly replied, "That's not what I meant. I just want to know why. I'll tell you later." Cutting him off, Zhou Xiyan's tone was calm as she focused on the stubborn stain on the desk leg. It wouldn't take long. Cleaning the room didn't take much time. By the time Lu Xiao moved all his belongings to his father's room, lunch wasn't ready yet. Liu Changqing's room, the master bedroom, had old furniture but was fully equipped. Lu Xiao pulled out some long-stored bedding and pillows from the wardrobe and carried them back to his old room. After setting them on the bed, he stepped out. From Lan Yuxian's bandaged forehead, Lu Xiao had a vague idea of what might have happened, though he wasn't sure. His mind wandered to the time Zhou Xiyan had asked him strange questions, as well as the day she'd come to his house with an excuse to invite his father for dinner. His father had brushed off his questions with vague answers. Stopping in his tracks, Lu Xiao turned his head slightly, looking toward the kitchen. His gaze landed on the two figures inside, and a thought crossed his mind. Could Zhou Xiyan be Xiao? Yes. The shout from the kitchen interrupted his thoughts. He quickly responded and hurried over. What is it? Clear off the dining table outside, then go downstairs and buy 3 yuan's worth of steamed buns. I didn't have time to cook rice today. Okay. Answering promptly, Lu Xiao left the kitchen to clean the table. Back in the kitchen, it was just Liu Changqing and Lan Yuxian. Lan Yuxian stared at the pot he just covered with a lid. Standing at the cutting board, Liu Changqing deftly chopped ingredients, saying, "The sauce is almost done. I didn't use much chili since you don't handle spicy food well." Snapping out of her daze, Lan Yuxian quickly waved her hands. "No need to worry about me. If you like spicy food, don't hold back on my account. I wasn't holding back for you. My daughter doesn't eat spicy food, and if it's too spicy, she won't eat at all. My son can only handle a little bit. Out of the 3 of us, I'm the only one who likes spicy food." Setting the knife down, Liu Changqing turned to Lan Yuxian. "Does your daughter have any food preferences?" "She's okay, though there are some things she doesn't eat. Let me guess she doesn't like winter melon or carrots." Liu Changqing tilted his head, pretending to think before speaking. To his surprise, Lan Yuxian's face showed clear astonishment. "How did you know that?" She really doesn't like those. Yeah, ever since she was little, she's hated carrots, winter melon, and milk." Hearing this, an image of the petite Zhou Xiyan flashed in Liu Changqing's mind. He chuckled to himself. "Got it. Now I understand." "Understand what?" "Nothing. Just a suggestion, get her to eat more of those now while she can still benefit from it." Lan Yuxian couldn't make sense of what he meant. She thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out what eating carrots, winter melon, and drinking milk had to do with making up for it. Liu Changqing stepped out of the bathroom, towel in hand, rubbing his hair dry. Standing upright, his eyes fell on Lan Yuxian, who was crouched near the coffee table, vigorously scrubbing it with a cloth. Beside her was a plastic basin, its water no longer clear but murky and dark. Noticing this, Liu Changqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he did occasional housework, he rarely bothered with anything beyond visible grime. At most, he would sweep the floor with a broom and mop it quickly. He had already told Lan Yuxian that she didn't need to do this, but her guilt seemed to push her to stubbornly take on the household cleaning. Taking a few steps closer, Liu Changqing stood behind her. "I've finished showering. You and your daughter can go now." "In a moment. Let me finish tidying the living room first," Lan Yuxian replied, pausing to wipe sweat from her brow. Although Liu Changqing's apartment didn't get much direct sunlight and was relatively cool compared to other floors, it was still summer, and the heat was unavoidable. Lan Yuxian was visibly affected, sweating heavily. Her clothes clung to her body, and her outfit, already dirty from the debt collectors earlier that day, looked even more unkempt. Liu Changqing noticed and asked, "Didn't you and your daughter buy some change of clothes this morning?" Lan Yuxian froze, her expression turning anxious after a moment. "I forgot about that." Sigh, Liu Changqing exhaled, unsurprised. Just as he was about to say more, Lan Yuxian stood up suddenly. "I'll go back and grab a few clothes." "What are you thinking? There are definitely people staking out your place, waiting for you two to return. Going back now is like walking into a trap. A with grave and beta." "Oh, then, what should we do? Should we go buy some now? I've got some old clothes here. They're not new, but they'll do for now. As for your daughter, she can wear something of Xiazi's. They're about the same size." Lan Yuxian looked stunned, her expression growing awkward. Wearing his clothes. This suggestion felt. Seeing her reaction, Liu Changqing added, "Of course, it's not ideal. There's a hairdryer in the small cabinet in the bathroom. You can wash the clothes and use the dryer to make them wearable. Tomorrow, I'll pick up some new ones for you while I'm out. But my old clothes might have a bit of a smell from being stored too long." "All right. It's settled then," Liu Changqing concluded, turning toward his daughter's room. "Xiazi, come out for a minute." "What now?" A voice responded from the room, followed by Lu Xiazi stepping out in her slippers. She walked up to him, her chin raised as if trying to look defiant. "I was about to sleep." Liu Changqing didn't believe a word of it. That noisy handheld console of hers could wake the dead every night. He chose not to call out her lie, though. Instead, he patted her damp hair, a faintly cryptic smile on his face. "Enjoy your last night of gaming. Tomorrow, Zhou Xian will help tutor you." Feeling the wetness in her hair, Liu Changqing asked, "Why didn't you dry your hair properly? If it turns into a frizzy mess tomorrow, you'll complain that I can't style it nicely again." Recalling a previous disastrous hairstyling attempt, Lu Xiazi quickly shook her head. "I can do my own hair. You're not great at it. Let me handle it. I've been practicing since last time." "No, no, no. Just trust me once more." "I said no." The argument was interrupted as both father and daughter turned toward Lan Yuxian, who had softly interjected. Feeling awkward under their gaze, Lan Yuxian looked away and said, "I'm pretty good at doing hair. I used to style Xian's hair every day when she was little. How about I help your daughter with hers?" Liu Changqing froze, only now realizing there was someone who could solve the hairstyling dilemma right in his home. He was about to agree when he felt a tug on his arm. Looking down, he saw his daughter glaring up at him with a pouty expression. "You do my hair," she said firmly. Her directness was clear, and both Liu Changqing and Lan Yuxian understood its meaning. The awkwardness in Lan Yuxian's expression deepened. Sensing the tension, Liu Changqing decided to change the subject. "Let's not worry about that now. Xiazi, grab a couple of your outfits for that sister to wear." "But I do as you're told, Xiazi." Liu Changqing cut her off before she could protest further. He patted her head. "Go on, quickly." "Fine." Reluctantly, Xiazi stumped back into her room, pouting as she rifled through her clothes. Lan Yuxian clutched her cleaning rag, her head lowered, clearly dispirited. Seeing this, Liu Changqing said, "Leave the cleaning. I've already told you I'll handle it. But it's fine. Don't feel so restrained. Think of it this way, I'll need your daughter's help with something tomorrow. Just treat this like a visit." "How can I? I'm not a guest here. I've already caused you so much trouble. If I don't do something, I'll feel even worse." Her expression was resolute. Despite her gentle demeanor, she was firm in her beliefs, stubborn, to put it simply. Seeing this, Liu Changqing realized it wasn't worth arguing. This wasn't a matter easily settled with a few words. "I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest now. You two should shower soon." Without waiting for a response, Liu Changqing turned and headed to his room, closing the door behind him. Lan Yuxian stood in place, confused by his sudden change in tone. Inside the room, Lu Xiao lay on the bed, a book in hand. Liu Changqing didn't go straight to bed. Instead, he pulled out the chair by his desk and sat down. Nighttime was his writing time. Once the computer booted up, he opened a new document and began typing away. The sound of the keyboard filled the room. "Dad." Liu Changqing paused, turning toward his son. "What is it?" Lu Xiao turned his head, meeting his father's gaze. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. After a moment of struggle, he said, "Nothing, just type a bit quieter." "Got it." Liu Changqing lightened his keystrokes, slowing his pace. The room returned to the soft rhythm of typing sounds. After a while, Liu Changqing broke the silence. "By the way, after my morning run tomorrow, I'll be heading out. Make something simple for lunch." "Huh? Where are you going?" "Nowhere special," Liu Changqing replied, his eyes focused on the screen as words appeared. "I need to visit your Uncle Feng. I might have to go often for a while." Sweat dripped down as Liu Changqing and his son climbed the stairs. Once they reached their front door, the two paused to catch their breath. Only after their breathing steadied did Liu Changqing pull the keys from his pocket to unlock the door. As they stepped into the apartment, Liu Changqing caught sight of a figure busy in the kitchen. Hearing the noise, Lan Yuxian emerged from the kitchen and asked, "Want to eat some breakfast before you leave?" "No need. I'll take a quick shower and head to the office," Liu Changqing replied. When Liu Changqing and his son had gone for their morning run, Lan Yuxian was already awake. Her internal clock, honed by years of habit, wouldn't easily change. Liu Changqing had been startled when, groggy at 5 a.m., he walked into the living room to find Lan Yuxian sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. It had almost scared him to death. He wasn't yet accustomed to having 2 extra people in his home. After answering her question, Liu Changqing retrieved his clothes for the day from his room and headed into the bathroom. Moments later, the hum of the bathroom heater echoed out. Lan Yuxian turned to Lu Xiao and said, "When your dad finishes showering, you should go wash up too. The porridge is almost ready." "Got it." Lu Xiao nodded before stepping into his father's bedroom. When Liu Changqing emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered and hair-dried, he found that Lan Yuxian had already served breakfast on the table. Her daughter was leaning over the coffee table, working on a worksheet. Without saying a word, Liu Changqing slipped on his shoes and left the apartment, closing the door with a thud. At the sound, Zhou Xian looked up from her worksheet and glanced at her mother, who was placing utensils on the table. She seemed deep in thought. Downstairs, Liu Changqing ran into the elderly neighbor he had borrowed the ladder from before. The encounter was memorable, so he instinctively greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, uncle." "Morning," the old man replied with a grin, barely lifting his head as he walked with his hands clasped behind his back. After exchanging greetings, they passed each other. A few steps later, the old man stopped, something crossing his mind. He turned slowly to look back but only saw Liu Changqing entering his car and driving away. "RN Beta Epsilon." The old man stood there, his smile fading as a murky thought churned in his eyes. "What was I just thinking about?" he muttered to himself after a long pause. Oblivious to the old man's reaction, Liu Changqing drove to Feng Qian's office building. Upon arrival, Liu Changqing parked his car and took the elevator up. The receptionist, a pleasant-looking young woman, stood up upon seeing him. "Good morning, Mr. Liu." "Good morning to you too," he replied with a neutral expression and nod. As he passed through the office area, Liu Changqing noticed the subtle gazes from employees. Occasionally, someone greeted him, and he responded with polite nods, his expression unchanged. Reaching Feng Qian's office, he pushed open the glass door and stepped inside, closing it behind him. Once alone, Liu Changqing let out a deep breath, his fists tightening for a moment before a grin spread across his face. "That title. It feels great. What's got you so happy?" Feng Qian had already noticed Liu Changqing's arrival from the sounds outside. He shifted his gaze from the computer to the doorway, where Liu Changqing stood grinning. Even Feng Qian, sitting nearby and sketching with a pencil, looked up at him. Under their scrutiny, Liu Changqing cleared his throat awkwardly, raising a fist to his lips. "Nothing, just remembered something funny." "What funny thing?" "Never mind, we'll talk about it later," Feng Qian said, waving him over and turning his laptop to face Liu Changqing. Liu Changqing quickly grabbed a chair and sat beside Feng Qian, leaning in to examine the screen. His brows furrowed slightly. After a moment's thought, Feng Qian spoke. "Progress seems smooth so far. The mechanics are innovative, but I've noticed that most pixel adventure or fighting games on the market have dialogue for the protagonist. Are you sure having our protagonist only respond with ellipses is a good idea?" "That's exactly the point." Feng Qian's expression grew skeptical at Liu Changqing's response. Turning to look at him, Feng Qian hesitated before saying, "But that doesn't align with market trends. If the protagonist responds to every NPC in the game, players won't feel as immersed. Our goal is to make players feel like they're the protagonist. When they play, they can imagine their own responses. For example, if an NPC says, 'Please save us,' the player can think, 'Save you? Dream on,' or whatever they like," Liu Changqing explained. Feng Qian processed his words, frowning in thought. After a while, he looked up at Liu Changqing. "It still feels off. The protagonist is supposed to be aloof and not talk much. But the protagonist loves Pokemon and aspires to become a Pokemon master. How can they be aloof?" Liu Changqing fell silent, realizing he couldn't justify it further. Not talking saves time and effort. If every NPC requires dialogue responses, it's an unnecessary drain on resources, he finally admitted. At this, Feng Qian seemed to have an epiphany. "That makes sense. If we release the game sooner, we'll be ahead of the curve." "Exactly." Satisfied, Liu Changqing leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. His eyes wandered to Feng Qian, who was watching him curiously with her head tilted. There was something odd about her today. She was quieter than usual. Their gazes locked for a moment before Feng Qian extended her leg, wiggling the shoe on her foot. Confused, Liu Changqing looked more closely at the shoe, which seemed oddly familiar. The decorative flower on the shoe was slightly crooked. As recognition dawned, his face turned awkward. Noticing his expression, Feng Qian asked softly, "Uncle Fatty, do you like my shoes?" Feng Qian's words immediately drew Liu Changqing's attention, as well as Feng Qian's, who looked up from his computer. Feng Qian glanced at his daughter's upturned foot, chuckled, and nudged Liu Changqing with his elbow. "It's funny, isn't it? I told her this morning that these little shoes were falling apart, and even the flower on one is crooked. But she insisted on wearing them. What do kids even think about?" Feng Qian laughed a few more times but noticed Liu Changqing seemed distracted, as if not listening. Instead, Liu Changqing asked, "Did you tell her last night that I was coming over this morning?" "Yeah, I mentioned it." "No wonder," Liu Changqing muttered, turning his focus back to the computer as he continued discussing future plans with Feng Qian. Caught off guard by the abrupt topic shift, Feng Qian hesitated but quickly returned to business, delving into industry details with Liu Changqing. Meanwhile, Feng Qian, feeling ignored, stopped swinging her feet. She fetched a small stool, then quickly trotted over to Liu Changqing's side, placed the stool down, and sat with her chin resting on her hands, gazing up at him sweetly. Liu Changqing couldn't miss the noise, though he pretended not to notice. Both men turned their attention to her, puzzled. Before Liu Changqing could speak, Feng Qian, confused by his daughter's unusual behavior, asked, Shuyan, what are you doing sitting there? I want to look at Uncle Fatty. Her response left Liu Changqing momentarily speechless, followed by a wave of helplessness. This mischievous girl. Despite her sleepy-looking eyes, her sharp mind always surprised him. She still remembered the time he accidentally scrubbed the decorative flower off her little shoe while cleaning it. She'd held on to that grudge ever since. Feng Qian, surprised by his daughter's candidness, quickly connected the dots and smiled as he patted Liu Changqing on the shoulder. Looks like my daughter is pretty fond of you. She barely talks to anyone else. I wouldn't be so sure, Liu Changqing muttered, pursing his lips. Those little shoes of hers, I thought they were too dirty last time, so I cleaned them. I accidentally scrubbed the flower off one, so I glued it back on. But the glue job wasn't great. Glued it back on. Feng Qian leaned in for a closer look at his daughter's shoes. The difference was obvious, one flower was crooked and unevenly glued. No wonder they look so strange. So it was your handiwork. Be a decent person and stop pointing it out, Liu Changqing retorted, exasperated. Feng Qian laughed heartily, waving it off. It's nothing, just a pair of shoes. I didn't think it was a big deal either. Clearly, your daughter disagrees. Liu Changqing's gaze shifted to the girl sitting beside him, who still had her chin propped on her hands. Suddenly, he noticed how neatly her twin ponytails were styled today. A thought struck him. Did you do her hair? Yeah. Liu Changqing was stunned by Feng Qian's confirmation. At the last parent-teacher meeting, Feng Qian's twin ponytails were uneven, one higher than the other. Back then, Yuanyao had fixed them when she took the kids out for milk tea. How had Feng Qian improved so quickly in such a short time? You've got talent. Teach me, Liu Changqing exclaimed, grabbing Feng Qian's arm. As night fell, Liu Changqing drove his rented van leisurely through the city streets. In a few days, he planned to return the van and look for a new car. He wasn't keen on sedans, he preferred something spacious that could seat more people. His gaze wandered over the lively streets and bright city lights. Losing himself in thought, Liu Changqing suddenly snapped back to reality. He was driving and needed to stay focused. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he continued on his way. Eventually, he spotted a roadside clothing stall near a plaza. Clothes of all kinds hung on racks, with a cardboard sign advertising clearance sale, 30 to 50 yuan each. Remembering his promise to buy Lan Yuxian some clothes for the interim, Liu Changqing pulled over. While the quality wasn't the best, it was practical given the temporary situation. Expensive items felt unnecessary for someone he barely knew. After parking, Liu Changqing approached the stall and began browsing. The stall owner, a middle-aged woman, fanned herself with a piece of cardboard to combat the heat. Her hair fluttered as she glanced at Liu Changqing's burly frame. Big guy, these are all women's clothes. Nothing in your size, she joked. Liu Changqing froze, giving her a baffled look. Obviously, they're not for me. How did you even think that? Oh, my bad, she laughed, stepping closer. These are factory surplus, so they're cheap. Buying for your wife. No, Liu Changqing replied curtly. Got it, got it. Don't worry, these are just as good as store-bought ones, she assured, leaning in conspiratorially. I'll pack them nicely in a bag. You can just say you got them from a boutique, no one will know the difference. Liu Changqing decided not to correct her assumptions, knowing he'd likely never see her again. Pointing at a few items, he asked, how much per piece? 35 for one, 60 for a set with pants. Pack 3 sets for me, he said, unfazed by the cost. It was a trivial expense for him now. After paying, he returned to his van with the clothes and drove home. Once home, he carried the bags upstairs. After switching into his slippers, he entered the living room. The sound of the TV greeted him, and he spotted Lan Yuxian alone on the sofa. The kids were nowhere to be seen. Curious, Liu Changqing approached. Lan Yuxian hadn't noticed his return, her eyes fixed on the television. On the screen, a female character screamed hysterically at a man in a hospital bed. You've only lost your legs, but she's lost her love? Do you think you deserve her? You've only lost your legs, but she's lost her love. Liu Changqing froze in place, stunned by the melodramatic line. His mind replayed the dialogue over and over. What kind of warped values are these? Who wrote this? I could write better with my eyes closed? Meanwhile, Lan Yuxian, evidently moved by the scene, wiped her teary eyes with a tissue she grabbed from the coffee table. As she balled up the tissue to toss it into the trash, she suddenly noticed Liu Changqing standing silently nearby. She blinked in surprise and shot to her feet, clearly flustered. You're back, I love her? I love her? My heart and soul belong to her, but my parents don't approve of us being together. The male lead's anguished shout from the TV interrupted whatever Lan Yuxian was about to say. Awkwardly, she bent down, grabbed the remote, and turned the TV off, her face flushed with embarrassment. She avoided Liu Changqing's gaze, looking anywhere else while nervously clutching the crumpled tissue in her hands. I was a little bored. Usually, I'd be working at this time. No problem. I already told you if you're bored, just watch some TV, Liu Changqing replied with a chuckle, lifting the bag in his hand. I bought you a few outfits. Try them on and see if they fit. Outfits? Lan Yuxian looked startled for a moment before asking in surprise, you bought these for me? They're women's clothes. What, did you think I bought them for myself? Liu Changqing joked as he walked over and placed the bag on the sofa. Looking around, he noticed the kids weren't around. Why are you alone? Where are the kids? Zizi said she was bored and wanted to go out. Then all three of them left together, Lan Yuxian explained. Your daughter went out too. Liu Changqing's voice rose in surprise. How could you let her go out so casually? What if the debt collectors spot her? It's fine. Those people have barely seen my daughter. As long as they don't see me, it'll be okay. Your nerves are made of steel, Liu Changqing muttered, shaking his head. Never mind that, try on the clothes and see if they fit. Right now. When else? If they don't fit, I'll drive back and exchange them. I didn't know your size. All right. Lan Yuxian picked up the bag, her gaze lingering on the white shopping bag with some English words printed on it. It looks so fancy. She glanced at Liu Changqing hesitantly and asked in a soft voice, these must have been expensive, right? They weren't too bad. Small change, he replied dismissively. Lan Yuxian didn't believe him. Judging by the bag alone, these clothes couldn't have been cheap. Oblivious to her thoughts, Liu Changqing walked to the sofa, sat down, and leaned back to relax. His eyes wandered back to her, noticing she was still holding the bag, lost in thought. A with tilde nu beta s. What are you thinking about? Nothing. I'll go try them on, she replied, retreating to the room with the bag. Feeling a bit bored, Liu Changqing grabbed the remote and turned the TV back on. The drama had ended during their conversation, and a commercial was now playing. After flipping through a few channels with little interest, he settled on a nature documentary. Spring has arrived, and it's time for animals to. Liu Changqing. Before the narrator could finish, a faint voice came from the room. What's up? Liu Changqing turned his head slightly, lowering the TV volume to hear better. From the muffled noise, it sounded like Lan Yuxian was fumbling with something in the room. He strained to listen and caught her hesitant voice again. Isn't it a bit small? Liu Changqing froze, then asked, small? You mean the size? No, it's not the size. It just doesn't feel appropriate for someone my age. Realizing what she meant, Liu Changqing replied, oh, I thought the size was wrong. Don't worry about it, you're not that old. I'm in my 30s. So what? It's all about mindset. Stay young at heart, and even at 80, you'll feel like you're 17. Inside the room, Lan Yuxian flushed red, tugging at the top she'd just put on. She had never worn anything like this before, though she'd seen young women at the supermarket dressed similarly. Her more conservative upbringing left her unsure about the style's purpose or appeal. After much hesitation, she took a deep breath, slowly opened the door, and stepped out shyly. Hearing the door, Liu Changqing picked up his cup, sipping water as he turned to look. There she stood, awkwardly tugging at the hem of the short top to keep it from riding up. The letters on the fabric were now stretched and distorted into a 3D effect. Pfft. Liu Changqing couldn't help it. He sprayed water from his mouth, quickly setting the cup down and wiping his face. Standing up, he walked over, staring at her in disbelief. All 3 sets are like this. Yes, Lan Yuxian's voice grew quieter as her embarrassment deepened. For a moment, Liu Changqing stood speechless, his expression one of utter defeat. Her outfit, a pink crop top paired with denim shorts and a white belt, looked completely mismatched with her demeanor. The crop top, trendy among younger women, left her midriff exposed and was certainly not suited for someone unaccustomed to such styles. After a pause, Lan Yuxian tried to speak. Liu Changqing, change back into your old clothes. I'll go get you something else, Liu Changqing said. His face grimmed. Lan Yuxian changed back into her original clothes in the room, then handed the bag with the 3 new outfits back to Liu Changqing. He took the bag without a word. During the time it took for her to change, Liu Changqing had already swapped into his shoes at the door. He turned, opened the door, and was about to leave when Lan Yuxian suddenly called out to him. Liu Changqing. He paused, holding the door ajar, and turned to look at her, puzzled. A faint smile appeared on Lan Yuxian's face as she softly said, it's getting dark. Be careful on the road. Liu Changqing didn't reply, just gave her a small nod before shutting the door behind him. The force of the closing door stirred her hair slightly, making it sway. She stared at the closed door, listening to the sound of his footsteps gradually fading down the stairs. Liu Changqing reached his car, yanked open the door, and threw the bag onto the passenger seat. After closing the door, he didn't start the car right away. Instead, he sat there, staring blankly ahead. His thoughts were unclear, drifting aimlessly. After a while, he reached for the window handle, rolled it down, and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He lit one and took a long drag, exhaling slowly. Resting his left arm on the window ledge, he flicked the ash outside and took another drag. The cabin filled slightly with smoke as he leaned back into the seat, his eyes half closed. Outside, the faint glow of summer nightfall barely illuminated the surroundings. Only the sounds of insects broke the silence. He tilted his head back against the seat cushion, swallowed, and muttered to himself. Liu Changqing, you're an adult. You need to control yourself. The summer night was humid but carried a faint coolness. Zhou Xian pulled the brim of her sun hat lower, the wide brim shielding her face. The movement caught the attention of Liu Xiao, who was walking nearby with his younger sister. He couldn't figure out why Zhou Xian had insisted on tagging along when he was just taking Xiaozi out to play. Since lending him her notes, Zhou Xian's thoughts had always been an enigma to Liu Xiao. Her impassive expression rarely changed, and she always held her chin high when looking at others. She was about the same height as his sister. Why are you staring at me? Zhou Xian tilted her hat slightly to peer at Liu Xiao, her head raised. He didn't flinch at being caught, his tone flat as he replied, if I wasn't looking at you, how would I know you were looking at me? The sharp response left Zhou Xian momentarily speechless. Ahead, Liu Xiaozi was walking briskly, excited by the lively street stalls and small shops selling trinkets and snacks. Having rarely been allowed to explore the world outside, everything felt fresh and new to her. Suddenly, spotting something intriguing, Xiaozi broke into a run. The movement instantly caught Liu Xiao's attention, and he dashed past Zhou Xian to grab his sister's arm. Engo, Xiaozi. Pulling her back, he scolded, there are a lot of people here. What if you get lost? You've never been here before and wouldn't know the way home. It's fine. Fine, my foot. He rapped her gently on the head with his knuckles, his expression serious. Don't leave my side again. Got it. Got it. Realizing her brother wasn't joking, Xiaozi pouted, unhappy but compliant. Satisfied, Liu Xiao smiled and pulled out a tissue to wipe her face. Look at you. You're eating squid, but you've got it all over your mouth. Xiaozi mumbled unintelligibly, her mouth full of squid, as he wiped her face clean and folded the tissue into his hand. When she finished chewing, she held up the remaining skewer to him. Here, you eat it. Finish it yourself. If you don't, I won't take you out next time. Xiaozi's face scrunched in reluctance. She regretted buying so many skewers earlier. What started as tasty quickly turned into too much, leaving her belly round and full. Seeing this, Liu Xiao patted her head and said, let this be a lesson. Don't order more than you can eat. If you do, finish it. Understood. Understood. Good girl. He smiled warmly before glancing at Zhou Xian, only to find her staring intently at one of the toy prizes on a nearby stall. It was a plush penguin with a red scarf. After a pause, Liu Xiao pulled out another 5 yuan bill and handed it to the vendor. Another round. The vendor, in the middle of resetting the balloons on the game board, paused and turned with a somewhat displeased expression. Taking the money, he handed Liu Xiao the darts. This is your last game. After this, I'm done with you. Zhou Xian looked at the penguin plush toy Liu Xiao handed her. Her small face could no longer maintain its usual expressionless state. Her eyes widened slightly as she glanced at Liu Xiao, then at the penguin plush toy in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, she asked uncertainly, is this for me? Do you think a guy like me would like this kind of toy? With that, Liu Xiao stuffed the plush toy into Zhou Xian's arms. Caught off guard, Zhou Xian quickly caught it. She lowered her head and stared at the plush toy in her arms. Though the toy's texture felt somewhat cheap, in this moment, Zhou Xian experienced a feeling she had never felt before. Since she became aware of her surroundings, she had never received something like this. Slowly, the corners of her lips curved upward. After pondering for a moment, she looked up. A radiant smile appeared on her face. Thank you. Seeing Zhou Xian's smile, Liu Xiao froze in place. At that moment, the noisy surroundings seemed to fade away. In his view, only her face remained. When her lips curved upward, everything around her seemed to become more endearing. Zhou Xian didn't notice Liu Xiao's dazed expression. She craned her neck to glance at the brown teddy bear Liu Xiaozi held high in her hands, then at the penguin in her arms. This one's cuter, she thought to herself. After a while, Liu Xiao snapped back to reality. Turning around to face away from Zhou Xian, his rare awkwardness was evident in his tone. Let's go. It's getting late. Zhou Xian nodded behind him, her voice soft. Hearing her response, Liu Xiao didn't say much more. He called out to his sister, and when she came over, he took her small hand and began walking forward. Thailand body. Zhou Xian followed alongside them. The three of them walked in a row. The 500 yuan Liu Xiao's father had given him last time still had some left over. When it came to money, Liu Xiao always spent wisely, never on frivolous things. Today's stroll had taken them a little farther than usual. If they walked back, it would take about 40 to 50 minutes. They had wandered aimlessly, not realizing how far they'd gone. Walking along the roadside, holding his sister's hand, Liu Xiao suddenly slowed his pace. He thought he had heard a familiar voice. Unable to hear clearly, Liu Xiao decided to stop entirely, looking around while listening closely. His actions made the two people beside him stop and look at him in confusion. I told you, it's not that the size is small, it's the style that's too youthful. Liu Changqing was explaining to the shop owner. Having wasted little time after getting home, Liu Changqing had made it back to the shop while the owner was still there. He was trying to explain to her. The ones you picked are too young looking, and besides, they're a bit tight. A bit tight. I mean. Struggling to articulate, Liu Changqing thought for a moment and then began demonstrating with gestures. He drew a semicircle over his chest. Get me a few looser ones. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you meant the size was too small. Seeing Liu Changqing make this gesture, the shop owner's face broke into a wide grin. The fact that she held back her laughter showed considerable professionalism. Even Liu Changqing felt a bit embarrassed after making that motion. He turned his head away, unable to continue the conversation properly. Raising a hand, He pinched the bridge of his nose lightly. Dad. The familiar voice behind him made Liu Changqing pause his actions. He turned around to find the source of the voice. Across the street, he saw his son and two others standing there. Liu Changqing froze for a moment, then seemed surprised. What are you three doing all the way over here? Instead of answering immediately, Liu Xiao checked both sides of the road for passing cars before running across with his sister in tow. Zhou Xiyan followed. Stopping in front of Liu Changqing, the three of them halted their steps. Liu Changqing looked at the three of them and gently ruffled his daughter's hair. He noticed the toys in his daughter's and Zhou Xiyan's arms. Did you buy these toys? He asked his son. No, I won them in a dart-throwing game, Liu Xiao replied. A dart game? Must have cost a lot. Why didn't you tell me? I'm great at darts. Liu Xiaozi tilted her head up to look at Liu Changqing and quickly refuted, Big brother hit the target every time? He won these with just 2 tries. Liu Changqing fell silent, glancing at his son, whose face showed a mix of embarrassment and pride after the praise. This boy. Oh, right, Dad, what are you buying here? Liu Xiao's eyes turned to the women's clothing hanging on the rack and the shop owner bagging up clothes nearby. Those are all women's clothes, right? He asked, puzzled. Have you three eaten yet? Liu Changqing dodged the question. He wasn't planning to explain this to his kids. We ate, but these women's clothes. What did you eat? Snacks, but these women's clothes. Snacks don't have much nutrition. Don't eat too much of that stuff. The shop owner came over with a bag and handed it to Liu Changqing without hesitation, loudly declaring, Brother, these are good now? They won't be too tight. Slowly, Liu Changqing turned to look at the shop owner. His face darkened. An Yuanyao carefully cracked the door open just a sliver. Outside was pitch black. At this hour, her parents should already be in their room resting. Thinking about this, a wave of frustration welled up inside her. She had clearly told her mother last time not to mention their conversation to her father. Yet during lunch, when her father asked about a man named Liu Changqing at the dining table, she knew her mother had betrayed her trust once again. She should have known. Since she was a child, her mother had always discussed everything about her with her father. She thought that with so many years passing, her mother might have changed. But reality had shown in Yuanyao otherwise. No matter how old she was, in her parents' eyes, she was still a child. She'd already stayed home long enough. The moment she got divorced, she wanted to immediately share the news with Liu Changqing. But when she went to his house, he wasn't there. Originally, she planned to stay home for just a couple of days before finding him again. But those few days stretched into now. She now understood her parents were deliberately keeping her from going out. They were planning to visit this Liu Changqing together in the future. And Yuanyao knew that if she told her parents the man was made up, it would only create more trouble. So, she decided to sneak out tonight. She stepped out cautiously, her foot landing silently on the ground. Dressed neatly, she adjusted the strap of her bag and held it to prevent any noise. Step by step, she moved. Reaching the staircase, she carefully made her way down, the tension in the air making her heart race as if she were in a movie scene. The downstairs hall was dimly lit. And Yuanyao tiptoed forward and finally made it to the ground floor. Before she could celebrate, she looked up, and her face fell into despair. There, sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, was a man. Her voice trembled, almost breaking into a sob as she spoke, her heart sinking. Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? Dressed in pajamas, he held a newspaper in his hands, his eyes narrowed slightly as though he hadn't heard Yuanyao's words. His gaze remained fixed on the pages. After a moment, he turned the page and continued reading. Seeing that her father hadn't noticed her, Yuanyao felt a bit of her unease dissipate. She glanced nervously at him again, then slowly turned around and stepped onto the first stair, holding her breath. Where are you going? Her movements halted instantly at the sound of her father's voice behind her. Her neck turned stiffly, like a rusty hinge, as she forced a sheepish smile. I'm going to bed. In the middle of the night, carrying a bag? Does that look like going to bed to you? No, I wasn't thinking that. And Yuanyao quickly waved both hands in denial at her father's question. I was just going to get a glass of water. After she said this, her father didn't respond. And Yuanyao's nerves tightened as she watched him, but he remained focused on his newspaper. As the seconds ticked by, her anxiety grew. Finally, he folded the paper in half, then in half again, setting it down on the coffee table in front of him. Looking up at his daughter from across the room, their eyes met. He could see the panic in hers. Having raised her, he knew her thoughts all too well. After a moment of thought, he let out a sigh. You haven't changed a bit. Dad, go back to bed. Stay home properly for now. After your brother's child's celebration banquet, your mother and I will take you to meet the person you've been talking about. Hearing this, Yuanyao's face turned pale. She knew that if her parents came along, her lie would be exposed. Because Liu Changqing didn't exist. When that happened, memories of her father's sternness from childhood flashed through her mind, filling her with dread. Her words came out before she could filter them. Dad, I can go back on my own. You and Mom don't need to. Nonsense. Her father's abrupt interruption cut her off. The sudden scolding made her flinch, her neck shrinking back slightly. Standing up from the sofa, her father strode over in just a few steps, his face stern. I've never interfered with your decisions before. How many mistakes do you plan to make before you stop? Dad, this time, there's no need to say more. We'll do as I've said. When the time comes, we'll go with you. Looking into his daughter's eyes, he narrowed his own. And meet this. Liu Changqing. Sitting at his desk, Liu Changqing stopped typing on his keyboard, interlaced his fingers, and stretched his arms above his head with a long yawn. He turned to look at the bed. His son lay on his side, eyes closed, sleeping soundly. Checking the time on his computer, he noted it was 12:24 a.m. It's a bit late, he thought to himself. Yet he didn't feel very sleepy. His gaze lingered on the screen for a while, his thoughts drifting. After a while, he stood up quietly, careful not to let his footsteps disturb his son's rest. Reaching the door, he opened it silently and slipped outside, gently closing it behind him. In the dim light of the living room, illuminated only faintly by the moonlight, Liu Changqing surveyed his surroundings. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and walked over to the window. He thought back to his first cigarette in his past life, when he initially resisted smoking because he saw his college roommates doing it. Back then, he had no interest in smoking. It wasn't until late nights of overtime in his senior year that he understood why people picked up the habit. Sometimes smoking wasn't just smoking, it was a way for a man to deal with his frustrations. After finishing a cigarette, no matter what troubles weighed him down, he could regain his composure and face the world with a smile. Everyone wears a mask, or perhaps, lives beneath one. Liu Changqing's gaze shifted to the window. Tonight's moon seemed brighter than usual. Flicking off some ash, he took another drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Then, his eyes fell on the plastic bottle his daughter had left on the windowsill. Alpha NES. Inside the bottle, 2 tadpoles with small legs swam energetically, even at night. He stared at the bottle, conflicted. Why not just let them go? They were so lively. But then, an idea crossed his mind. Salt. It dissolves in water, is colorless but has taste. And who would be bored enough to taste tadpole water? A perfect plan to kill the tadpoles unnoticed. Liu Changqing's expression hardened with resolve. He tossed his cigarette out the window, then strode purposefully toward the kitchen. Finding a small container of salt, he scooped out a spoonful and carried it to the windowsill in his palm. Standing by the window, Liu Changqing extended his hand, ready to sprinkle the salt into the water. Click. The sound of a door opening broke the silence. Startled, Liu Changqing reflexively flung the salt out the window and turned to see who had entered. By the moonlight streaming in, he recognized Lan Yuxian. With her back to the light, she couldn't clearly see who stood by the window. She stepped closer until she could make out his face. Liu Changqing? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? She asked in a low voice, surprised but careful not to wake anyone. Just, moon-gazing, Liu Changqing replied calmly, pulling his hand back and brushing off the remaining salt. The motion puzzled Lan Yuxian. She glanced at the moon outside, then back at Liu Changqing, who was still rubbing his hands together. Did you touch something dirty? You've been brushing your hands like crazy, she remarked, her tone filled with confusion. Liu Changqing paused his hand-rubbing motion, lifting his head to look at Lan Yuxian, who had just spoken. His expression was a bit odd. I wasn't rubbing off dirt. Then what were you? Never mind, just think of it as that. Liu Changqing interrupted himself, realizing he had no obligation to explain. Instead, he asked, why are you up so late? Couldn't sleep. Drank too much water. Got it. Understanding immediately, Liu Changqing waved his hand. Go on, then. Lan Yuxian nodded and was about to head to the bathroom when her gaze fell on the plastic bottle containing 2 tadpoles. She had noticed it earlier while cleaning, even watching as Liu Changqing's daughter carefully fed the tadpoles. Lan Yuxian hadn't asked about it at the time, sensing that Liu Changqing's daughter wasn't particularly fond of her. But now, her curiosity got the better of her. After a moment of hesitation, she chose to ask. Those tadpoles in the bottle, are they pets you got for your daughter? Huh. Liu Changqing froze briefly before realizing what she meant. Why do you ask? I'm curious, Lan Yuxian said with a small smile, then continued. When I was a child, there were plenty by the river. I've seen people raise them, but most of the time, they turn into toads, which is a bit gross. As she recounted her childhood impressions, she turned to look at Liu Changqing, only to notice something off. His expression had grown increasingly strange, especially when she mentioned toads. When he finally snapped out of his thoughts, his tone sounded anxious. Toads? Shouldn't they turn into frogs? Most of the tadpoles by the river are toads. Frog tadpoles aren't as common. Liu Changqing fell silent, his gaze moving from Lan Yuxian's puzzled face to the plastic bottle on the windowsill. Watching the 2 ugly creatures kicking their legs, his expression turned serious. Lan Yuxian, noticing his odd behavior, was filled with questions but didn't know where to start. After some thought, she stepped closer and stood beside Liu Changqing, looking out at the night sky illuminated by the moon and dotted with stars. She glanced sideways, still seeing Liu Changqing deep in thought with a furrowed brow. Images of her daughter clutching the penguin plush tightly even in her sleep floated into her mind. Watching Liu Changqing's side profile, Lan Yuxian felt a surge of gratitude. She hesitated before speaking softly. Thank you? Huh. The words pulled Liu Changqing out of his plotting over how to discreetly dispose of the tadpoles. He looked down at her, puzzled. What are you thanking me for? Lan Yuxian didn't answer immediately. She took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and seemed to release some inner burden along with it. Her gaze returned to the night outside. After a long silence, she spoke in a quiet voice. Xian hasn't received a gift in a long time. Honestly, over the years, I haven't even celebrated her birthday properly. She's always been so well behaved, never asking for anything or throwing tantrums, Arbeta. Liu Changqing stared at her, unsure why she was suddenly talking about the past. She's endured so much over the years, Lan Yuxian continued, her voice tinged with self-reproach. Even though she never says it, I know she loves getting gifts. She's a girl, after all, liking small presents is perfectly normal. But I was so useless back then that I couldn't give her anything. Her voice grew softer as she lowered her gaze, staring at the windowsill. During the new year, other kids happily carried lanterns that could light up and sing. She just watched them, never asking for one. When I offered to buy her one, she turned and ran. I was afraid she'd get lost, so I had to chase after her. Listening to her story, Liu Changqing felt the atmosphere grow heavy. He already knew Zhou Xian was a sensible child, but hearing these details from Lan Yuxian made him feel a new level of sympathy. He opened his mouth to offer words of comfort but hesitated. Any shallow, outsider-like reassurance would sound hollow. Lan Yuxian raised her arm and wiped the corner of her eye with her finger. For some reason, thinking about the past made her nose sting and her eyes well up. She inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, then turned to look at Liu Changqing with a smile. Really, thank you. I could tell Xian was very happy today. I don't even know how to thank you properly. The guilt in her expression when talking about her daughter struck a chord in Liu Changqing. Life must have been so hard for her, a single mother raising a child alone. For reasons he couldn't explain, Liu Changqing didn't want to see her like this. He wanted to cheer her up. He turned his head to look out the window at the moon and stars. Words from his past life surfaced in his mind, and he turned back to Lan Yuxian with a faint smile. No need to thank me. Just buy something from me. Buy something from you. Lan Yuxian blinked, taken aback. What do you sell? Confused, she stared at him. As far as she knew, Liu Changqing wasn't selling anything. Liu Changqing clenched his fist as if grabbing something from thin air, then held it out toward her before pretending to toss it out the window. Her gaze followed the motion, but all she saw was the dark night. Before she could question him, Liu Changqing pointed at the sky. Lan Yuxian followed his finger, her eyes landing on the moon and stars. What does this mean? She began, but Liu Changqing's low, steady voice cut through the night. Stars are on sale 20 cents a pound, and refunds if they stop shining. She froze, staring at the vast, twinkling sky. The stars seemed to glitter even more brightly than before. His voice continued beside her. Life comes with its hardships. You've faced what's fitting and what's not, experienced joys and sorrows. But whether life is bitter or sweet isn't for others to decide, it's up to you. Living each day well is the only right answer, don't you think? Lan Yuxian's eyes sparkled. Only now did she notice how brilliant the night sky was. After a long moment, she turned back to Liu Changqing. His face carried a smile, one she had never seen on him before. So, these bright stars won't miss Lan by a few. Looking at him, her vision blurred as she felt warm tears slide down her cheeks. She quickly lowered her head and wiped them away with the back of her hand. When she looked up again, her nose still sniffling, her face was lit with a smile. Her voice trembled slightly, filled not with sorrow but joy. Thank you, Liu Changqing. Truly. Morning. After returning from their exercise, Liu Changqing headed to take a shower. Once Feng Xian's company moved out in a few days, Liu Changqing figured he wouldn't have as much free time to return home in the evenings. Unlike in his past life with Pokemon, where he started with the black and white version, this time, Liu Changqing went straight to crafting a story centered on the protagonist Red, set in the Kanto region. The graphics were more in line with current market trends, offering more polished gameplay compared to earlier generations. Emerging from the bathroom, Liu Changqing had already dried his hair with a blow dryer. As he prepared to head downstairs, he heard Lan Yuxian's voice calling out. Wait a moment. Stopping in his tracks, he turned to her. After setting a bowl of porridge on the table, Lan Yuxian walked quickly to him, a faint smile on her face. Have some breakfast before going to the office. Liu Changqing didn't immediately respond. He glanced at her smiling face, then at the breakfast spread on the table. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded and returned to the living room. Pulling out a chair, he sat at the table. The meal consisted of a bowl of porridge, a boiled egg, and 2 steamed buns. Seeing this combination, Liu Changqing was a bit surprised. He turned to Lan Yuxian and asked, when did you make the buns? Yesterday. I thought we were low on meat. I used vermicelli and bean sprouts to make vegetarian buns. Don't like vegetarian. Liu Changqing froze momentarily before looking at her. Her expression showed a hint of worry, as if she feared he wouldn't like them. Shaking his head, he replied, actually, I prefer vegetarian buns over meat ones. Honestly, aside from the meat buns from your family's shop, I never buy meat buns elsewhere. Our family always used fresh ingredients. Lan Yuxian quickly added. Her words made Liu Changqing chuckle. Of course I know that. I've seen how clean you kept your shop whenever I went to pour myself soy milk. And your buns were always great, big, soft, and with plenty of filling. Every morning, I'd go to the meat stall to get fresh supplies. Impressive. They were really comforting to eat. With that, Liu Changqing took a spoonful of porridge. Seeing him eat, Lan Yuxian asked softly, I didn't add sugar, okay for you? That's perfect. Porridge tastes best plain, Liu Changqing replied with a smile. But suddenly, his smile faded as a thought crossed his mind. And Yuanyao always liked sugar in her porridge. Blowing on another spoonful, he muttered, though, adding sugar might not be so bad either. Lan Yuxian was momentarily taken aback. Just a moment ago, he was against it, and now he was entertaining the idea. She found his thoughts hard to follow. "Ro Thailand body." After some thought, she asked, "Want me to add some sugar for you?" "No need. This is fine," Liu Changqing replied, smiling as he picked up one of the buns. Standing nearby, Lan Yuxian smiled and said softly, "Last time, you mentioned liking spicy food, so I made some with a spicy filling just for you." Liu Changqing paused, glancing at the bun in his hand, then at her. Without saying a word, he took a bite. The flavor burst in his mouth, rich and satisfying. One word summed it up, delicious. His eyes lit up, and he chewed faster and faster until he swallowed. "These buns are amazing." Lan Yuxian laughed. "Two enough? I can get more if you want. Two's plenty. No need to overeat in the morning. But I have to say, these buns are really good." "As long as you like them," she replied, standing by with a smile. As Liu Changqing neared the end of his meal, the three children came to the table. Peeling a boiled egg, Liu Changqing seemed to remember something and addressed Zhou Xiyan, who was also peeling an egg. "Xiyan, could I ask you for a favor?" His words made everyone at the table pause and look at him. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Xiyan's eyes, but she nodded. "Of course." Encouraged by her response, Liu Changqing continued, "My daughter struggles a bit with her studies. You helped my son with tutoring before, and it worked well. If you're done with your own homework, could you help her too?" After some thought, Zhou Xiyan nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Liu Changqing smiled, quickly finished his boiled egg, and headed for the door. "I'll be back tonight. Don't wait for me at noon," he said, putting on his shoes. Lan Yuxian hurried over to ask, "What time will you be back?" "Not sure, maybe early, maybe late. Don't worry. You all go to bed as usual. I've got a key." Shoes on, he opened the door and stepped out. "Drive safely," Lan Yuxian called out. "Got it," he replied as the door closed behind him. Lan Yuxian stood by the door, listening to his fading footsteps until they disappeared. Then, she returned to the table, sat down, and sipped her porridge in small spoonfuls. Lu Xiao bit into a bun, his eyes observing Lan Yuxian as if lost in thought. Beside him, Lu Xiaozi sat in a daze, her mouth slightly open as though her soul had left her body. She had been in this state since Liu Changqing asked Zhou Xiyan to tutor her. Finally, Lu Xiaozi snapped out of it. She put down her bun and grabbed her brother's arm, her face full of reluctance. "I don't want tutoring." Her outburst startled everyone at the table, who turned to look at her in unison. Lu Xiao froze momentarily before prying her hand off his arm, his face stern. "Stop fussing. Dad arranged this so you'd stop playing on your handheld console all day. Have you even done 2 pages of your summer homework? Eat your breakfast and start working right after." "Ugh." Pouting, Lu Xiaozi's face was full of frustration as she fiercely bit into her bun, pretending to be angry. Watching this, Lan Yuxian couldn't help but smile. What an adorable little girl. Then she glanced at Lu Xiao, who managed to keep Lu Xiaozi in line. He really takes after his father, she thought. Scooping another spoonful of porridge into her mouth, Lan Yuxian's gaze lingered on the sibling duo across the table. These 2 kids, they're truly delightful. Liu Changqing listened attentively to Feng Qian's plans for their release, but the little girl in his lap was restless, reaching out to pinch his face. Feeling awkward, Liu Changqing broke free and shot her a sharp glare before refocusing on Feng Qian. Seeing she wasn't getting his attention, Feng Qian reached out again, trying to grab at Liu Changqing's face, only to be thwarted once more. Feng Qian paused his explanation, sighed helplessly, and said, "Xian, Daddy is discussing something important with Uncle Liu. Don't pinch his face." While he scolded her, Feng Qian couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and relief. Compared to the lifeless gaze and solitary behavior she exhibited not long ago, her occasional smiles now gave him much more peace of mind. His gaze shifted to the side. Feng Xian, seated on Liu Changqing's lap, had her back to him, her little legs swinging as she repeatedly tried to pinch Liu Changqing's face. Each time, he managed to dodge or escape her grip. Feng Qian felt a pang of jealousy. "I'm her father?" Liu Changqing, on the other hand, was utterly baffled by the situation. Dodging yet another attempt, he glanced out the window at the blazing sun and sighed. Turning back to Feng Qian, he asked with a hint of frustration, "What's with your daughter today? Why does she keep trying to pinch my face?" "I have no idea," Feng Qian replied. Even as her father, Feng Qian found the behavior puzzling. Her upbringing should have prevented such rude actions. Just 5 minutes earlier, Feng Xian had been sitting quietly on a little stool. Then, for some reason, she insisted on sitting on Liu Changqing's lap. Feng Qian hadn't objected, knowing Liu Changqing didn't seem to mind her presence. However, once she settled on his lap, she kept reaching for his face. The office fell into silence. Liu Changqing stared at her small hand reaching out again. This time, instead of dodging, he gently grabbed her hand and asked curiously, "I'll take you to buy new shoes this afternoon, so can you stop pinching me?" "I'm not trying to pinch you," Feng Xian finally spoke after Liu Changqing's promise, breaking her silence of the past few minutes. "Then what are you doing?" "I want to pluck the fur off Uncle Fatty's face." Her words left Liu Changqing stunned. He blinked a few times and looked at the expressionless little girl in his lap. "Fur? Where?" "Here." Feng Xian pulled her hand free and pointed at his chin. Then, with her thumb and forefinger, she pinched a hair she had spotted and gave it a small tug. "Nu yes." This time, Liu Changqing felt it. It's long, Feng Xian remarked, withdrawing her hand and tilting her head to look at him. Rubbing the spot she tugged, Liu Changqing touched his chin and, after a moment of searching, found the offending hair. Lowering his hand, his expression turned odd. So it's just because of this? Looking at Feng Xian with a mix of bewilderment and exasperation, he muttered, "You're a persistent kid." Feng Xian took it as a compliment. Liu Changqing sighed, realizing he had overestimated her cleverness. Glancing at Feng Qian, he saw an awkward expression on the man's face. Shaking his head, Liu Changqing decided to drop the matter. "We'll deal with this later. Let's go grab lunch first." He glanced at Feng Xian again. "And, get her those shoes." Grinding his teeth, he added, "I'll pay for them. Mom, I don't want to shop anymore." Li Qing's voice was petulant as she squatted down on the floor of the mall. Her behavior drew the attention of passing shoppers, causing them to glance her way. Her mother was visibly annoyed. "This girl. Get up this instant." "Nope. I'm done shopping. I want ice cream." Pouting, Li Qing tugged at her mother's hand while squatting and swayed gently. "Mom, you go shop. I'll find a place to rest." "You. Fine. I'll call you when I'm done." Her mother started to reprimand her but stopped upon seeing her daughter's pitiful expression. With a sigh, she gave in, issuing a few warnings before turning to leave. Once her mother was out of sight, Li Qing stood up with a broad smile. More than 10 days of summer vacation had passed, and Li Qing had spent most of them lying around at home. At first, her mother was overly kind, letting her sleep in and cooking her favorite meals. But by the 4th day, her mother's patience wore thin, replaced by constant scolding about lying around, leaving dishes unwashed, and not sweeping the floor. Today was no exception. Her mother, planning to visit an old friend, had dragged her along instead of letting her stay home, worried she'd waste away into a useless lump. Even her father, who had been grinning on the sidelines, didn't speak up in her defense. Feeling a pang of grievance, Li Qing thought to herself, "I can't wait for school to start." Looking at the bustling crowd, Li Qing zoned out momentarily. "What's uncle doing right now?" Shaking her head, she sighed, lightly patting her cheeks to clear her thoughts. After regaining focus, she began wandering around again, occasionally glancing at her surroundings, seemingly searching for something. The summer heat was oppressive, and even with the mall's air conditioning, something felt missing. On a hot day like this, ice cream is a must. With that thought, Li Qing made up her mind. "Did you buy those little leather shoes here?" Liu Changqing turned to Feng Qian, who was standing next to him, and asked. He recognized this mall. The clothes and shoes sold here weren't cheap. Compared to shops outside, even if the styles looked similar, the prices were always a bit steeper. Holding his daughter's small hand, Feng Qian heard Liu Changqing's question and nodded. "Yeah, Xian's shoes weren't bought that long ago either. Besides, she already has plenty at home. Why don't we skip buying this time? Do I seem like the kind of person who breaks his promises?" Liu Changqing found Feng Qian's suggestion a bit inappropriate. If you make a promise to a child, how can you go back on your word? No child becomes disappointed in their parents overnight. It's the accumulation of countless small moments in daily life that eventually leads to such feelings. Once you've promised something, you must follow through. Besides, how expensive can a pair of kids' leather shoes be? Liu Changqing didn't believe that children's leather shoes would cost more than adult shoes. In his memory, he frequently bought clothes and shoes for his son, while his daughter's clothing was handled by Li Wanran back then. After all, the clothes he chose never seemed to align with his daughter's preferences. Feng Qian gave Liu Changqing a peculiar look and couldn't help but ask, "Have you never bought shoes for your daughter?" "Not yet, as far as I can recall." Liu Changqing thought for a moment before answering. Seeing Feng Qian's odd expression, he suddenly felt uneasy. "How much were the last shoes you bought for your daughter?" 360. What the H*LL. Liu Changqing caught himself before finishing the expletive, visibly shocked. In an era when a big bowl of noodles cost just 4 yuan, a pair of children's leather shoes priced at 360 seemed exorbitant. Isn't this daylight robbery? I used to work in the clothing industry, and adult shoes cost at most a dozen yuan to make. Charging this much is as good as stealing. Feng Qian and his daughter looked at Liu Changqing's indignant expression without saying a word. In the children's shoe store, Liu Changqing muttered 2 words, "So nice." Feng Qian, standing nearby, was puzzled. He leaned in closer to Liu Changqing, who was feeling the sole of the shoe with his hand. "What's so nice? Do the shoes really smell good?" It wasn't until Feng Qian's voice interrupted his thoughts that Liu Changqing realized he had spoken out loud. He coughed lightly but didn't stop inspecting the shoes, continuously squeezing and feeling them. "This texture, this quality," he murmured as he answered Feng Qian's curiosity. "You could say I suddenly started liking something I initially hated." "Like what?" "Like these shoes." Liu Changqing lifted the shoes, slid his hand inside, and felt the interior. "See? My hand slides in without any discomfort. Shoes like these will feel great for a child to wear." "Ah, I see." Feng Qian nodded in agreement, while little Feng Xian sat nearby with a blank expression, staring at the 2 adults having such an odd conversation. One of her feet was wearing a small leather shoe, while the other, clad only in a white sock, dangled freely. The shoe that should have been on that foot was in Liu Changqing's hand. "No, yes. Uncle. Hello, could you bring me another pair of these shoes in this style?" Liu Changqing ignored Feng Xian's faint whisper and turned to the sales clerk waiting nearby. "Certainly, sir." The clerk smiled and walked off to fetch the shoes. Holding the one in his hand, Liu Changqing thought to himself, "These look great. I should get a pair for my daughter too." Li Qing stood frozen in place. The world was indeed small. She stared blankly at the man walking toward her from a distance. Although he looked thinner than the last time she saw him, Li Qing recognized him immediately. Liu Changqing. Her expression shifted into one of pleasant surprise. Li Qing raised her hand and waved, shouting, "Uncle." Her shout drew the attention of everyone nearby. Heads turned to look at the young woman waving her arms energetically. Ignoring the onlookers, Li Qing saw Liu Changqing stop in his tracks at the sound of her voice. Likewise, Liu Changqing noticed her. His face, too, was filled with surprise. "What's this silly girl doing here?" Li Qing ran toward him, holding an ice cream cone. Her movements were clumsy, clearly not someone accustomed to exercise. Just as she reached him, her poor running posture caused her to trip. She stumbled forward, and the ice cream flew from her hand. It landed squarely on Liu Changqing's chest. Liu Changqing fell silent. The cold sensation on his chest told him he had been hit. With a sigh, he realized this wasn't the first time this careless girl had done something like this. The last time, she tripped while running with books. "Can you get up by yourself?" Liu Changqing asked softly. Still on the ground, Li Qing grimaced in pain before slowly getting up. The first thing she noticed upon standing was the ice cream now dripping down Liu Changqing's chest. Stunned for a moment, she quickly pulled out some tissues. "I'm sorry, uncle, I didn't mean to." She reached out to help, but Liu Changqing stepped back. Her hands froze midair as she processed his reaction. "I'll handle it myself," he said, taking the tissues from her and wiping the ice cream that had seeped into his clothes. The sticky feeling was unpleasant. Nearby, Feng Xian and his daughter watched the scene unfold as if it were straight out of a TV drama. Feng Xian's expression remained blank, though her curiosity led her to tilt her head and observe the flustered Li Qing. Feng Xian, on the other hand, glanced between Liu Changqing and Li Qing with a peculiar look. She was a young girl, probably just over 20, with a pretty, pleasant appearance far from stunning but very easy on the eyes. What could she possibly have to do with Liu Changqing? The image of the woman from the parent-teacher meeting surfaced in Feng Qian's mind. It had been a while since he'd seen her. If they were in a relationship, Liu Changqing didn't seem to be pursuing her. Could they have broken up? Feng Qian's mind was filled with questions as he looked at Liu Changqing thoughtfully. Liu Changqing managed to clean most of the mess, though some sticky residue remained on his hands. He didn't like the sensation at all. Spotting a trash bin, he threw away the used tissues and returned to stand in front of Li Qing, who was nervously fiddling with her fingers, her head hanging low. After a moment of silence, he sighed and asked, "Weren't you supposed to go home for summer vacation? What are you doing here?" The scene of their meeting wasn't what Li Qing had envisioned. Instead of answering Liu Changqing's question, her eyes fell to his chest, guilt flickering across her face. "I'm sorry, uncle. I didn't mean to." "I know you didn't." Liu Changqing wasn't angry. Looking at the girl with her head lowered, he asked again, "So, weren't you supposed to go home for summer vacation? Why are you here?" "My mom wanted to meet a friend and insisted I come along." "A friend?" Liu Changqing thought for a moment. "Is she planning to set you up for a blind date?" Li Qing's head shot up in surprise. She hadn't thought of that possibility, but the more she considered it, the more uneasy she felt. Why else would her mom insist on bringing her along when she'd refused outings in the past? Her expression turned anxious. "It shouldn't be a blind date, right? I'm just a first-year college student. Who knows? Maybe she's just meeting a friend and nothing more," Liu Changqing replied. His words, however, didn't alleviate Li Qing's worries. The possibility of a blind date sent waves of panic through her. Seeing her bewildered expression, Liu Changqing turned to Feng Qian and explained, "This young lady used to frequent the bookstore where I worked." "Oh, I see," Feng Qian replied, a look of understanding crossing his face. To him, Li Qing appeared to be a student. Though her interaction with Liu Changqing seemed somewhat close, if there were anything inappropriate between them, he'd have to re-evaluate his impression of Liu Changqing. The thought of someone going after a girl more than 10 years younger gave him a shiver. Noticing Feng Qian's visible reaction, Liu Changqing glanced around in confusion. The mall's air conditioning felt fine. What was with the shiver? Li Qing snapped out of her thoughts and suddenly grabbed Liu Changqing's arm, her face full of panic. "Uncle, help me." "Huh? Help you with what?" Her outburst drew the attention of passers-by, some even stopping in their tracks embarrassed. Liu Changqing gently pried her hand off and spoke in a lower voice. "Talk properly, don't shout like that." "You're right, uncle. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. My mom was unusually persistent today. Normally, if I refuse once or twice, she gives up, but today she was adamant no matter how much I protested." Li Qing's face was full of worry as she looked at Liu Changqing with a pleading expression. "Uncle, could she really be trying to set me up on a blind date? I'm still young." "You're not that young," Liu Changqing replied after giving her a once-over. "When I was younger, there were plenty of people getting married at 16 or 17. By the way, how old are you now?" 19. 19? Huh? That's still pretty young," he muttered before realizing something. When this girl was born, his original body was already 16 years old. Kids these days grow up fast, he thought, shaking his head. Seeing her worried expression, Liu Changqing chuckled. "Relax. At 19, you can't even legally register for marriage. There's no way your mom's taking you to a blind date." Maybe after you graduate from college, it's more likely are a Nigerian Nairobes. My mom doesn't play by the rules. Li Qing protested. If you don't want to go, she can't force you, Liu Changqing reassured her. Then, with a teasing smile, he offered a suggestion. If it really is a blind date, just act silly. Order soda, take a big gulp, and spit it out on purpose. Li Qing froze. Such an embarrassing act. That's not a good idea. Alright, then cry. Cry loudly and as dramatically as you can. The more heartbroken you look, the better. Uncle. From her exasperated tone, Liu Changqing could tell she wasn't taking his suggestions seriously. Dropping the playful tone, he said, "You're not even 20 yet. There's no way she's taking you to a blind date. Stop overthinking it." With that, he moved to change the topic. To Liu Changqing, Li Qing was still a child. She had only recently started college and still carried a youthful innocence, untouched by the complexities of the world. He couldn't help but find amusement in teasing her, much like he would with his own children. Pulling out his phone, he pretended to check the time and feigned surprise. "It's this late already? Old Fang, let's head back to the office." Turning to Li Qing, he said, "You shouldn't wander around on your own. Call your mom." "Uncle, are you working now?" Li Qing asked curiously. "Yeah, I'm working at a company. Just taking my lunch break to buy shoes for his daughter," he said, gesturing to Feng Qian and his daughter. "I need to head back soon. Let's chat another time." With that, Liu Changqing walked past her, waving offhandedly. "And you, don't wander around aimlessly." He glanced back at Feng Qian and his daughter, who were still standing there, and called out, "Why are you two just standing there? Let's go." Feng Qian nodded at Li Qing as a quick goodbye before taking his daughter's hand and following Liu Changqing. Li Qing stood there in a daze, watching Liu Changqing walk away. She didn't call out to him but quietly observed his departing figure, lost in thought. After leaving the mall, Liu Changqing noticed Feng Qian's hesitant expression and peculiar gaze. Stopping in his tracks, he asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" "That girl seems to feel something special for you," Feng Qian said, his tone suggestive. Liu Changqing fell silent. He understood Li Qing's feelings. Though their first encounter was rather chaotic, they got along well afterward. She frequently visited him at the bookstore, chatting casually. From the original owner's fragmented memories, he vaguely recalled her presence. "That was last year, though." Liu Changqing sighed. "This body left me quite the mess to clean up." Glancing at Feng Qian, he resumed walking. "She's still a kid. Sometimes young people misinterpret emotions as affection. Give her some space, and she'll let go eventually." As they neared the parking lot, he murmured, "Time will heal everything." Liu Changqing drove back to his place. Checking his phone as he got out of the car, he noticed it was almost midnight. It was the first time he truly realized how exhausting working in the gaming industry could be. No wonder Feng Qian used to stay out so late, otherwise, Feng Xian might not have gone through those tough times. After parking the car, Liu Changqing picked up the shoes he had bought for his daughter from the passenger seat and headed toward his apartment. Climbing the stairs at night felt entirely different from the daytime, especially in an old building like this, where many hallway lights were broken and nobody cared enough to repair them. Carrying the shoes, Liu Changqing felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Step by step, the sound of his footsteps echoed in the dim stairwell until he reached his door. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his keys, inserted them into the lock, and turned twice before opening the door. As he stepped inside, he was momentarily stunned. The living room lights were still on. Carefully closing the door, Liu Changqing tried to minimize any noise, knowing that the kids should already be asleep at this hour. Even as he removed his shoes, his movements were deliberately quiet. After changing into slippers, he took a few steps and stopped in his tracks. On the sofa, Lan Yuxian was leaning against a cushion, her face turned to the side and her eyes closed. She was wearing the loose-fitting clothes Liu Changqing had recently bought for her, this time without any mishaps. Feeling a bit puzzled, Liu Changqing first headed toward his daughter's room. Gently pushing the door open, he peeked inside. This time, she wasn't playing on her handheld console. Entering the room, Liu Changqing saw his daughter curled up in bed, lying on her side. He walked to her bedside and placed the new shoes on the floor next to it. Then he crouched down, looking at her small face. Since Yarong's last visit, he'd noticed a significant change in her behavior. She was more obedient, less prone to tantrums. That day, despite lowering their voices, Liu Changqing felt his daughter must have overheard parts of their conversation. Still, he didn't want to tell her the whole truth. The current era was different from the one he had lived in before. With limited access to the internet and fewer entertainment options, even a simple handheld game could captivate his daughter. For children like her, their entire world consisted of observing their parents' actions and unconsciously imitating them. In the past, Li Wanran had doted on their daughter more, and naturally, the child gravitated toward her. Liu Changqing still remembered the first time he saw Lu Ziazi. After arriving in this world, she had been crying and wailing, and his mind had been in chaos. He had wanted to yell at the troublesome little girl, but he didn't. A child under 10 could discern right from wrong but was still just a child. The future would provide her with the answers she needed. As he looked at his daughter, her face seemed troubled. She mumbled softly in her sleep, though her words were unclear. "Math. I can't solve it." Hearing this, Liu Changqing couldn't help but smile wryly. He reached out and gently patted her back. The rhythmic motion gradually calmed her down, easing her from what seemed to be a nightmare. With grave yes. After a while, he stopped and tucked the blanket snugly around her before standing up and leaving the room, closing the door softly behind him. Back in the living room, Liu Changqing hesitated for a moment before walking toward the sofa. He gently shook Lan Yuxian's shoulder and softly called her name. Lan Yuxian. Lan Yuxian. It took a while, but she stirred. Slowly opening her eyes, she looked at him in a daze for about 5 seconds before fully waking up. Why are you sleeping on the sofa? Liu Changqing asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Still groggy, Lan Yuxian blinked at him before murmuring, "You're back." "Yeah. Why aren't you sleeping in your room? I left some food for you. I thought you'd be back around the same time as yesterday. Have you eaten yet?" Liu Changqing was momentarily stunned before shaking his head. "Not yet? All right, I'll heat it up for you," she said, getting up from the sofa and slipping on her slippers as she walked toward the kitchen. Liu Changqing watched her back as she moved away, a complicated expression crossing his face. She was waiting for me. He had always felt a certain sympathy for Lan Yuxian. As a mother raising a child on her own, she wasn't particularly strong-willed. She had fears and grew weary, but her determination for her child's sake was admirable. That was why Liu Changqing had felt compelled to help her when she faced difficulties. And she was kind. Her gentle demeanor made it impossible for Liu Changqing to get angry with her, even if he wanted to. Walking to the kitchen, he watched as she added water to the pot to reheat the dishes. "Do we still have noodles at home?" he asked. Lan Yuxian, startled, turned to glance at him. After a moment, she nodded. "Yes, we do." "Then don't bother reheating the dishes. Just make some noodles and add an egg. It's no trouble. I don't mind heating the food, but I'm worried that eating too much at night will make me gain weight." Lan Yuxian froze. She looked at Liu Changqing's serious expression, and suddenly, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Covering her mouth, she chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" he asked, puzzled. "You're so funny. At your age, worrying about gaining weight. What's wrong with my age? Can't I try to lose weight? Clothes don't fit me well anymore, I think," she said, pausing to look him over. "You're fine as you are. Men should be judged by their character, not their looks." Liu Changqing was silent for a moment before replying, "I used to be really handsome." "That was in the past," Lan Yuxian teased, smiling as she added water to the pot and turned up the gas stove. The flame burned brightly as she turned back to face him. "Do you want soup noodles or dry noodles?" "Either is fine." "Then soup noodles it is," she said, turning back to her task. "Work must be exhausting. A bowl of soup noodles will help you relax." With that, she busied herself in the kitchen. Liu Changqing stood there, watching her, his expression softening. His thoughts wandered as he observed her quiet movements, though he couldn't quite put them into words. July 22nd. A week had quietly passed. After exercising and taking a shower at home, Liu Changqing noticed something remarkable. Pants that had felt tight last month now fit comfortably without him needing to suck in his stomach. He stood there stunned for a moment before bursting into excitement. Clenching his fists, he gave a triumphant pump and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh yeah." His moment of celebration was abruptly interrupted by a knock on the bathroom door, followed by a voice. "Dad, if you're done, let me in." "All right, just a moment." It was Lu Xiao outside the door, and Liu Changqing quickly regained his composure. After taking a deep breath and patting his face to calm down, he opened the door. His son stood there with fresh clothes in hand. Liu Changqing gave him a once-over and noticed something different. Reaching out, he patted his son's stomach. Liu Xiao looked puzzled, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Why are you patting my stomach? Why does it feel like you've slimmed down faster than me? What? Didn't you notice your pants getting looser?" Liu Changqing asked while scrutinizing his son. Suddenly inspired, he grabbed Liu Xiao's arm and led him to the doorway of his room. Placing a hand on his son's shoulder, he gently pushed him against the wall. "Stand straight." Obediently, Liu Xiao did as told. Flattening his palm, Liu Changqing measured the top of his son's head against the marks etched on the doorframe. These faint lines were ones Liu Changqing had carved after crossing into this world, periodically checking his son's growth. Yes. He carefully observed the lines. While the measurements were crude, it was clear that his son had grown significantly taller since the last time. Liu Changqing frowned. "How did you grow this much? How much this time?" Liu Xiao asked curiously. "About 3 centimeters, Liu Changqing replied without hesitation. Retracting his hand, he patted his son's shoulder, which was slick with sweat. "Go take a shower. You're dripping sweat everywhere." The sound of the bathroom door locking marked his son's retreat, leaving the living room quieter. Since Lan Yuxian and her daughter had moved in, bathroom use required a bit more caution. Liu Changqing vividly remembered an awkward moment not long ago when he barged in early one morning, pants unfastened, only to find Lan Yuxian inside. Thankfully, his reflexes saved him from a full-blown fiasco. Turning back to the doorframe, Liu Changqing took out his keys and scratched a shallow mark at the height he had just measured. When he first arrived in this world, Liu Xiao had been about 171 centimeters tall. In such a short time, he had grown several centimeters, now standing at least 176 centimeters. His gaze shifted toward the bathroom, where the sound of running water continued. "Middle schoolers grow fast," he muttered to himself. The door to Lu Xiao's room creaked open, revealing her with her hair a mess, strands sticking to her forehead. Her expression radiated displeasure. Noticing her mood, Liu Changqing called out, "Ziazi, come here." With her mouth open, ready to yawn, Liu Ziazi paused and turned her groggy gaze toward him. Slowly, she walked over, confused. "What's up? Stand here. Let me see if you've grown taller." Before she could respond, Liu Changqing pulled her closer and checked her height against the doorframe. He noticed a faint mark from last week but was surprised to find that her current height was slightly below it. Liu Changqing was baffled. "Why are you shorter?" "Shorter. Never mind," he mumbled, brushing off her question. Hearing her father's vague response, Liu Ziazi puffed her cheeks in irritation. "I wore shoes last time. Did you?" Thinking for a moment, Liu Changqing glanced at her feet, now clad in slippers. "You're wearing slippers now too. But last time, I wore leather shoes," she exclaimed, her small fists clenched near her chest as her face flushed red. Even she felt embarrassed. The leather shoes Liu Changqing had recently bought were a favorite of hers. The morning she found them by her bed, her joyful scream was so piercing that Liu Changqing doubted he'd forget it anytime soon. Kids had simple ways of expressing their emotions. When sad, they cried loudly. When happy, they shouted with all their might. Liu Changqing was used to it by now. Patting her messy hair, he forced a smile. "You've grown. It's just not very noticeable yet. Don't worry, you're still young and have plenty of time to grow." Liu Ziazi stared at him blankly with wide eyes, then let out a loud, exaggerated wail before storming back into her room. The door slammed shut behind her. Liu Changqing stood there, his hand frozen midair as the living room fell silent. A soft chuckle broke the quiet. He turned to see Lan Yuxian setting the table, her laugh escaping before she could stop it. "What are you laughing at?" he asked. "Your family is so lively," she said, smiling as she looked at him. "This feels like what a home should be." For a moment, Liu Changqing said nothing. He walked to the dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "Where's your daughter?" he asked. "She's studying. Finished her summer homework already and started reviewing for her 3rd year of middle school. Hardworking. But she should eat breakfast first." "No need. I just brought it to her room," Lan Yuxian replied. "All right," Liu Changqing said as he glanced at the breakfast she had prepared. Without another word, he started eating. Behind drawn curtains, the dimly lit room was steeped in silence. Yarong lay on a large bed, her face twisted with pain and fear. Her hands clutched the blanket tightly, her head tossing as though trying to escape something. Time ticked by slowly. A sharp scream shattered the silence as Yarong sat bolt upright. Gasping for air, she gripped the blanket tightly, her throat dry. After a moment, her gaze fell on the framed photo on the bedside table. The photo, aged and worn, filled her eyes with a strange mix of confusion and sorrow. "Why won't you let me go?" Her voice was barely audible as she sat in silence, staring at the photo. Finally, her expression shifted, and her eyes grew resolute. "Madam, please be Havili Wanran's wedding concluded flawlessly yesterday. Unlike the previous one, this wedding was a grand affair, attended primarily by her mother and Li Changqing's friends, as well as business associates. Li Wanran had few friends. Since high school, she had always preferred solitude. Her cold demeanor easily deterred anyone attempting to get close to her. The only person who could be considered her friend was An Yuanyeo. The two had grown up together, attending the same kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school. They only diverged at university. During her first year of college, Li Wanran gave birth to her first child, whom she named Liu Ziya. Initially, both she and her mother were adamant that the child should take her surname. However, her father, still alive at the time, had firmly declared, "Liu Changqing isn't a live-in son-in-law, there's no need for the child to take the Li surname." Her father had complete control over the household and was thriving in his career. In contrast, after his death, the family business, now under her mother's management, saw a noticeable decline. Li Wanran never cared much about these matters. Under her mother's influence, she had grown up hearing her say how marrying her father was her life's greatest regret. Her mother often reminded her never to marry someone like her father. However, during her high school years, when Li Wanran thought she had found someone she could spend her life with, she and her lifelong friend An Yuanyeo both fell for the same man. Heartbroken after losing out, she impulsively chose Liu Changqing, who had pursued her relentlessly for 3 years. She could still vividly remember her mother's fury back then. But this time, she wasn't being impulsive. This time, she had chosen someone she truly loved. This time, she was determined to find happiness. Li Changming noticed her dazed expression and set down his knife and fork. He called her name softly. "Wanran? Wanran. What is it?" Snapping out of her thoughts, Li Wanran returned to the present and looked at the man she loved so deeply. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal her affection. Seeing her respond, Li Changming asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or is the food here not to your liking?" "No, it's delicious," she replied with a gentle shake of her head and a smile. Relieved, Li Changming's worried expression faded. "That's good. You seemed preoccupied just now, and I was really worried." "It's nothing." Her heart felt warm at his genuine concern. She was about to say something more when her phone, placed at the corner of the table, began to ring. Startled, she picked it up and glanced at the caller ID, her expression turning puzzled. "A call from Mom. What an adorable little one," An Yuanyeo said as she leaned closer to look at the chubby-faced baby with sparse hair. This was her younger brother's child, just 100 days old. At 34, Anyuanyeo was 8 years older than her brother, who had married 2 years ago and welcomed his first son earlier this year. The baby lying on the bed, his round cheeks puffed out as he smiled, was the apple of their family's eye. She hesitated for a moment, wanting to touch his chubby cheeks but worrying that she might not control her strength and hurt him. Finally, she extended a finger and gently poked his soft cheek. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. Startled by the touch, the baby opened his eyes. His round, bright gaze met hers directly, and for a moment, his little face froze in surprise. Then he reacted, his tiny hands and feet flailing as he broke into a big smile. Seeing his delighted expression, Anyuanyeo was momentarily stunned before her own face softened into a smile. Sis. Her attempt to playfully poke him again was interrupted by a voice from the doorway. Turning, she saw a sharply dressed man with an air of authority. It was her younger brother, Changqing. Walking toward her, he towered over her by half a head, his face lighting up with joy. Mom told me you divorced that Li guy. Caught off guard by his words, Anyuanyeo took a moment to respond. She studied his face, which had changed significantly from the youthful one in her memory. Now, as a new father, he seemed far more mature. Finally, she smiled, nodding lightly. Yeah, we divorced. It's about time. I never liked that guy, Changqing said, his tone brimming with indignation on her behalf. Back when his sister got married, he had still been a student, but even then, he disliked Liu Changqing. There had always been something untrustworthy about him. The baby on the bed, noticing his father's arrival, became even more excited, giggling nonstop. Both their gazes shifted to the laughing child. Carefully, Changqing picked him up, cradling him in his arms. Watching her brother's awkward handling, Anyuanyeo couldn't suppress a laugh. Isn't that uncomfortable for him? Hold him properly. I'm just letting my son get a good look at his aunt, he replied with a grin. Bouncing the baby gently, he added, come on, say auntie. Seriously? He's only 100 days old. You're a father now, act like it, she retorted. My son's a genius. Say it enough times, and he just might. Fine, fine, your son's a genius, she replied, laughing. But as she watched her brother with his child, her laughter gradually faded, and her head lowered. Noticing her change in mood, Changqing stopped playing with the baby and looked at her in concern. Sis, what's wrong? Where are mom and dad? She asked softly. Startled, he answered, they're meeting some guests outside. Why, meeting guests? She muttered the words to herself, her eyes growing brighter in a way her brother couldn't see. Lifting her head, she stepped closer to him, her face suddenly brimming with enthusiasm. Do me a favor. Anyuanyeo's mother walked into the room. At a glance, she saw her grandson sleeping soundly on the bed and her son sitting at the bedside, back turned to the doorway. She walked forward, stopping by the bed, and leaned in to look at the little boy with his tiny hands clenched into fists resting above his head. Her face couldn't hide the joy. My grandson is just so adorable, she murmured in a low voice, as if talking to herself. Then, as if remembering something, So-Yan shifted her gaze away from the child and looked around. Anyuanyeo was nowhere to be seen. She called out to Changqing, Changqing, where's your sister? Huh? Changqing, who had been sitting with his back to So-Yan, turned around with a slightly awkward expression. He instinctively glanced to the side. She went to the bathroom. The bathroom? Yeah, she just left not long ago. After answering, Changqing suddenly seemed curious. By the way, Mom, what is it? What did my sister do wrong? Why are you and Dad restricting her freedom? Your sister didn't do anything wrong. Then that's weird. If she didn't do anything wrong, why are you and Dad keeping her locked up? So-Yan paused, remembering the agreement she'd made with her daughter not to tell anyone about their conversation. But, since her husband already knew, it wouldn't hurt for her son to know too, right? Sitting on the bed, she said to her son, your sister divorced this time because she fell for someone else. Huh. The news hit Changqing like a ton of bricks, and he couldn't help but exclaim loudly. The sudden noise startled the little boy sleeping on the bed, causing him to shudder. Seeing this, So-Yan quickly reached out to gently pat the child's chest. After a moment, the boy, who had almost woken up, gradually settled back into sleep. Both of them sighed in relief. Changqing scooted closer to his mother and lowered his voice. What do you mean? Wasn't the divorce because that guy named Li was with Li Wanran? Hearing his question, So-Yan also lowered her voice and cupped her hand by her mouth. That's part of it. The other part is that your sister met someone better who treats her quite well. Seriously. Changqing was wide-eyed with surprise. His sister hadn't mentioned this at all earlier? He clearly remembered her saying, Mom and Dad are afraid I won't move on from my failed marriage, so they're keeping me locked up. But, the more they do this, the worse I feel. I want to see the scenery, visit other cities, and relax for a few days. Please help me, Changqing. I promise I'll come back in just a few days. Ayo. The image of his sister earnestly making that promise was still fresh in his mind. Did she lie to him? Snapping back to reality, Changqing looked at his mother. Are you saying my sister doesn't actually want to go on a short trip? Trip? What trip? So-Yan froze, confused by her son's words, but quickly pieced things together. Where is your sister? She went to the bathroom. Tell me the truth. Having raised her son, So-Yan instantly spotted the telltale signs of lying, his stammering, his wandering gaze, and his unwillingness to meet her eyes. Her expression darkened. Noticing the change in his mother's demeanor, Changqing started to panic. She might have gone to the bathroom. And King Sun, tell me the truth. The stern tone made him straighten up instinctively. Years of maternal discipline kicked in as he sat upright and confessed. All right, Mom. My sister asked me to cover for her. She slipped out through the back door 10 minutes ago. I suggest you go after her right away, you might still catch her. With a serious expression, he avoided looking at his mother as he added, based on her plan, she might first head back to grab some things and then try to escape. Hurry? You won't catch her if you're too slow. So-yan looked at him, astonished. She reached out and flicked his forehead with her finger. How can you still fall for your sister's tricks? Hasn't she lied to you enough growing up? When did she leave? 10 minutes ago. Hearing this, So-yan's expression grew darker. She stood up and muttered, that's long enough for her to have gotten far. I need to tell your dad. With that, she opened the door and walked out. And King Sun maintained his upright posture for a moment longer before flopping onto the bed like a deflated balloon. Staring at the ceiling, he eventually rolled over and looked at his son's chubby little face. Muttering to himself, he said, Son, your dad's doomed. A bag, a key, and a phone. And Yuanyeo rushed to the bus station and boarded a coach. Finding her seat, she sat down, her heart bubbling with excitement. They'll never guess I took the bus. Although it was the slowest mode of transport, it was also the least expected. Sitting by the window, she watched the scene outside. People bustled about, some pulling suitcases, others carrying large bags of unknown items. The novelty of it all fascinated her. She had never taken such a bus before, making it a fresh experience. It didn't take long for the bus to fill up, and a slightly older person sat beside her. As the bus started moving, the atmosphere became quiet, though it didn't last long. Before long, passengers began chatting out of boredom. Their topics drifted into her ears. Are you married? Where's your hometown? How many kids do you have? Where are you working this year? The lively exchanges intrigued her, and she closed her eyes while half listening to the conversations around her. Yet, her mind wandered elsewhere. As the bus traveled further, the chatter gradually subsided. And Yuanyeo opened her eyes and gazed at the scenery flashing by outside. Her thoughts drifted. What are you doing now? It was another early morning. After finishing his usual exercise and enjoying the breakfast prepared by Lan Yuxian, Liu Changqing drove his little van to the company. As always, he was greeted at the entrance by Feng Xian, her expression still as blank as ever. Seeing the familiar look on her face, Liu Changqing couldn't help but smile. Seizing the opportunity while her father wasn't around, he gave her braid a playful tug and pinched her cheek. Afterward, he took her little hand and walked inside. The receptionist greeted them as usual, and Liu Changqing returned her greeting with a cheerful smile before heading into his office. Once seated in front of the computer, he slumped in his chair. I don't feel like drawing anymore. There's not enough manpower, so you'll just have to tough it out, Feng Xian said as he clicked the mouse, his eyes glued to the computer screen. Just venting. Liu Changqing muttered half-heartedly. He had no real intention of stopping. After all, how could he meet next month's release deadline otherwise? Progress had already been accelerated significantly. Meanwhile, Feng Xian struggled to move a chair closer. After climbing onto it, she pulled out her homework from her small backpack and began working on it slowly. Liu Changqing couldn't help but marvel at her focus. For a 10-year-old, she managed her time incredibly well. Back when he was her age, summer homework? That was always crammed into the last 2 days of vacation. Wasn't playing by the river or collecting marbles more fun? Not to mention trading 5-cent packs of collectible cards? The memories washed over him like a tide, but Liu Changqing quickly shook his head and refocused on his work. This time, he fully immersed himself. Time ticked by, and the quiet of the office was only interrupted by the rhythmic clicking of the mouse. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a blaring ringtone. I love you like a mouse loves rice. Feng Qian paused, frowning as he glanced toward the source of the noise. Who's singing that? It's awful. Liu Changqing's expression darkened. I sang it. Listen closely, it's the sorrow of life captured in song. A masterpiece. Feng Qian blinked, reorganizing his words with an impassive face. Liu Changqing didn't take the banter seriously. A few days ago, in a bout of boredom, he had recorded the song as his ringtone and alarm. It was far more obnoxious than the default ding-ding-ding tones. With diaresis OES. Pulling out his vibrating phone, he checked the caller ID. An Yuanyeo. The moment he saw the name, his expression changed. He let the screeching ringtone play, staring blankly at the screen as if in a daze. The atrocious singing was unbearable for Feng Qian. Unable to hold back, he turned toward Liu Changqing. Old Liu, answer the phone. Oh. Snapped out of his trance, Liu Changqing pressed the reject button. The noise cut off abruptly. Tossing the phone casually onto the desk, he resumed his work. Neither Feng Qian nor Feng Xian paid further attention and returned to their respective tasks. Just as the office regained its quiet atmosphere, the same ringtone blared again. I love you. Liu Changqing grabbed the phone and hung up before the first line finished. This time, instead of resuming his work, he stared at the phone's screen. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, it rang again. He cut it off after just the first word, I. Seconds later, it rang once more, and he rejected the call again. After a few cycles of this, Feng Qian sighed, putting down his work. He looked at Liu Changqing with a helpless expression. If you don't want to answer, just block them. Why keep rejecting it? Liu Changqing said nothing, his thoughts unreadable. The phone rang again, echoing in the quiet office. This time, Liu Changqing stared at it in a trance. He had been clear the last time they talked, hadn't he? She'd disappeared for days. What was the point of calling now? His gaze became complicated, and after hesitating for a while, he stood up and walked out without a word. As the door clicked shut, Feng Qian and his daughter exchanged puzzled glances. At the stairwell, Liu Changqing lit a cigarette. His mood soured. In the echo-prone space, the ringtone blared again, grating on his nerves. Taking a long drag, he looked at the caller ID. Finally, he pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. Hello. What are you doing? Do you know how many times I've called? Why are you only answering now? Liu Changqing didn't respond immediately. After a moment of thought, he spoke. I thought I made myself clear last time. Why are you calling me now? What do you think? I just went to the bookstore, but you weren't there. I'm not at the bookstore. Then where are you? Why do you want to know? Our relationship now, let's just not. I'm on my way to your house. Her words caught him off guard. Why are you going to my house? To find you. I'm not home. Then where are you? Are you crazy? Or is something wrong with my head? Why would I tell you where I am? Can't you just go home and sleep? After a brief silence, Anyuanyeo replied nonchalantly, Fine, I'll wait at your house. I'll have Ziazi open the door. I don't believe you won't come back. Wait a minute. Hearing that, Liu Changqing quickly stopped her. He opened his mouth, but it took a long sigh before he spoke again. I'm at XXXXXX. Call me when you get here, and I'll come downstairs. Liu Changqing stood downstairs, slightly tilting his head back as he exhaled a puff of smoke. He flicked the cigarette to the ground and crushed the burning stub under his toe. Looking up at the sky, he lit another one. He wasn't sure why, but the news of Anyuanyeo's arrival had stirred a faint unease within him. It had been some time since he'd last seen her, though he couldn't recall exactly how many days. It wasn't something he wanted to think about. He'd grown used to his current life, so what was the reason for her return now? His thoughts were interrupted as a taxi slowly approached, stopping about 10 meters away. Holding his cigarette halfway to his lips, Liu Changqing froze. He watched as the car door opened, a leg stepping out first, followed by the rest of the person in Anyuanyeo. She stood there with a bag in her hand, her figure framed in his line of sight. Her face showed traces of exhaustion and faint anger. As she took her first step, her pace quickened. Liu Changqing, seeing her heading toward him, had an impulse to turn and run back upstairs. But he suppressed the urge, choosing instead to feign calmness as he stood his ground. In no time, Anyuanyeo was standing in front of him, slightly tilting her head to meet his gaze. Her weary appearance and rapid blinking told him she hadn't rested well. She stared at him intently, noting his thinner frame. Has he been struggling too? Was it because of me? A trace of joy flashed through her heart, but before it could reach her face, she noticed the cigarette between his fingers. Her brows furrowed, and she snatched it from his hand, tossing it to the ground and stomping it out. Who told you to smoke? It smells awful, she said, her tone a mix of irritation and concern. Cut back on it. It's bad for your health. Are you crazy? Did you just insult me? Anyuanyeo was stunned. She hadn't expected his first words after their reunion to be an insult. Liu Changqing, irritated by her reaction, frowned. What do you want this time? I was clear last time we talked. Please, have some decency. You. How many times do I have to say it? Don't you care about your reputation? Aren't you worried about what others will say behind your back? Liu Changqing couldn't understand her intentions. What did she want from him? What was her goal? His expression darkened, and his tone turned colder. Go back to where you came from. Stop looking for me. If you don't, I'll block your number when I get home. Without waiting for a reply, Liu Changqing turned and walked toward the building. His steps quickened as he tried to shake off the encounter. Just as he reached the entrance, a loud voice echoed behind him. I'm divorced. His foot, mid-step on the stair, froze. Liu Changqing stood there, his back to Anyuanyeo, as if his body had rusted in place. Slowly, he turned around to face her. Her shout had left him visibly stunned, his face a mix of disbelief and hesitation. Anyuanyeo opened her bag, pulled out a small booklet, and held it high in the air without saying a word. Liu Changqing's gaze was drawn to the booklet, and almost involuntarily, he found himself walking back toward her. Standing in front of her, he could clearly read the words on the cover, divorce certificate. He looked at the booklet in her hand, then at her face, and finally spoke after a long pause. You're divorced. Yes. Anyuanyeo nodded firmly, breaking into the silly grin Liu Changqing was all too familiar with. Now, I can do whatever I want, can't I? Liu Changqing was momentarily dumbfounded. Then, in one swift motion, he grabbed the booklet from her hand and flipped through it, examining it back and front. Beta. He looked back at her, his voice laced with suspicion. Is this real? Are you stupid? Of course, it's real. Anyuanyeo chuckled, then raised her hand in a mock oath. I swear to the heavens, it's real. Liu Changqing stared at her silently, his emotions turbulent. After a moment, he tossed the booklet back to her casually. Startled, she quickly caught it and tucked it back into her bag. Why are you throwing it around? She scolded, clearly annoyed. I felt like it. After saying this, Liu Changqing turned his head and covered his mouth as if stifling a sneeze. Hidden from her view, a smile crept across his face. For a while, he maintained his composure. Then, pretending to sneeze, he let out a loud achoo, and wiped his nose. It's getting chilly lately. I might be catching a cold, he said nonchalantly. A cold. And Yuanyeo's concern was immediate as she reached out to check his forehead. Startled, Liu Changqing quickly stepped back. What are you doing? Seeing if you have a fever. A cold can lead to one. Should we go to the hospital? Are you nuts? It's just a sneeze. He looked at her, exasperated. Why couldn't you just say all this on the phone? Why did you have to come in person? Because I wanted to. Her swift reply left Liu Changqing momentarily speechless. Shaking off his confusion, he asked, did you just get divorced? 10 days ago. 10 days? What were you doing in the meantime? Well, and Yuanyeo hesitated. She didn't want to explain her family matters and chose to deflect. I was relaxing and taking my mind off things. Someone was driving me crazy, after all. As she spoke, she playfully punched Liu Changqing's chest, then followed up with 2 more hits. What's that for? For ignoring my calls earlier. I didn't know at the time. Liu Changqing protested, raising his arms to block her punches. You should have explained right away. You didn't pick up, so how could I? Do you know how angry I was? All right, stop hitting me. Liu Changqing finally grabbed her wrists to stop her assault, leaning closer as he warned, don't push it. Humph. Though she feigned indignation, her face lit up with a smile as she looked at him. The atmosphere between them felt just right until a round of applause snapped their attention toward the taxi driver. Looking slightly embarrassed, he cleared his throat. Sorry to interrupt your moment. But, miss, could you pay the fare first? Yuanyeo froze, her face flushing red. The engine roared to life as the taxi driver grew excited, grabbing his radio. After a few crackles, the connection was established. Old Wang, you won't believe what I just saw. It was wild. Let me tell you. The taxi drove off, leaving the 2 of them standing there. Yuanyeo's face still hadn't shed its look of embarrassment. She fidgeted with the bag in her hands, unable to stay still. Liu Changqing noticed her actions and felt an urge to laugh but ultimately suppressed it. He turned to her and asked, your complexion doesn't look great. Didn't sleep well. Huh? It's okay, Yuanyeo replied, looking up. I just ran into some things on the way. Otherwise, I would have arrived last night. What do you mean? I took a coach bus here. A coach bus? Liu Changqing sounded surprised. Hearing the words coach bus, Yuanyeo's face turned sour, and she put her hands on her hips. If it weren't for the bus breaking down halfway and making us wait for another one to pick us up, I wouldn't have arrived so late. Her tone grew more agitated as she continued, it wasted so much time. I could have been here at dawn. Liu Changqing didn't respond, leaving Yuanyeo briefly stunned. She leaned in slightly and asked, why aren't you saying anything? So, you've been on a bus since yesterday? Pretty much. Liu Changqing started walking. You're unbelievable. Yuanyeo hurried to catch up, walking beside him. What did I do now? Why insist on taking a bus when there are so many other options? What about a train? Because, Yuanyeo suddenly looked flustered, struggling to explain herself. Could she tell him her parents had been controlling her movements? Liu Changqing glanced at her conflicted expression but didn't press further. Soon, they arrived at the car. He unlocked it and got in, while Yuanyeo opened the passenger door and sat obediently in her seat. After fastening her seatbelt, she stared straight ahead, debating whether to share what had happened at home. After all, she had casually mentioned Liu Changqing to her parents. Are you settled in? Huh? His question snapped her out of her thoughts. Liu Changqing shifted gears, reversed, and turned the steering wheel fluidly in one swift motion. The abrupt movement startled Yuanyeo, making her grab the handle with both hands and shout, ah! After turning around, the car stopped. Yuanyeo leaned against the window, her heart pounding as she gasped for air. She had genuinely been frightened. Realizing what happened, she reached out and smacked Liu Changqing. What the heck are you doing? You looked out of it. Thought I'd wake you up. With a grin, Liu Changqing began driving steadily. Glancing at her, he asked with a chuckle, what do you want to eat? Yuanyeo pondered for a moment before smiling back at him. I want ramen. Liu Xiaozi pouted, gripping her pen as if she wanted to tear her workbook apart. Her eyes were wet, and she looked on the verge of tears. Though she wanted to rip the homework to shreds, she restrained herself. Her gaze occasionally darted toward Zhou Xiyan, who sat nearby, expressionless. Stretching out her left hand, she counted something. 8 times 12 plus 6 plus 4 divided by 2. She muttered while moving her fingers, her expression growing more frustrated by the second. Turning toward her brother, Liu Xiao, she looked pitiful. Brother, I can't figure it out. Don't rush, Zhou Xiyan interjected before Liu Xiao could respond. She gently pulled the draft notebook toward herself and wrote on it. See, it's 8 times 12 plus 6 plus 4 divided by 28 times 12 plus 6 plus 4 div 2. You need to calculate the numbers in parentheses first. Then do multiplication and division, and finally, addition and subtraction. Got it. She pushed the notebook back toward Liu Xiaozi, pointing at the calculations. Come on, try it. I can't. Liu Xiaozi's face turned red as she replied indignantly. Zhou Xiyan said nothing, taking the notebook back and repeating the explanation step by step. Afterward, she placed it in front of Liu Xiaozi again. Try again. Ugh. Liu Xiaozi's frustration boiled over as she tried to look fierce, but it only made her appear more comical. Zhou Xiyan wasn't fazed, staring at her calmly for a few seconds before preparing to go over it again. From the kitchen, Lan Yuxian called out. Xiyan, we're out of soy sauce. Can you run to the store and get some? Okay, Zhou Xian replied, pausing her tutoring session. She stood up, placing the draft notebook neatly on the table. Lan Yuxian handed her some money. Also grab 3 pounds of rice and a pack of toilet paper. Got it. Zhou Xian accepted the bills and walked toward the door to put on her shoes. Watching her leave, Lu Ziazi breathed a sigh of relief. Kicking off her slippers, she scrambled onto the sofa and clung to her brother's neck, pressing her face against his. Brother, save me. And now you remember me. Lu Ziya smirked at his sister's antics, prying her arms off gently. He stood up and turned to Lan Yuxian. That's a lot of stuff. I'll go with her. Oh, sure. Thanks, Lan Yuxian replied, surprised but smiling warmly. Lu Ziya nodded and headed for the door, joining Zhou Xian as she waited outside. Once he stepped out, she closed the door behind him. Lan Yuxian stood by the kitchen, gazing at the closed door with a smile. Ziyu, what a thoughtful kid. Her eyes shifted to the dazed Lu Ziyazi sprawled on the sofa. Unable to hold back her laughter, she chuckled softly. This family is truly something. The thought brought her back to reality, and she suddenly realized the pot on the stove. She hurried back into the kitchen to find the lid slightly ajar, with liquid spilling over the sides. Grabbing a cloth, she wiped it up, lowered the heat, and replaced the lid. After washing her hands, she resumed chopping vegetables. For a while, the only sound in the kitchen was the rhythmic chopping of the knife on the cutting board. Time passed quietly until the sound of knocking broke the silence. Lan Yuxian paused, setting her knife down and wiping her hands on her apron. She headed toward the door, listening closely to confirm the sound. Xian, Ziyu, back so soon. She opened the door, only to be greeted by a tall, stunning woman with long black hair. Her expression, however, was distant and cold. Lan Yuxian froze for a moment before hesitantly asking, "May I ask who you're looking for?" Li Wanran stood at the doorway, her gaze sweeping past the unfamiliar woman in front of her to scan the living room. Liu Changqing was nowhere to be seen. With a poised and tall figure, her long, jet-black hair fell freely over her shoulders. She held her bag with both hands in front of her, her head slightly raised. Compared to Lan Yuxian, who stood before her, she was noticeably taller. Failing to spot Liu Changqing, Li Wanran's eyes flickered toward the bewildered woman blocking the entrance. "Where is Liu Changqing?" she asked. "He's at work. Are you here to see him?" Lan Yuxian replied hesitantly. Li Wanran gave a faint acknowledgement and said no more. She stepped into the house uninvited, brushing past Lan Yuxian and heading straight to the living room. Seeing her enter in high heels, Lan Yuxian quickly followed. "I'll get you some slippers to change into." "You shouldn't." "No need." Li Wanran curtly interrupted, her sharp eyes scanning the living room until they landed on Lu Ziyazi, who was lying on the sofa. Spotting her daughter, Li Wanran made her way over without hesitation. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ziyazi slowly moved her hands away from her face, rolling her eyes as she looked up at the figure standing beside her. She froze briefly before suddenly sitting up straight. "Mom." Lan Yuxian was taken aback by Lu Ziyazi's call. This was the first time she had seen Liu Changqing's ex-wife. Though she had heard from her daughter that Liu Changqing came from a divorced family with a son and a daughter, she had never met or heard much about his ex-wife. Now that she saw her, it was clear Li Wanran was a stunningly beautiful woman. Her tall, graceful figure was complemented by an undeniable aura of elegance. For a moment, Lan Yuxian stood there, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyazi scrambled off the sofa. After over a month of not seeing her mother, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Barefooted, she ran directly into Li Wanran's arms, hugging her tightly. "Did you come to see me?" "Of course." At that moment, the cold, expressionless mask Li Wanran wore melted away. Among her two children, Lu Ziyazi had always been her favorite. She raised a hand to gently stroke her daughter's head. "Are you hungry?" "Yes." Lu Ziyazi exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Li Wanran smiled briefly before shifting her expression back to neutral. Turning toward Lan Yuxian, who was still standing nearby, she narrowed her eyes slightly. "What is your relationship with Liu Changqing?" Lan Yuxian opened her mouth but couldn't find the right words. "He moves fast, doesn't he?" Li Wanran commented, cutting off the need for an answer. Her gaze drifted downwards, briefly lingering on Lan Yuxian's chest. Her expression changed momentarily before returning to her usual composure. She looked back at Lu Ziyazi. "Let's go eat." "Okay." Lu Ziyazi nodded eagerly, her face glowing with happiness. But as she processed her mother's words, her smile faded slightly. Her expression turned hesitant as she gripped Li Wanran's hand lightly. "Will it be like last time?" "What do you mean?" Li Wanran asked, momentarily caught off guard. "I mean, after we eat, will you send me back again?" Lu Ziyazi asked, her head tilted upward as she stared at her mother intently. For a moment, Li Wanran was at a loss for words. Her left hand clenched briefly before relaxing as she lied. "Of course." "Really?" Lu Ziyazi beamed again, her trust in her mother's promise rekindled. Releasing her mother's hand, she turned to Lan Yuxian and said, "When my brother gets back, tell him I went to eat with Mom and will be back this afternoon." "Isn't this a bit?" Lan Yuxian hesitated, responding carefully. "Maybe I should call Liu Changqing and ask first." "And who are you to him?" "As their mother, do I need his permission to take my daughter out for a meal?" Li Wanran's face turned icy as she spoke. Without waiting for an answer, she grabbed Lu Ziyazi's hand and walked toward the door. "Wait a moment." Lan Yuxian hurried after them, reaching out to stop them. Slap! Li Wanran turned sharply, slapping Lan Yuxian's hand away. The force stung, and Lan Yuxian instinctively clutched her aching hand with her other one. She looked up at Li Wanran in shock. Li Wanran stared down at her with a condescending expression and said coldly, "I'll bring her back this afternoon. There's no need for unnecessary words. Do you understand?" Once Lu Xiaozi put on her shoes, Li Wanran opened the door and left with her daughter. As the two disappeared from view, Lan Yuxian stood frozen in place, the sound of a pot lid rattling on the stove echoing from the kitchen. She didn't move. Lan Yuxian only knew that Liu Changqing was divorced and raising 2 children alone. She knew nothing of why the divorce happened or the relationship between him and his ex-wife. Faced with this sudden situation, she panicked. Snapping out of it, she ran to the window, watching as Li Wanran and Lu Xiaozi climbed into a black sedan and drove off. Forgetting about the food on the stove, she rushed into the mother and daughter's room, grabbed the phone from the bedside table, and called Liu Changqing. Pressing the phone to her ear, her anxious face tightened as she heard the dial tone. "Pick up, please pick up." Lu Xiao carried 3 pounds of rice in his left hand and a pack of toilet paper in his right. Walking beside him, Zhou Xian held a bottle of soy sauce. The two moved in silence, maintaining a small distance of about 2 fists between them. Lu Xiao glanced sideways at Zhou Xian. Every time he looked, he had to lower his gaze slightly to see her face. There was no denying Zhou Xian had inherited Lan Yuxian's beauty. Though petite and childlike in build, her face made up for every shortcoming. If only she smiled more often, she would look even prettier. These thoughts played in his mind as they reached the street corner. A black sedan turned the corner and drove past them. Ordinarily, he wouldn't have paid it any attention. But as the car passed, he faintly heard his younger sister's voice from within. He stopped in his tracks, turning to watch the car disappear into the distance. "What's wrong?" Zhou Xian asked, noticing his pause. "Nothing," Lu Xiao replied, though his face grew somber. He glanced toward the direction of their home, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He quickened his pace. And Yuanyao patted her slightly bloated stomach. Once again, she couldn't finish her ramen, though she had tried her best. The portions at the ramen shop Liu Changqing had taken her to were simply too generous. When the small bowl of ramen was served, it had already been an overwhelming sight for her. There was no way she could finish it all. She ended up transferring some noodles into Liu Changqing's bowl, and after carefully eating what she could, she sat back with a contented smile, watching him eat. Thinking back to the way Liu Changqing slurped his noodles, Yuanyao couldn't help but smile. Just watching him eat seemed to stir up an appetite. Her gaze drifted toward him. Liu Changqing was standing a bit farther away, back turned, speaking on the phone. She couldn't hear who he was talking to, but he'd been on the call for a while. Curious, Yuanyao began walking toward him, deliberately softening her footsteps. Standing behind him, she stretched out her hands, planning to cover his eyes as a playful surprise. However, her hands froze midair as Liu Changqing suddenly turned around. His red-rimmed eyes caught her off guard. "I need to head back," he said quietly, hanging up the call and slipping his phone into his pocket. Looking at her outstretched hands, Liu Changqing didn't have the energy to tease her this time. Struggling to keep his emotions in check, he said, "You're full now, right? Go back to your new place and get some rest. I've got something urgent to handle." And Yuanyao could sense something was wrong. This was the first time she'd seen such an expression on his face. Concerned, she asked, "What happened? Is something wrong?" "It's got nothing to do with you," Liu Changqing replied in a low voice. The call from Lan Yuxian earlier had clearly shaken him, making it impossible for him to stay calm. He walked past Yuanyao, raising a hand to hail a taxi. When one stopped, he turned back to her and said, "Get in and go home. What's going on? You were fine just a moment ago." And Yuanyao caught up to him, grabbing his wrist with a face full of worry. Instead of answering, Liu Changqing simply gave her a look, then pulled her along and firmly placed her into the taxi. Though she struggled, her resistance was no match for Liu Changqing's strength. The door closed with a light thud, and Yuanyao rolled down the window and reached out to grab his shirt. "What's wrong with you? Tell me. I already told you it has nothing to do with you. This is my problem." With a firm grip, Liu Changqing removed her hands from his shirt. Staring directly at her, he spoke slowly and clearly. "I have an emergency to deal with. Go home and rest, understood?" Leaning in closer, he whispered in her ear, "If you don't listen to me, I'll be very upset." Pulling back, he raised his voice slightly and addressed the driver. "Driver, please start the car. She'll give you the address." The driver nodded and started the engine. Liu Changqing. Even as the car drove off, he could still hear Yuanyao calling out to him. He turned away without responding, lighting a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled slowly and pulled out his phone. He dialed a number he had long memorized by heart, bringing the phone to his ear. Abs. It was Li Wanran's number. Walking briskly to where he had parked his van, he climbed in and shut the door with force, fastening his seatbelt. The call went unanswered. Liu Changqing redialed, his frustration mounting. When it still didn't connect, he scrolled through his contacts and found Yarong's name. This time, the call was picked up almost immediately. Before Liu Changqing could say anything, Yarong's voice came through clearly. "Let's cut to the chase. 3 million. The agreement you signed back then is void. Lu Xiao stays with you, and will return the house and car to you. All we want is custody of Liu Xiaozi. Liu Changqing remained silent, flicking the ash off his cigarette. He took another long drag, his eyes fixed on the windshield in front of him. 3 million? So, what was the plan back then? His voice was calm but carried a sharp edge. You forced me to sign that agreement, left me with just 3,000 yuan to raise 2 kids, and even schemed to shut down my factory. What was the point? He genuinely couldn't comprehend the twisted logic behind their actions. With their family background, they could have easily taken custody of the kids back then. The old Liu Changqing wouldn't have been able to fight back. But they had insisted on making him choose between the kids and the money. Naturally, he chose the kids, giving up everything else. After transmigrating, Liu Changqing had pieced together their reasoning. It was humiliation, pure and simple. They wanted to see him crushed by the weight of divorce, stripped of everything, forced to raise 2 children in poverty, only to be abandoned by them in the end. They wanted to see him betrayed by the children he had sacrificed everything for. Their plan was to make him fall from privilege into despair, believing that the children would eventually seek out the better life offered by Li Wanran's side. This was how Yarong thought. Raised in comfort and never experiencing hardship, she viewed people as mere pawns in her schemes. This kind of person. Yarong fell silent at Liu Changqing's pointed question. When she finally spoke again, it was only to say, "You just need to say yes." Hearing those words, Liu Changqing couldn't hold back any longer. Lowering his voice, he gave his answer. Before returning home, Liu Changqing went to the police station, but they refused to file a case. They told him it was a matter he needed to handle personally, as less than an hour had passed since the incident and it didn't qualify as a criminal case, especially since the child had been taken by her mother. After cursing at Yarong during their last phone call, she had hung up. When he tried calling again, the number was already blocked. It was clear she had blacklisted him. Liu Changqing's face darkened as he climbed into his van and started driving home in silence. When he arrived at his building, he parked quickly and rushed upstairs without pause. Opening the door, he was met with the sight of 3 people in the living room. Lan Yuxian was wiping her eyes with a tissue, her red, swollen eyes revealing she had been crying. Zhou Xiyan sat beside her, while Liu Xiao stood by the window. The sound of the door caught all their attention, and they turned toward him as he entered, not even bothering to change his shoes. "Dad." Liu Xiao, visibly tense, clenched his teeth as his face flushed red. His anger was evident. He had been furious upon learning his sister had been taken by their mother. His mind flashed back to the last time he had seen his grandmother, Yarong, and the implications of her words. He dared not think about what might happen if Liu Xiaozi disappeared. Walking up to his son, Liu Changqing placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry. Your sister will come back." Patting his shoulder reassuringly, he turned to face Lan Yuxian, who had raised her head to meet his gaze. Their eyes met, and her lips trembled slightly as she stammered. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know. It's fine. It was my own oversight. But now isn't the time for self-blame." Cutting her off, Liu Changqing's tone hardened, his expression shifting. He wasn't in the mood to hear more apologies. Lan Yuxian stared at him blankly for a moment before lowering her gaze once more. Her head dipped further, her guilt weighing her down. Zhou Xiyan's eyes, though devoid of emotion on her face, revealed a flicker of concern as she glanced at Liu Changqing. When Liu Xiao had returned and told them what happened, both women had been consumed with guilt. If Lan Yuxian had known the full extent of the divorce situation between Liu Changqing and Li Wanran, she would never have allowed them to take Xiaozi. Especially when it was obvious Li Wanran had lied. There was no way Xiaozi would be returned that afternoon. Lan Yuxian clutched the tissue in her hands tightly, her self-reproach deepening. She didn't even have the courage to meet Liu Changqing's eyes anymore. Watching the 2 women drown in guilt, Liu Changqing sighed and turned to Liu Xiao. "Xiao, go eat something." "But my sister." "That's not something you need to worry about. If I can't even handle this, what kind of father am I?" Forcing a smile, he added. "Eat your meal. The 3 of you should eat. I need to head out, and I probably won't be back tonight." With that, Liu Changqing headed for the door. "Dad." The urgency in Liu Xiao's voice made him stop. Turning back, he saw the worry etched on his son's face. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Xiao finally said, "Bring my sister back." "Okay." With that simple response, Liu Changqing left. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving the living room in silence once more. Liu Xiao stood frozen for a moment before looking at Zhou Xiyan. She returned his gaze. After a brief pause, Liu Xiao shook off his grim expression and said, "Let's eat." Liu Changqing hurried downstairs, climbed into his van, and started the engine. As he drove, he dialed Chen Deifu's number. After a few rings, a groggy voice answered. "Hello? Why are you calling me? Where are you?" Liu Changqing asked, one hand on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed ahead. "I need to meet you. I've got something you'll be interested in." In front of a mirror, Liu Xiaozi stood in awe. She had been given a complete makeover from head to toe, even her hair had been trimmed and styled at a salon. A with grave epsilon S. Staring at the adorable girl in the mirror, Liu Xiaozi could hardly believe it was her own reflection. She was mesmerized by her newfound beauty. Snapping out of it, she spun around and ran to Li Wanran with a radiant smile. "Mom, do I look pretty?" Li Wanran nodded, a rare smile appearing on her face. Seeing her mother's smile, Liu Xiaozi's happiness grew. But as her stomach growled, she remembered her hunger. Though Li Wanran had promised to take her out to eat, they had instead gone to the salon and shopped for clothes. Her tone turned soft and pleading as she tugged on her mother's hand. Mom, I'm so hungry. Can we eat now? All right, Li Wanran replied, standing up. She handed her card to the attendant, waited for it to be returned, and then prepared to leave with her daughter. But Lu Ziazi suddenly remembered something. She dashed back to where she had changed and emerged carrying a pair of little leather shoes in their box ones Liu Changqing had bought for her. Seeing this, Li Wanran frowned. Leave those. No. For the first time, Lu Ziazi defied her mother. She carefully placed the shoes into their box and hugged it close, walking back toward Li Wanran. I love these shoes. Li Wanran's eyes flickered. Without a word, she snatched the box from her daughter and tossed it aside. The suddenness of her action left Lu Ziazi stunned. She stood there, staring at the shoes that had fallen out of the box. As she moved to retrieve them, Li Wanran grabbed her arm, stopping her in her tracks. Mom, why did you throw my shoes away? Lu Ziazi's tone was urgent, her head tilted up to meet her mother's icy gaze. Those cheap shoes aren't good for your feet, Li Wanran said coldly. 10-year-old Lu Ziazi struggled to comprehend her mother's words. The little leather shoes her father had bought her were comfortable and fit perfectly, so why did her mother call them cheap? Her face flushed with frustration as she twisted in Li Wanran's grip, reaching for the discarded shoes. There, brand new, she muttered. Throw them away, Li Wanran said flatly, as if stating something trivial. To her, shoes were just items easily replaced. How had her daughter become so stubborn under Liu Changqing's care? Rebellion over a mere pair of shoes? Annoyance bubbled within her as she watched her daughter futilely struggle against her grasp. Tightening her hold, she yanked Lu Ziazi back. Caught off balance, Lu Ziazi stumbled and looked up at her mother, confusion etched on her small face. They're perfectly fine shoes. Why throw them away? What's happened to you? Li Wanran asked, a hint of unfamiliarity in her gaze. The obedient child she remembered would never have defied her like this. Mom, you're the one who's changed. Lu Ziazi shot back loudly, twisting harder against her mother's grip. Despite her efforts, her small frame couldn't break free. Looking up at her mother's cold expression, she cried, Dad bought me those shoes. Li Wanran froze at her daughter's words, staring at her tearful eyes now brimming with unshed tears. A pang of guilt coursed through her, and almost unconsciously, she loosened her grip. Freed, Lu Ziazi darted to retrieve the shoes, crouching down to carefully place them back in the box. Her vision blurred with tears as she sniffled and wiped her face with her arm. To her, these weren't just shoes. They were a gift from her father, a memory of that morning when she had woken to find the shoes by her bedside. She'd run to her father, overjoyed, and insisted he help her put them on. Clutching the box tightly, Lu Ziazi stood and approached her mother, head bowed. Her voice wavered as she said, After we eat, I want to go home. Li Wanran's gaze softened momentarily. Struggling internally, she eventually reached out to hold her daughter's hand. Turning to a nearby clerk, she said, Please pack up the shoes and the clothes we just changed out of. Of course, the clerk replied, taking the box from Lu Ziazi before hurrying off. The mother and daughter stood in silence, neither speaking as they waited. Li Wanran stared straight ahead, her face expressionless. Beside her, Lu Ziazi held her head low, her red ears and occasional sniffles betraying her emotions. Arnu. Hearing the sniffles, Li Wanran glanced at her daughter and opened her mouth as if to comfort her but hesitated. She's just a child. She'll be fine soon. When the clerk returned with the bag, Li Wanran reached for it, but Lu Ziazi quickly took it instead. Surprised, Li Wanran paused before resuming her stoic demeanor and walking ahead without another word. Lu Ziazi followed silently, clutching the bag. The joy she had displayed earlier was completely gone. They exited the store, entered the car, and set off for their next destination. Throughout the drive, Lu Ziazi remained quiet, hugging the bag to her chest. Li Wanran, noticing her subdued demeanor, leaned back against her seat, closed her eyes, and made up her mind about something. The car soon reached its destination. Lu Ziazi followed her mother cautiously, holding onto her bag as they entered an elevator and ascended to an upper floor. Guided by a staff member, they stopped in front of a private room. The staff member opened the door, and Li Wanran walked in first. Standing at the entrance, Lu Ziazi hesitated. Sensing this, Li Wanran turned back and said, Come in. Okay, Lu Ziazi whispered, stepping in reluctantly. Once inside, the staff member closed the door behind them. It had been a long time since Lu Ziazi had been in a place like this, and she felt uneasy. Looking around, she noticed a man sitting on a luxurious sofa. She didn't recognize him. Staring blankly at the unfamiliar figure, Lu Ziazi froze in place. Without noticing her reaction, Li Wanran walked over and sat beside the man, Liu Changqing, their proximity suggesting familiarity. Li Wanran turned her gaze to her daughter and gestured for her to come closer. Ziazi, come here. Mom. Lu Ziazi's eyes were filled with confusion as she looked between her mother, who was smiling faintly, and the stranger beside her, who also wore a smile. This was the first time Lu Ziazi had seen this man. In her young mind, her mother had always been someone she admired, gentle, elegant, and loving. Even after the divorce, she had clung to that image. But now, cracks were forming in that once perfect image. Her mind raced, recalling fragments of a conversation between her father and her grandmother during her last visit. No, this isn't right. Li Wanran, noticing her daughter's unease, glanced at Liu Changqing, who reached out and gently took her hand. The gesture seemed to bolster her resolve. Facing her daughter, Li Wanran said, Ziazi, this is your new father. No, he's not my dad. Clutching the bag tightly, Liu Ziazi instinctively stepped back, her voice rising in defiance. He's not my dad. Before either adult could react, she turned and bolted for the door. Seeing her daughter flee, Li Wanran sprang to her feet, pulling her hand from Li Kongming's grasp as she chased after her. Ziazi. Reaching the door, Liu Ziazi yanked it open and ran out, only to stumble and fall when she bumped into something or someone blocking her path. Landing on the floor, she looked up in fear at the stern figure of her grandmother, Yerong, who stood towering over her, her expression icy. Get up, Yerong commanded, her voice cold and unyielding. Liu Ziazi stared at her, wide-eyed and trembling, unable to move. The sky had already dimmed into twilight. Liu Changqing drove for about 3 hours before reaching Chen Deifu's location. When Liu Changqing called to ask where Chen Deifu was, it turned out that Chen Deifu had something to handle and wasn't at home. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to meet even with 3 hours of driving. Chen Deifu had specifically reserved a private room and ordered the dishes in advance. Under the guidance of a server, Liu Changqing pushed open the door and entered. Chen Deifu, who was fiddling with his phone, looked up at Liu Changqing. A faint smile appeared on his otherwise unremarkable face as he beckoned. Come, come. Hearing his greeting, Liu Changqing said nothing and walked over, pulling out the chair next to Chen Deifu before sitting down. He leaned back against the chair. Without speaking, Chen Deifu picked up the cup in front of him, poured it full, and placed it in front of Liu Changqing, a slight smile still on his face. In such a rush to call me, have you finally made up your mind? He was referring to the Pokemon matter. Liu Changqing stared at Chen Deifu expressionlessly for a good 4 or 5 seconds before shaking his head lightly. It's not about that? Then what did you call me for? Hearing Liu Changqing's reply, Chen Deifu didn't react dramatically. Instead, he poured a cup for himself, set the bottle down, and looked at Liu Changqing. You didn't come here just for small talk, right? I need a favor. What kind of favor? My daughter was taken away by Yerong. Hearing this, Chen Deifu froze for a moment before taking a sip from his cup. Phew, this wine is strong. He muttered while setting the cup back on the table gently. Folding his hands and leaning forward slightly, he asked in a low voice with a faint smile. And then, I need you to check the surveillance for me, or find out where they took her. Finally burned the bridges this time. Instead of answering Liu Changqing directly, Chen Deifu asked this instead. Liu Changqing stared at him for a while before finally nodding. Well done, Chen Deifu exclaimed. But noticing Liu Changqing's calm gaze, he awkwardly scratched his face. To be honest, I've met her a few times before, and I really can't stand her. When she talks to you, she tries to be all chummy but still looks down on you. It's annoying. Arnob. Understandable. You're taller than her. She wore high heels and was still about my height. It's not just that. Her gaze felt condescending, like she was looking down on everyone. Self-righteous, but really just brain-dead. Chen Deifu pondered for a moment after Liu Changqing's remark before slapping his thigh hard. Brain-dead is the perfect word, he said with an excited expression, looking at Liu Changqing. Did you come up with that? Yeah, very fitting. Stop getting sidetracked. Liu Changqing's interruption cut off Chen Deifu's impending ramble. His eyes locked onto Chen Deifu. Will you help me? Brother, it's not about whether I want to help. Chen Deifu's smile faded as he stared at the wine in his glass. If I help you, my dad definitely won't agree. He looked up at Liu Changqing. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Your former father-in-law's assets may have declined after falling into Yerong's hands, but their influence remains. Helping you means going against her. So you're saying, no, sorry, I can't. Fine. Liu Changqing stood abruptly, leaning slightly over the table as he stared down at Chen Deifu. Their eyes locked as if searching for something in each other's expressions. Growing up in privileged environments, how many were truly foolish? Liu Changqing understood that the Chen Deifu before him was far sharper than he let on. Liu Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly felt like laughing. Do you know why Yerong wants my daughter? That, I really don't. What's the story? Before my former father-in-law died, he didn't give everything to Yerong. He split part of it between my son and daughter. Things aren't great on her side now, and she's desperate for my daughter's share. Get it? Chen Deifu looked at Liu Changqing, scrutinizing his gaze. There was no hint of guilt or insincerity in Liu Changqing's expression. After a moment of silence, Chen Deifu laughed. Why are you telling me this? Whether it's true or not, it's your family's issue, not mine. Help me, and I'll give you my daughter's share, Liu Changqing interrupted firmly, emphasizing every word. Chen boss, are you interested? Night had fallen. Liu Ziazi was locked inside a room. The interior was decorated like a dream, and the bed was several times larger than the one she was used to. But Liu Ziazi didn't lie on it. She sat curled up in a corner, hugging her legs. The room's lights were off, casting a dimness over the space. The curtains were tightly drawn, blocking out the outside. Liu Ziazi's eyes were swollen and red, evidence of her prolonged crying. Her knees bore scraped wounds, though they had been treated. Ordinarily, pain like this would make her cry and yell. But now, at just 10 years old, Liu Ziazi felt a much deeper ache, one that pierced her heart. She had cried the entire afternoon. Ever since Li Wanran told her to call Li Changqing dad. From that moment, Li Wanran's image had completely shattered in her heart. The perfect image of her mother no longer existed. It was then she understood why her father always fell silent when she asked about her mother's absence. From the start, it had been her mother who was wrong. Liu Ziazi had begun to sense the cracks in her mother's character during the last confrontation between Yarong and Liu Changqing. She couldn't forget what Liu Changqing had said to her grandmother. Ziazi is my daughter. Her surname is Liu, not Li, and certainly not Ye. What, do you want to take Ziazi back and raise her to be like you and your daughter? So that's what he meant. At the time, Liu Ziazi didn't fully understand why her father would say such things to her grandmother. Now, it all made sense. Raising her face slowly, Liu Ziazi's dim eyes stared at the tightly drawn curtains. It was her mother who abandoned their family, who abandoned her brother, who abandoned her father, who abandoned her. Liu Ziazi shakily stood up, her steps unsteady as she approached the window. She pulled open the curtains and looked at the scenery outside. It was far more beautiful than the view from her old home, but she didn't like it. What she longed for wasn't scenery, but the sight of her family reunited. Gripping the railings, she stood on tiptoe and opened her mouth wide. With a hoarse voice, she shouted, "Dad, I want to go home. Wait for me, I'll take you home soon." From downstairs, Liu Changqing's voice reached Liu Ziazi's ears. Her hands gripped the railing tightly as she momentarily wondered if her hearing had betrayed her. It sounded like her father's voice. She crouched down, peeking through the gaps in the railing to see the ground below. Liu Changqing stood there. "Just wait a bit longer. Dad's coming to get you. Dad." Liu Ziazi froze for a moment before realizing it was truly him, her tone tinged with surprise and joy. Hearing his daughter call him dad, Liu Changqing was equally taken aback. Since arriving in this world, he had never once heard her use that word to address him. Although unsure why this was the moment, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Just wait a little while longer. Okay. Watching her nod, Liu Changqing smiled and walked toward the door. A man with an average, slightly unkempt appearance was crouched nearby, fiddling with a variety of odd tools. Liu Changqing crouched beside him. "Can you get this lock open?" "What kind of question is that?" "You can ask Boss Chan about me. In all my years, there's no lock I can't pick." His tone turned slightly offended, as if Liu Changqing had insulted his skills. No, I have full confidence in your abilities. It's just, can you do it quickly? I don't think the situation at the door will hold for long. 5 seconds, tops." With that, the man pulled out a thin piece of wire, inserted it into the keyhole, jiggled it a few times, and twisted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. With a crisp click, he yanked the door handle, and it opened. Liu Changqing stared, stunned, then turned to the man. "That's it. Didn't you say to be quick?" "Well, that was a bit too quick. You're unbelievable." Unlike the high-tech locks of his previous life, even the best security doors here were no match for a true craftsman. Gripping the door handle, Liu Changqing swung it fully open. The lockpicker packed up his tools, shoved them into his pocket, and glanced at Liu Changqing. "Job's done. I'll be off now. This is a fancy neighborhood. Breaking in like this, the security cameras probably caught you. You're likely to get busted new. Then hurry up and leave. Take care." Like a chivalrous hero from a novel, the man dashed off without looking back, vaulting over a 1-meter-high hedge with ease. The commotion between father and daughter had clearly caught Li Wanran's attention. She descended the stairs in silk pajamas, her expression surprised upon seeing Liu Changqing step inside. She hesitated for a moment before continuing down to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, she poured herself a cup of tea and took a small sip. "What you're doing counts as breaking and entering. For once, I'm surprised to hear you say something reasonable," Liu Changqing replied calmly. When he first learned that Li Wanran had taken his daughter, his emotions had been nearly uncontrollable. Now, after some time, he was back in control. Taking a few steps forward, he asked, "Though I don't recall you ever condemning your own repeated intrusions into my home. Classic double standards. I can't fathom why you took my daughter. If you're so desperate for a child, why not have one with Li Changming? It's not like you haven't had kids before." Liu Changqing stopped speaking after that, his gaze filled with disdain at Li Wanran's blank, almost grieving expression. It sickened him. He turned his attention away from her, scanning the luxurious interior of the house. This wasn't a house he recognized, likely a recent purchase. Spotting the stairs, Liu Changqing headed straight for them without hesitation. "Where are you going?" Li Wanran called out. "Isn't it obvious? I'm here to take my daughter home." Without looking back, he continued up the stairs and opened the first door he came across. Inside wasn't Liu Ziazi, but Li Changming, who sat on the edge of the bed. His expression showed no surprise at Liu Changqing's arrival. "So interesting. You sent your woman downstairs to check, while you hide in here," Liu Changqing muttered before closing the door again. "Ziazi, which room are you in?" he called out. "Here, Dad, I'm here." Her voice came from a room further down, followed by the sound of small hands knocking on the door, trying to guide him. Liu Changqing quickened his pace, arriving at the door and twisting the handle. It didn't budge, locked, just as expected. "Ziazi, step away from the door and stay back. I'll find a way to open it," he said softly. "Okay." After a moment, her voice came from within. "Dad, I've moved back." "Good." Liu Changqing stepped back a few paces, took a short running start, and kicked hard at the area near the lock. Bang! The door, built to a high standard, held firm. If it had been the door at his own house, it would have given way immediately. Shaking off the ache in his foot, Liu Changqing kicked again. The door bent inward slightly. Downstairs, Li Wanran sat on the sofa, her hand trembling slightly as she sipped her tea, revealing her inner unease. The loud, relentless banging from upstairs only heightened her fear, but she didn't dare intervene. This was the first time she had seen Liu Changqing like this. Even during their last confrontation at his home, he had been furious but still restrained. Now, he seemed calm but terrifyingly resolute. Crash. With one final kick, the door flew open, slamming against the wall before bouncing back slightly. Ignoring his aching foot, Liu Changqing pushed the door open and entered. Liu Ziazi was crouched by the bed, her small hands covering her ears tightly. Liu Changqing rushed over, wrapping her in his arms from behind. Startled at first, Liu Ziazi turned her head and saw her father's face. After a brief moment of shock, a bright smile broke across her face. Throwing her arms around his neck, she clung to him like a little koala. Dad. She buried her tear-streaked face into his neck, making him feel slightly ticklish. Supporting her with one arm, Liu Changqing used his free hand to gently wipe her face, holding her up to eye level as he inspected her. Your eyes are all swollen from crying. Dad. At the sound of his voice, Liu Ziazi's tears welled up again, making her eyes shimmer. Seeing this, Liu Changqing quickly used his thumb to wipe the corners of her eyes. Don't cry. What's there to cry about? We're going home now. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell so much you won't be able to see. Ziazi doesn't want that, does she? She blinked in confusion before wiping her eyes with her arm, sniffling. Okay, no crying. Good girl. Smiling, Liu Changqing patted her head and carried her out of the room. Heading downstairs. Holding his daughter, Liu Changqing descended the stairs without sparing a glance at Li Wanran, heading straight for the door. But Li Wanran wasn't about to let him leave so easily. She abruptly stood up from the sofa, her demeanor conflicted. One child each. Let's split them. Liu Changqing halted mid-step and turned to look at her, his gaze carrying the coldness of someone facing a stranger. When Yarong waved that agreement in my face, you and your mother forced me to sign it. It was you who cheated during our marriage, and yet I was the one who lost everything. Now that you see I'm not the broken mess you expected, are you disappointed? He watched the shock spread across her face and chuckled. Sorry to disappoint, but my family of 3 is doing just fine. I'll give you all the money back. I just want. Stop dreaming. There's no such thing as a do-over in life, Liu Changqing interrupted coldly, unwilling to entertain her delusions further. Shifting his attention to his daughter, who was lying quietly on his shoulder, he asked softly, Ziazi, do you want to live with your mother? No. All right, then. Looks like I've got time, place, and people on my side. Apologies, Mrs. Li. With a faint smile at Li Wanran, Liu Changqing turned and left without looking back. His parting words hung in the air as he disappeared through the door. I'll compensate you for the broken door. I'll transfer the money to the bank card you used to use. Watching him leave, her gaze lingered on the vanishing figure of the man holding their child. For a long moment, she stood motionless. After some time, Liu Changqing emerged from his room, strolling lazily downstairs. He walked over to Li Wanran and casually draped an arm around her shoulders, his eyes also on the door. An Epsilon. What a fool. I already called the police while he was upstairs. He'll be arrested the moment he steps out. Li Wanran turned her gaze to him, her expression unreadable. Then, as if realizing something, she brushed his hand off and walked toward the stairs. Startled by her sudden movement, Li Changqing followed behind her hurriedly. Wanran. What's wrong? Without answering, she walked to the bedroom door, opened it, and stepped inside. When Li Changqing tried to follow, she slammed the door in his face, shutting him out. Staring blankly for a moment, he began knocking on the door. Open up. What's going on with you? I want to be alone tonight. Go sleep somewhere else, she replied from inside. Hearing her words, he stopped knocking, his expression shifting as he seemed to grasp the situation. Suddenly, he dashed downstairs, grabbed the landline phone, and called Yarong. On the other end of the line, Yarong listened to his account, her face darkening. When he finished explaining what had happened, she abruptly hung up. Her chest rose and fell with fury as she grabbed her phone and hurled it to the ground. The device bounced upon impact, its battery flying out. Breathing heavily, Yarong stood and stormed toward the door. But as she opened it, she was met by her personal driver standing just outside. Startled, she instinctively took a step back. The man had a neatly trimmed beard and chiseled features that exuded maturity, though his age showed slightly. His calm eyes bore into Yarong as he spoke in a deep voice. Madam, you've already violated the rules set by the master. Hearing this, her face contorted with rage, her inner turmoil evident. She slammed the door shut with a loud bang, the sound echoing her chaotic emotions. Inside, the sounds of objects being thrown and Yarong's furious screams and curses erupted. Even in death, you won't let me go. Outside the door, the driver remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the tightly shut door. His mind wandered back to his first impression of Liu Changqing, the quiet, slightly dark-skinned young man that Li Wanran had brought home, someone who rarely spoke. Liu Changqing. Perhaps the master misjudged you back then. You're far from incapable. At the estate entrance, Liu Changqing carried his daughter toward the main gate. 2 police cars were parked not far away. Liu Ziazi peeked over his shoulder, spotting the vehicles and instinctively clinging tighter to his neck. Noticing her tension, Liu Changqing patted her back gently without saying anything. He walked steadily toward a sedan parked nearby. After opening the back door, he placed his daughter inside before getting in himself. Once the door closed, he let out a sigh of relief. Liu Changqing immediately threw herself at him, clutching his arm tightly. From the front seat, Chen Daifu glanced at the girl who was practically glued to Liu Changqing and clicked his tongue. Didn't know you two had such a close bond. I love my dad the most. Liu Changqing exclaimed loudly before Liu Changqing could respond. She buried her face into her father, seemingly oblivious to his sweat-dampened clothes. This display surprised Liu Changqing. The drastic shift in her attitude made him wonder what she had been through. His gaze fell on her injured knees, and his expression shifted. Zizi, what happened to your knees? I tried to run away, but I fell. Then, they locked me in the room. Liu Changqing fell silent. As she spoke, Zizi kept her face buried in his arm, too afraid to lift her head. Chen Daifu, overhearing this, snorted. What kind of mother does that? She's heartless. Shut up. All right. Protective father, got it. I'll keep quiet, Chen Daifu muttered before calling to the driver. Let's go. The car started, driving smoothly away from the neighborhood. The police cars trailed behind briefly before veering off at a fork in the road. Watching through the window, Liu Changqing sighed in relief. Chen Daifu smirked. I handled it. That Liu Changqing guy, hilarious. He called the cops as soon as you went in. If I hadn't intervened, you'd already be in custody. When I reported them earlier, the police told me to handle it myself. Of course. Li Wanran's your ex-wife and the mother of your kids. They probably think she just took them out for a bit of food. Why would they care? Chen Daifu's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Even if you fight them, will it change anything? Look at their status, their home. Then look at you. What do you have? What kind of place do you live in now? You're not even their son-in-law anymore. I know all of this. Liu Changqing's tone grew somber. He withdrew his gaze from the window, gently stroking his daughter's hair. In this unfamiliar world, raising his children well would require him to climb, step by step. The original Liu Changqing had no remarkable abilities. With his father-in-law's help, he managed to run a clothing factory. After his father-in-law's death, everything he had shattered like fragile glass. Yarong knew the old Liu Changqing too well. Had Liu Changqing not arrived in this world, the original one might have crumbled under the weight of the divorce, just as she had predicted. Resolute determination flashed in his eyes. Oh, by the way, Chen Daifu said, remembering something. That loan shark you mentioned, I handled it. Cut off the interest, so it's 60,000 yuan. 60,000. Fine. I'll transfer it to you when we get back. Good. Chen Daifu leaned back, closing his eyes. You know, you didn't have to lie earlier. If you'd argued a bit more, I'd have helped you anyway. You think I was lying? Look, as much as I'd love to see Yarong fail, I just don't think you can bring her down. Chen Daifu opened his eyes, turning to Liu Changqing. You have nothing right now. I don't know why she's hesitating to crush you, but I'm sure you can't beat her. After a pause, Chen Daifu grinned. Let's not dwell on that. I'll drop you and your daughter home. It's such a remote area, and it's going to take another hour to get there. Liu Changqing looked at Chen Daifu, remaining silent for a long time. The car came to a stop. It was already past 9 in the evening, nearing 10. Liu Changqing tried to free his arm from his daughter's firm grasp but quickly realized it was futile. He sighed and gave up. Next to him, Chen Daifu opened his eyes, blinking in a daze before rubbing them and glancing at Liu Changqing. Pulled an all-nighter yesterday, barely got any sleep, and now spent today running around with you. Thanks. Don't mention it. Just don't forget to send me the 60,000. No problem. Carefully cradling his sleeping daughter, Liu Changqing climbed out of the car, his posture awkward from her weight. The movement startled Liu Zizi awake, and she quickly tightened her grip around his neck, clinging even harder than before. He tried to loosen her hold but gave up after a few attempts. Shutting the car door, he nodded at Chen Daifu, who wasted no time driving off. Watching the tail lights disappear into the distance, Liu Changqing patted his daughter on the back and said softly, "Let's go home." Her response was barely audible as she buried her face against his shoulder, her hair tickling his neck. Her sudden clinginess left Liu Changqing a bit unaccustomed. Carrying her, he headed toward the dimly lit stairwell. As he entered the darkened corridor, he stopped in his tracks. Someone was sitting on the steps. A bag lay beside the figure, and her hands rested on her knees, her face buried deeply in her arms. It was Anyuanyeo. Liu Changqing didn't call out to her immediately. His gaze lingered, observing her without speaking. Anyuanyeo, however, seemed to hear his footsteps. Slowly, she lifted her head, her face faintly visible in the weak moonlight filtering through the stairwell. For a moment, she said nothing, her eyes on the silhouette of Liu Changqing, standing against the light. After a pause, she rose, leaving her bag behind, and stepped down a couple of stairs toward him. As she approached, her face came into clearer view. Though still drowsy looking, a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Where did you go? Why are you coming back so late? How long have you been waiting?" Liu Changqing's question caught her off guard, and she hesitated briefly before rubbing her eyes and tucking her stray hair behind her ear. Avoiding his gaze, she murmured, "Don't be mad. I came after going home, so I haven't been waiting that long." Liu Changqing lowered his head slightly, his expression unreadable. "You're such an idiot. Please don't scold me anymore. I'll listen to you from now on. Did you get bitten by all the mosquitoes here?" Startled, Anyuanyeo's wandering gaze returned to him. Noticing that his usual stoic expression lacked the harshness of earlier in the day, she relaxed slightly. RABs. Then she noticed Liu Changqing, clinging tightly to Liu Changqing's neck. Leaning closer for a better look, her tone turned anxious. What happened to Changqing? Nothing, he replied, brushing his hand through his daughter's hair. Liu Changqing remained silent despite noticing An Yuanyeo's presence. Heading home, Liu Changqing asked suddenly. Huh. The unexpected question left her momentarily confused. After a hesitant pause, she replied cautiously. I was planning to leave soon. It's late. Stay at my place for the night. Her eyes widened in surprise as she pointed at herself. Me, at your place. You've been here before, haven't you? Sitting out here like a fool for half the night, and it's too late to get a cab. Without waiting for a response, Liu Changqing started up the stairs. Besides, I'd feel uneasy letting you go home alone this late. His voice was quiet, almost mumbled, but An Yuanyeo managed to catch the gist of it. Noticing that she hadn't moved, Liu Changqing turned back and frowned slightly. What are you standing there for? Planning to sleep here. Wait for me. Realizing she had been spacing out, An Yuanyeo quickly ran up a few steps before pausing to retrieve her bag. Catching up with him, she walked briskly behind. Liu Changqing shook his head slightly and continued climbing. The two ascended in silence, but every time Liu Changqing glanced back, he caught An Yuanyeo staring at him. Before long, they arrived at his apartment. With one hand free, Liu Changqing retrieved his keys, inserted them into the lock, and twisted twice before opening the door. After pocketing the keys, he stepped inside. An Yuanyeo, slightly out of breath, arrived a moment later. She paused at the entrance before following him in. This was her second time visiting Liu Changqing's home. In the living room, the lights were still on. Lan Yuxian, who had been waiting on the sofa, jumped up as soon as she heard them. Spotting Liu Changqing in Liu Changqing's arms, she let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. But before she could speak, another figure entered behind Liu Changqing. The two women locked eyes. Lan Yuxian stared at An Yuanyeo. An Yuanyeo stared back at Lan Yuxian. Shock flashed across their faces before An Yuanyeo's expression quickly darkened, her complexion turning pale. She stiffened, her eyes shifting to Liu Changqing's back. You can wash up first. I'll explain everything to you later, Liu Changqing interrupted her, his voice calm yet firm. Without waiting for a response, he carried his daughter into her room. Ziazi, clearly exhausted, was already fast asleep by the time he set her down. Gently, Liu Changqing pried her arms off his neck, though it took some effort. Her hair was messy, and her small hands clenched tightly even in sleep. Squatting beside the bed, Liu Changqing carefully removed her shoes and socks before pulling a blanket over her. After patting her lightly a few times, he stood up and left the room, closing the door quietly behind him. When he turned around, the scene before him was unchanged. An Yuanyeo and Lan Yuxian remained in the same positions, staring at each other in silence. Liu Changqing. An Yuanyeo called out softly, but her gaze remained fixed on Lan Yuxian in front of her. She scanned her from head to toe, her eyes lingering on her chest. Her own face turned pale as she reflexively looked down at herself, tugging her shirt at the collar in an attempt to cover up. Lan Yuxian also glanced over An Yuanyeo but showed little reaction. Instead, her gaze shifted to Liu Changqing, who had just walked out. Her lips parted slightly, as if to speak, but no words came out. She lowered her head instead. Have you eaten? If not, I can heat something up for you. I'll skip dinner tonight, Liu Changqing replied. He walked to An Yuanyeo's side and tugged lightly at her arm. You're sweating. Doesn't it feel sticky? Go wash your face. An Yuanyeo stared at him, noting that he showed no signs of guilt or discomfort. She glanced back at Lan Yuxian, then silently turned and headed toward the bathroom. The sound of the bathroom door closing broke the tension. Liu Changqing exhaled slowly, raised his head after a moment of thought, and walked over to the sofa, sitting down. Grabbing a tissue from the coffee table, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. You can move back tomorrow. Lan Yuxian didn't react to his words immediately. She merely looked at him for a moment before lowering her head again. Noticing her silence, Liu Changqing crumpled the tissue in his hand and tossed it into the trash. You owed over 60,000 yuan, right? It was originally 60,000, but the interest. The creditor is me now. You and your daughter don't need to worry about being harassed again. The creditor is you? What do you mean? Lan Yuxian blinked in confusion, then stepped forward and stared at Liu Changqing. Without meeting her gaze, Liu Changqing said softly, I asked someone to settle it for you. I covered the debt for now, so no one will come after you anymore. I'm not in desperate need of the 60,000 right now, so you can repay it whenever you're able. Just focus on raising your daughter first. So, we can go home tomorrow. Yes. Lan Yuxian's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, Liu Changqing. It's no trouble. You've helped me a lot these past few days. Let me heat up some porridge for you. No need, This will be the last time, Lan Yuxian interrupted firmly. Liu Changqing looked at her in surprise. Her expression was hard to read. Though she smiled, there was a sadness to it. Why does she seem sad? Without saying more, Lan Yuxian turned and walked toward the kitchen. Moments later, the sound of the gas stove being lit filled the quiet room. Liu Changqing glanced toward the kitchen before shifting his attention back. The bathroom door opened, and An Yuanyeo emerged, her complexion looking better after washing her face. She sat down on the sofa without a word, her gaze locked on Liu Changqing. Beta S. Feeling her stare, Liu Changqing turned to meet her eyes and asked, "Does your arm itch?" He had noticed the small, red mosquito bites on her arm. Judging by the number, it was clear she had been sitting outside for quite some time. Before she could respond, Liu Changqing got up and headed to the bathroom. When he returned, he held a bottle of floral water. Sitting down beside her, he twisted the cap open and poured some into his palm. "Stretch out your arm." Anyuanyeo obediently extended her arm. Grasping her wrist, Liu Changqing applied the floral water, his touch soothing the irritation. After finishing one arm, he moved to the other, carefully rubbing the cooling liquid into her skin. "Where else itches?" "Well." Anyuanyeo hesitated before extending her leg toward him. She lifted her skirt slightly, revealing mosquito bites on her calves and ankles. Liu Changqing remained silent, handing her the bottle of floral water instead. "Do it yourself. You're leaving it half done," she muttered under her breath while taking the bottle. "What did you say?" "And nothing." She quickly poured some of the liquid into her hand and began applying it to her legs, her face slightly flushed as she focused on her task. Liu Changqing watched her quietly. Though her earlier mumble had been almost inaudible, he had heard it clearly. After a moment, he spoke softly. "Her name is Lan Yuxian. She couldn't go home because of her debts, so she's been staying here temporarily. Her daughter is in the same class as my son. That's how we know each other." Hearing his explanation, Anyuanyeo's hands paused briefly before she shook her head. "Why are you telling me this? I don't care. Really. But this is the last time. If I find out later." She stopped mid-sentence, realizing she had no right to make demands of him. "There won't be a next time." Liu Changqing's response caught her off guard, and she turned to look at him. He met her gaze, a mix of guilt and a faint smile on his face. Before she could speak, he continued. "About earlier today. I'm sorry for what I said to you." "What did you say?" "If you didn't hear, forget it. I won't repeat myself." Anyuanyeo grinned, tugging at his arm. "Come on, just say it again." "I didn't hear you clearly. I said I won't repeat myself." Before Liu Changqing could say more, Lan Yuxian walked out of the kitchen, carrying a bowl. She placed it gently on the coffee table in front of him. "This time, I added sugar to the porridge." "Thank you, it's nothing." Lan Yuxian shook her head lightly and added, "I'll head to bed now. Tomorrow morning, I'll take Xian and go home." "All right. Thank you for taking care of us these past few days. I'll repay the money as soon as I can. No rush." "You." Before he could finish, Liu Changqing noticed the redness in Lan Yuxian's eyes. Pausing briefly, he nodded. "All right." Lan Yuxian responded with a quiet hum before heading to her room. The sound of the door closing left the living room in silence. Liu Changqing stared blankly for a moment before turning to Anyuanyeo, who was still holding onto his arm. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "You can sleep in my room tonight." Liu Changqing's words left Anyuanyeo completely at a loss. Her brain ceased to function, and she stared blankly at the man before her, her heartbeat quickening. "This is too. I'll take Xiao to Xiazi's room later. The three of us can squeeze in for tonight." After finishing his sentence, Liu Changqing stood up and noticed the unusual look on Anyuanyeo's face. "By the way, what were you about to say just now?" "Actually, I can sleep on the sofa. There's no mosquito coil in the living room. Do you think you'll get any sleep with all the mosquitoes?" "All right. Wait a bit. I'll go let Xiao know." With that, Liu Changqing got up from the sofa and headed to his room. Inside, the bed was empty, but his son was seated on a chair in front of the computer desk, facing the door. Liu Changqing quietly closed the door. "Why aren't you lying down?" "Lying down doesn't feel right. I told you I'd bring your sister back." Liu Xiao didn't respond immediately. Earlier, when his father entered the room, he'd intended to leave. However, as he opened the door, he saw Anyuanyeo standing beside his father, holding his sister. Initially relieved upon seeing his sister safe, Liu Xiao was momentarily stunned when he noticed Anyuanyeo. Ultimately, he decided not to leave the room. He had sensed something unusual about their relationship for a while ever since his father first brought her home. Looking up at his father rummaging through the wardrobe, Liu Xiao asked casually, "Dad, what do you think of Anton?" "What do I think?" Liu Changqing crouched down, his head nearly buried in the wardrobe as he struggled to pull out a pillow. Without turning around, he replied absent-mindedly, "She's nice. Her personality is good. Arno Thailand bought Epsilon. But..." Pulling out a pillow with effort, Liu Changqing quickly pushed back the blanket that almost came out with it. Closing the wardrobe, he turned to look at his son. "What are you trying to say?" "Anton, she..." Knock, knock, knock. A soft knocking interrupted him, and Liu Xiao instantly clammed up. Turning toward the door, Liu Changqing saw Anyuanyeo slowly enter. "I came to help. There's not much to do, just grabbing a pillow. The bedding here doesn't need changing. But if you mind, I'll put a fresh layer underneath." "No, no, it's fine." Her hasty reply made Liu Xiao, still seated, pull a strange expression. He looked at Anyuanyeo, then at his father holding the pillow. His mind started to churn again. Unaware of his son's reaction, Liu Changqing turned to Anyuanyeo. "Not much else to say. You'll make do in this room tonight. I don't want to wake Xiazi by moving her here. Anyway, take a shower later. You seem pretty warm." What about a towel?" "There are spares in the basket on the rack. Just grab one. I bought a bunch last time, and they haven't been used." "All right. Okay then." After placing the pillow on the bed, Liu Changqing stacked the ones he and his son used before and held them in his arms. He called out to his dazed son, who quickly responded and got up to follow him out of the room. And Yuanyao watched them leave, standing motionless. After a while, she turned her gaze toward the bed, lost in thought. In Xiaozi's room, the father and son tiptoed like burglars, even taking nearly 10 seconds just to close the door quietly. Once inside, they looked at Xiaozi curled up and sleeping soundly on the bed, breathing a sigh of relief. "Dad," Liu Xiao whispered, covering his mouth with his hand. "How are the three of us going to fit on this bed?" Unlike the master bedroom, the beds in Liu Xiao's and Xiaozi's rooms were smaller. One person could fit comfortably, two barely, but three would be cramped. Moreover, while both father and son had slimmed down recently, they were still broad-shouldered. Liu Changqing was momentarily at a loss. After some thought, he handed his son a pillow. "Why don't you sleep on the floor?" "What? Just kidding. Don't freak out. I'll sleep on the floor." "But..." Liu Xiao glanced at his father's still shod feet. "Won't it be a bit dirty on the floor?" "It's fine. At least there's a place to lie down. You have no idea how tough it was for me back in school when I..." He trailed off, realizing he was referencing memories from his past life. School. Just pulling all-nighters, burning the midnight oil. "I studied so hard back then I didn't sleep for nights on end." "All right," Liu Xiao responded, marveling at this unfamiliar side of his father, who had dropped out after high school. Clearing a patch of space, Liu Changqing placed the pillow on the floor, then sat down. Liu Xiao cautiously climbed into the bed beside his sister, careful not to wake her. Turning on his side, he gazed at Xiaozi's small face. Just as he reached out to brush her bangs aside, he sniffed and jerked his head toward his father. "Dad, aren't you going to wash your feet?" "Huh." Liu Changqing took off his shoes, folded his socks, and stuffed them inside the shoes. Loosening his belt buckle to ease his belly, he lay down, adjusting the pillow. "I'll take care of it tomorrow morning. Too tired to move tonight. The smell. When you were a baby and pooped your pants, I cleaned you up. Can't you handle this?" "It's not that. It's just that Anton is using the bathroom now. Not a good time for me to wash up." "Fine." Liu Xiao watched his father close his eyes and decided to let it go. He lay back down, wrapped his arm protectively around his sister, and shut his eyes. The room fell silent, save for the faint sound of running water from the bathroom. Lying on the floor, Liu Changqing cracked one eye open, sneaking a glance at his son's back. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. He'd been on his feet all day, walking a lot because of his daughter. Wearing leather shoes, cheap ones at that, had left his feet less than fresh. Fortunately, he hadn't removed his shoes in the room earlier, saving himself some face. Closing his eyes again, Liu Changqing forced himself to sleep. Lan Yuxian and her daughter left early. That morning, Liu Changqing and his son skipped their usual morning jog. When Liu Changqing woke up around 6, he noticed the mother and daughter were already gone. Taking advantage of the quiet, he showered, aired out his leather shoes by the window, and washed his socks. After quietly leaving the house, he took a taxi to retrieve his van, which he had parked elsewhere the previous night. By the time he returned with breakfast, he was greeted by the sound of Liu Xiaozi crying. Standing in the living room, holding the breakfast bag, he saw Yuanyao struggling to comfort Xiaozi while Liu Xiao looked utterly helpless. "What's going on?" he asked softly. "Daddy." Xiaozi immediately stopped crying and ran barefoot toward him. Though small, her sudden impact made Liu Changqing stagger slightly, especially since his hands were full. "Let me put the breakfast down first," he said helplessly. "No, I want to hold Daddy," Xiaozi shouted, clinging tightly. Liu Changqing felt his heart melt. "This is my adorable daughter?" Turning to Yuanyao, he couldn't resist showing off. "Could you grab the breakfast? This little one's too attached to me." "Okay." Bemused, Yuanyao stepped forward to take the bag. Liu Changqing patted Xiaozi's head gently. "Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face?" "No, not yet." "That won't do. Go brush your teeth and wash up so you can have breakfast." Xiaozi didn't move immediately. After a moment, she raised her tear-filled eyes and looked up at him. "Wherever you go, take me with you." "Of course." Caught off guard, Liu Changqing hesitated briefly before agreeing with a big smile. Only after repeated reassurances did Xiaozi reluctantly release him and head to the bathroom. Watching this unfold, Yuanyao couldn't help but find it odd. "Why is Xiaozi suddenly so clingy?" she asked, glancing between the bathroom and Liu Changqing's grinning face. "She woke up and didn't see me, so she started crying," he explained. "Neither you nor Xiao could calm her down, but I managed in no time." "Makes sense, right? I am her dad." "Well, yes, but... have you washed up yet?" Liu Changqing interrupted. "No, not yet." Yuanyao instinctively touched her face, suddenly self-conscious. "Do I look bad?" "No, you look great," he replied matter-of-factly. Stunned, she didn't respond immediately. Liu Changqing walked past her toward the table, turning to Xia, who was sitting on the sofa. "Didn't you notice when Zhou Xiyan and the others left?" "No, I didn't realize." "All right." The mention of Lan Yuxian brought a momentary silence to Liu Changqing. Remembering her expression from last night, he quickly pushed the thought aside. With the mother and daughter's issues resolved, there wouldn't be much contact moving forward. Still, he'd miss their breakfast shop. Our Nigerian Nairo Epsilon S. He unpacked the breakfast and set it on the table. Curious, Yuanyao leaned closer. "Who's Zhou Xiyan?" She's my son's classmate. Lan Yuxian's daughter. Didn't I tell you yesterday? No, must have slipped my mind. And Yuanyeo stared at him silently for a moment, then blurted, are you hiding something from me? What? No, really. Why would I lie to you? All right then. Relieved, she patted her chest. But something occurred to her, and she asked, since you're not working at the bookstore anymore, are you still writing novels? Yes, though only during downtime. My main focus isn't on novels right now. What's your main focus, then? Yesterday, I took you to that place. I'm working there now. Finished setting the table, Liu Changqing picked up a plastic cup of 8 treasure porridge, stuck a straw in, and handed it to her, sweetened, with 3 scoops of sugar. And Yuanyeo froze, staring at the porridge in surprise. Her eyes shimmered. You remembered I like sweet things. She reached out to take it, but Liu Changqing pulled it back abruptly. She looked at him, startled, but before she could say anything, he spoke first. You haven't brushed your teeth yet. Go freshen up. Haha. Liu Changqing burst into laughter, finding her reaction amusing rather than intending to mock her. Embarrassed, and Yuanyeo's face reddened as she lightly smacked him a few times. Xiao, who had been observing from the sofa, felt increasingly uneasy. Their relationship is getting strange. Could it really be what I think it is? Seeing his father grab Yuanyeo's hand, Xiao decided he'd seen enough. Whatever. I'm done caring. Meanwhile, Lan Yuxian and Zhou Shiyan spent the morning tidying up their home. With no food left in the house, they headed out for a meal at a small rice bowl restaurant. The two silently ate their tomato and scrambled egg rice. Eventually, Zhou Shiyan put down her chopsticks. Mom, there's still a chance. What? Pulled from her thoughts, Lan Yuxian looked at her daughter's serious face in confusion. Biting her lip, Zhou Shiyan hesitated before saying, Mom, you like Uncle Liu, don't you? He's not married yet. You still have a chance. Don't talk nonsense. Lan Yuxian interrupted her, smiling faintly. As long as you're doing well, that's all that matters to me. Nothing else is important. But, finish your food. We still need to clean the shop. The tables and chairs need replacing. Zhou Shiyan fell silent. After finishing their meal, Lan Yuxian paid, and the two headed toward the breakfast shop. The sun was blinding, and the air was stifling. Lan Yuxian kept walking, raising her head to squint at the sky. You can't see stars during the day. That's because the sun's light drowns them out, Zhou Shiyan explained. But stars are still there during the day. Lan Yuxian paused. Are stars heavy? They might look small, but they're actually huge and very heavy. I see. Lowering her head again, Lan Yuxian murmured, in that case, I guess I'll never be able to afford one. Liu Xiao stayed home alone. After breakfast, his father left with his younger sister and Anton. Before leaving, he asked Liu Xiao if he wanted to join them, but Liu Xiao declined. Liu Changqing didn't insist. Children at this age have their own thoughts and no longer share everything with their parents like they did when they were younger. Inevitably, they keep some things to themselves. As a father, Liu Changqing respected his son's choice. Then, he left with Yuanyeo and Liu Xiaozi. After Lan Yuxian and her daughter had moved out, Liu Xiao tidied up the house and rested for a while. Eventually, he decided to take action. Changing into different clothes and taking an item with him, he left the house. As expected, he found Lan Yuxian and her daughter at the breakfast shop. The mother and daughter were busy cleaning. Judging by the broken tables and chairs piled up inside, it was clear that the shop had been neglected for a while. Seeing this, Liu Xiao could roughly guess why Lan Yuxian and her daughter had moved into his house for some time. He paused as he watched Zhou Shiyan struggling to sweep the area outside with a broom much larger than she could manage. After a brief hesitation, he walked over. Zhou Shiyan, busy sweeping, suddenly noticed someone standing in front of her. When she looked up and saw Liu Xiao, she was visibly surprised. Why are you here? I brought you something, Liu Xiao said, raising the stuffed penguin in his hand. It took me 5 yuan to win this at the dart game, and you didn't even take it with you. Zhou Shiyan stared at the penguin in his hand, stunned. Then she looked away, refusing to take it. That's something you won. It doesn't belong to me. Fair enough. Liu Xiao nodded, then shoved the penguin into her arms. Caught off guard, Zhou Shiyan instinctively stepped back and hugged the penguin, causing her broom to fall to the side. Liu Xiao quickly reached out with his free hand, grabbed the broom, and held it firmly. Now that I've given it to you, you can accept it, he said. Zhou Shiyan froze, her eyes falling on the penguin, a crudely made toy with a red scarf, one eye open and the other closed, and a lopsided smile. Looking back at Liu Xiao, she hesitated. I'll help you, Liu Xiao interrupted, stepping forward with the broom. Go inside and help your mom clean up. I'll take care of the outside. Without waiting for her response, Liu Xiao started sweeping. After standing there silently for a moment, Zhou Shiyan finally muttered an okay and walked back inside. Liu Xiao glanced toward the shop. She probably likes that penguin, stubborn girl. Liu Changqing first took Yuanyeo back to her rented apartment since his house lacked the cosmetics she might need. After waiting a while, Liu Changqing and Yuanyeo and Liu Xiaozi left together by car. When they reached their destination, Liu Changqing parked, got out, and helped Liu Xiaozi out of the back seat. And Yuanyeo followed, gently closing the car door. No Thailand bot. She looked at the building ahead, then at Liu Changqing, who was adjusting Liu Xiaozi's school bag. What kind of job are you doing here? You remember Feng Xian, who sat next to me during Xiaozi's parent-teacher meeting. He's into game development. I'm working with him now, Liu Changqing replied. You're making games now? An Yuanyeo looked at him in astonishment, as if seeing him in a new light. When did you learn to make games? I didn't. Taking Lu Xiazi's hand, Liu Changqing turned to her. Why would I know how to make games? But you said you're working on game development. Think of me as a concept artist. I design characters, backgrounds, and settings. You draw. An Yuanyeo's surprise grew. In her memory, Liu Changqing had never shown any interest or skill in drawing. Writing novels was already unexpected but still somewhat plausible after all, anyone could type. But drawing? As they walked, An Yuanyeo hurried to keep up, her curiosity evident. When did you learn to draw? I've never heard you mention it before. It's a long story, Liu Changqing replied, improvising. One cold winter, be serious. An Yuanyeo, now familiar with his humor, interrupted him. She could tell he was making it up. Caught off guard, Liu Changqing blinked at her serious expression. He composed himself and tried again. A few years ago, I took a basic art class out of boredom. I learned some fundamentals. Plus, it's pixel art, it doesn't require advanced skills. Okay. An Yuanyeo thought about it and reluctantly accepted his explanation. Smiling, she looked at Liu Changqing. I can draw too. I know. Liu Changqing nodded as the three entered the building and stood in front of the elevator. You used to teach art, didn't you? You remember that? You were famous for your drawings in high school. How could I forget? The elevator doors opened, and the empty compartment welcomed them. Once inside, Liu Changqing pressed the floor button and turned to her. That's why I brought you here today. What do you mean? An Yuanyeo's curiosity was evident. Liu Changqing smiled. We're short on hands. Can you help me draw a bit? An Yuanyeo paused, her mind racing. Short on hands, help him. Working together, just the two of us. Her face flushed as she nodded and smiled at him. An Yuanyeo felt the scene before her was different from what she had imagined. There was no romantic world of just the two of them. Inside the office, Liu Changqing had specially set up a computer for her. Meanwhile, Feng Xian, whom she hadn't seen in a while, was squeezed beside Liu Xiazi, scribbling and sketching in a notebook. Feng Xian wore a stern expression, and Liu Changqing was focused on his computer. An Yuanyeo, holding a graphics tablet, stared blankly at her screen. Her neck stiffly turned toward Liu Changqing, resembling a rusty part that hadn't been oiled, her expression filled with melancholy. Liar. Huh? When did I lie to you? Hearing her words, Liu Changqing stopped what he was doing and turned to look at her. Seeing her holding the graphics tablet but not starting, he asked, You've never used a tablet before. An Yuanyeo didn't respond, simply giving him a reproachful look. Under her gaze, Liu Changqing felt a bit guilty. After sneaking a glance at Feng Xian and the two children who were all focused on their work, he leaned toward An Yuanyeo and whispered, I couldn't help it. We're short on staff. Just bear with it. That's not the issue. She glanced pointedly at Feng Xian and muttered, I thought, it would just be the two of us. Two of us? What are you talking about? Nothing. Her voice grew softer, and her expression seemed a little downcast as she lowered her head slightly. Liu Changqing looked at her profile and spoke in a deep voice. Work hard, and there'll be a reward. Huh. Startled, An Yuanyeo snapped her head toward him, their eyes meeting. What reward? I can't tell you now. Do your work first. I explained everything earlier, and you've seen it, it's not that hard. Saying this, Liu Changqing moved his chair closer to her. And about the tablet, it's a recent model. You might not be used to it yet. He reached for the tablet. Watch my movements closely. With your skills, you'll pick it up quickly. Oh, okay. Though she answered, her mind was elsewhere, stuck on the word reward. What could it be? An Yuanyeo had received many gifts growing up, and she thought she had long lost excitement for such things. Yet when Liu Changqing mentioned a reward, the word consumed her thoughts. Why would he give me a gift? I already agreed to help him, there's no need for a reward. And yet he said that. Her gaze shifted from Liu Changqing's hands to his face. He was intently focused on the screen, his hands moving skillfully as he explained. Just like this. See? It's not difficult. You might feel clumsy at first, but you'll get the hang of it soon. He suddenly stopped, looking at her. After a moment, he raised his hand and pressed it against her forehead. Are you feeling unwell? Your face is all red. Huh. An Yuanyeo glanced upward, feeling his hand on her forehead. Realizing what was happening, her face flushed even more. Her gaze darted nervously, and she stammered. I don't know. Am I hot? Just as she floundered for words, her phone rang from her bag. Both froze for a moment before Liu Changqing withdrew his hand. Your phone's ringing. Also, if you're not feeling well, you should go rest. I'm fine. Shaking her head gently, the ringing phone seemed to cool her flustered emotions. She reached for her bag, opened it, and pulled out her phone. Liu Changqing, curious, leaned over and asked, Who's calling you? Kingsun? Who's that? My younger brother. Wait, I'll go take this call. Not noticing his raised tone, An Yuanyeo replied absent-mindedly, setting her bag aside and stepping out with her phone. Watching her leave, Liu Changqing's expression turned complicated. Kingsun, younger brother? Hey, Liu. Feng Qian's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked over to see Feng Qian hesitating, his expression conflicted before he finally spoke. Be mindful in the office. Mindful of what? Before Feng Qian could answer, Liu Changqing noticed that not only was Feng Qian watching him, but the two girls, who had been busy drawing, were also staring at him. Feeling a chill under their collective gaze, Liu Changqing froze before abandoning his composure and scooting back to his computer. He picked up his tablet and muttered, "Get back to work. No talking." Meanwhile, Anyuanyeo found a quiet spot to return the call. After a few rings, her brother picked up. Holding the phone to her ear, she suddenly felt a pang of nervousness. As soon as the call connected, she asked, "Have Mom and Dad arrived yet?" "Not yet, but they did ask me to pass on a message," her brother replied. Hearing this, she let out a sigh of relief and took a few deep breaths. "What's the message?" "Dad says he won't interfere with your personal freedom anymore, but you need to settle this matter by the end of the year, and bring that Liu Changqing back home." "Huh. By the way, who is Liu Changqing? I don't remember you mentioning someone like that." Hearing her father demand she bring home the fictitious Liu Changqing, Anyuanyeo lost all interest in continuing the call. Her brother's curious voice faded into the background as she hung up, her mind blank. Bring him back. But how? The phrase "the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge" was one Anyuanyeo firmly believed in. Following this mindset, she decided to take things step by step. It was far from the right time to lay all her cards on the table. Her previously good mood, sparked by Liu Changqing mentioning a reward, vanished without a trace after a phone call, leaving her preoccupied. Before pushing open the office door, Anyuanyeo took a few deep breaths at the entrance to compose herself. Only after adjusting her emotions did she step inside. Inside, the four people present remained silent. Quietly closing the door, Anyuanyeo returned to her seat next to Liu Changqing, slipped her phone into her bag, and picked up her drawing tablet. Suddenly, she noticed someone's gaze fixed on her. Across from her, two children were sitting close together. Liu Xiaozi held a notebook, jotting something down, while the younger girl with twin ponytails stared at Anyuanyeo with dull, lifeless eyes. This wasn't Anyuanyeo's first time seeing her. At a previous parent-teacher meeting, when Liu Changqing had gone to discuss something with Feng Qian, she'd taken these two kids to a milk tea shop for a while and even helped redo the younger girl's messy twin ponytails. This time, her hair was tied much better. Though unsure why the girl was staring, Anyuanyeo smiled at her. Caught off guard, Feng Qian quickly lowered her head, mimicking Liu Xiaozi by focusing on the notebook in front of her. Feeling a bit puzzled, Anyuanyeo tilted her head, trying to figure out why the little girl had been watching her. Unable to make sense of it, she picked up her drawing tablet, preparing to start work. But just as she was about to begin, Liu Changqing's voice interrupted. "That King Sun, is he your brother?" "Yes." "Why?" Anyuanyeo nodded, looking over curiously. Hearing her answer, Liu Changqing froze for a moment, his work momentarily paused as he processed the information. Is he your biological brother?" "Of course." Anyuanyeo's confusion deepened. "Why are you asking such strange questions?" She trailed off mid-sentence, her expression shifting from bewilderment to amusement. Lowering her voice slightly, she said, "Wait, who did you think he was just now?" I thought he was your brother. I just didn't know you had one." "Speaking of which, his name, King Sun." Liu Changqing repeated the name, his brows furrowed. "Your dad's a famous traditional painter, right? Did he name both you and your brother?" "No, my mom did," Anyuanyeo replied. "Oh, that explains it." Though still puzzled, Liu Changqing accepted the answer. He had a vague memory of Anyuanyeo's father. After all, his former father-in-law had some connections with the man. While they hadn't met often, the previous Liu Changqing had encountered him a stern-looking, serious man. As for Anyuanyeo's mother, Liu Changqing had no impression of her. The reason he'd asked about King Sun was because the more he repeated the name, the stranger it felt, oddly familiar in a way he couldn't pinpoint. It didn't sound like a name a renowned traditional painter would choose. "What's with the name? Is there something wrong with it?" Anyuanyeo asked, noticing his mumbling. "No, it's a good name," Liu Changqing replied, unsure what else to say. Anyuanyeo thought for a moment, then changed the subject. "It's such a pity I forgot to take a picture." "A pity about what?" "My brother's son just turned 100 days old. He's chubby and adorable," Anyuanyeo said, her voice softening. The earlier excitement faded as her gaze lowered slightly. "Oh, Thailand body yes. Without realizing it, my brother's already a father. It feels like just yesterday he was causing trouble all through high school, and now he's got a kid." She smiled faintly, reminiscing. "My mom told me his wife was his high school classmate. Her family situation isn't great, but she's a really nice person. Back then, my brother used to bully her a lot. She wasn't afraid of him at all and even slapped him once." Liu Changqing stared at her, stunned. When he finally reacted, he asked quickly, "Wait, after that, did your brother start paying attention to her?" "Then they went from enemies to getting closer, went through challenges, and finally ended up together." "How did you know?" "I just knew it." Seeing Anyuanyeo's surprised expression, Liu Changqing's reaction was a mix of incredulity and realization. The familiarity of the name King Sun now made sense. He'd seen countless school romance novels during his previous life, ones girls adored reading. The male protagonists always had names with a similar style. With a father who was a famous painter, a privileged background, and his sister's stunning appearance, King Sun was probably a suave, handsome guy. Add in his rebellious high school phase. Liu Changqing was left speechless. He glanced at Anyunyeo for a moment, said nothing more, and returned to his work. Let's drop it. Let's grab lunch together later. All right. As Liu Changqing ended the topic, Anyunyeo picked up her drawing tablet again, ready to work. But after a while, she hesitated, then shyly looked at Liu Changqing. Could you teach me again? Thank you so much. Lan Yuxian handed a chilled bottle of water to Lu Ziyo, who wiped the sweat off his forehead with his arm. Sitting down, Lu Ziyo froze for a moment before accepting the bottle. Thanks. I should be thanking you, coming out to help in this heat. Lan Yuxian glanced at the now organized shop interior. All it needed was a new set of tables and chairs, and it could open. She turned back to Lu Ziyo, watching him twist open the bottle cap and drink. A thought crossed her mind. He looks just like his father. Madam, please behave. Night had fallen. Anyunyeo sat in the back seat of the van, glancing at Lu Ziyo, who held a plastic bottle in her hands. At that moment, they were the only two in the car. Liu Changqing had just parked by the roadside, mentioning he would quickly grab some daily necessities from a nearby supermarket and return shortly. It wasn't a particularly late night. Although Feng Xian and his daughter were still at the company, Liu Changqing had chosen to send Anyunyeo home early so she could rest. He'd noticed over the past couple of days that she hadn't been sleeping well, and her complexion seemed off. Rather than pushing her to work late, he decided to end the day earlier than usual, the time only nearing 8 p.m. As Anyunyeo looked at the now quiet Lu Ziyo, she realized the child had become much less talkative and lively than before. Earlier, when Liu Changqing announced he was heading out to buy supplies, the girl had wanted to tag along, but after some coaxing, she reluctantly agreed to stay in the car. She then pulled a plastic bottle out of her little backpack and stared at it intently. Anyunyeo had already seen her take out the same bottle earlier at the office, sharing its contents with Feng Xian. At the time, she hadn't had the chance to ask about it, but now curiosity got the better of her. In a soft voice, she asked, Ziyo, why do you carry a bottle with you everywhere? It's tadpoles, Lu Ziyo replied quietly, holding the plastic bottle with both hands and extending it toward Anyunyeo. That was when Anyunyeo noticed the contents: two small tadpoles, now sprouting legs. The bottle was so close that Anyunyeo instinctively leaned back, her gaze shifting to Lu Ziyo's eager face. Did you raise these? Yes? Aren't they cute? When the topic turned to Lu Ziyo's third favorite thing, her demeanor visibly brightened, and her large eyes lit up as she stared at Anyunyeo. Scooting closer, Lu Ziyo extended the bottle toward her. If you look closely, you will see how adorable they are. Adorable. Anyunyeo stammered, glancing between the bottle and Lu Ziyo's expectant expression. After a brief hesitation, she reluctantly took the bottle. The water inside was cold, a sensation Anyunyeo felt immediately upon touching it. She'd never seen live tadpoles before, only pictures in textbooks. This was her first close encounter. Suppressing the urge to toss the bottle away, she leaned forward slightly to peer inside. The dark little creatures, with their newly sprouted legs, swam around in the bottle. The sight made her shudder. After about 3 seconds, she quickly handed the bottle back to Lu Ziyo, avoiding the girl's bewildered expression as she rolled down the car window and gulped in fresh air. 2. Terrifying. Black, slimy, and squirming in the water. Seeing them up close only magnified her fear. Tadpoles were absolutely horrifying. Do you not like my tadpoles, Anton? The girl's soft, disappointed voice snapped Anyunyeo out of her thoughts. Turning back, she saw Lu Ziyo's large, teary eyes staring at her with a hint of grievance. With circumflex and beta. No, not at all. I think tadpoles are cute too. Really? Lu Ziyo brightened instantly and began unscrewing the bottle cap, mumbling as she did. You'll see them better if you look through the opening. No, that's not necessary. Here, Anton, take another look. Anton. Pressed against the seat with no escape, Anyunyeo stared at the bottle being held out to her. She couldn't shake the feeling that the two tadpoles with legs might suddenly jump out. I don't want to see tadpoles anymore. Liu Changqing, help me. All right, that's enough. A voice rang out behind her, and a hand reached through the car window, grabbing the bottle. Liu Changqing's tone carried a trace of exasperation. Not everyone likes tadpoles, Ziyo. Also, don't unscrew the cap so casually. If the water spills, your precious tadpoles won't survive. With that, he gently took the cap from Lu Ziyo's small hands and screwed it back on. Anyunyeo froze. For a moment, when Liu Changqing had leaned over to grab the bottle, it felt as though he had embraced her. The fear that had gripped her moments ago suddenly melted away. Turning her head, she watched him secure the bottle cap, his face calm, though a bit scruffy from the stubble starting to grow in. And yet, Changqing. Huh? Why are you calling me that? Nothing? You misheard. Startled by her own words, Anyunyeo quickly turned to face forward, avoiding his gaze. Due to the dim lighting, Liu Changqing didn't notice her flushed face. Scratching his head in confusion, he walked around the car to open the driver's side door and got in. Take good care of it, and don't scare people with it. Pouting, Lu Ziyo took the bottle back. She clearly didn't think she'd been scaring anyone. But Anton said she thinks tadpoles are cute. Really? Surprised, Liu Changqing glanced at Anyunyeo, who had her head lowered. You like tadpoles too? There, okay. All right then. I don't really get you too. With that, Liu Changqing started the engine, and the car settled into a quiet hum as they drove off. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at An Yuanyeo's apartment complex. After parking at the entrance, Liu Changqing stepped out, and An Yuanyeo followed. Liu Ziazi stayed in the car, focused on her bottle. Standing before her, Liu Changqing paused in thought. Set your alarm for 8:30 tomorrow. I'll pick you up at 9. All right. Wait, you need time to do your makeup. Set it for 8. Just kidding. I'll come at 9:30. No rush. Looking at him, An Yuanyeo didn't respond with the usual playful punch. She simply watched him. Noticing her unusual quietness, Liu Changqing chuckled awkwardly, then pulled something out of his pocket and handed it to her. Your reward, as promised. What's this? Lipstick. I bought it earlier. Stunned, An Yuanyeo stared at the lipstick, then at Liu Changqing. Slowly, her eyes began to glimmer. Then, forget it, I'll keep it. Seeing her hesitation, Liu Changqing moved to retract his hand. Panicking, An Yuanyeo snatched the lipstick and clutched it tightly. Her quick reaction made Liu Changqing chuckle. Go on inside. I'll pick you up in the morning. Watching him drive off, An Yuanyeo smiled and turned to head home. Inside, she changed into her unsightly pink slippers, tossed her bag onto the sofa, and rushed to the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, she opened the lipstick and applied it carefully. Staring at her reflection, especially her lips, she froze. After a while, she murmured to herself as if it had been inevitable. I knew it. When Liu Changqing and his son returned home after their workout, they were greeted by the sound of Liu Ziazi's loud, heart-wrenching sobs as soon as they opened the door. After changing into their slippers in the living room, they saw Ziazi standing by the windowsill, clutching the plastic bottle and crying her heart out. Ignoring the sweat dripping from his workout, Liu Changqing immediately knelt beside his daughter, raising his head to look at her tear-streaked, flushed face. Meanwhile, Liu Zia, having finished changing his shoes, glanced at the scene but didn't approach. Instead, he quietly headed to the bathroom to take a shower. His mission for his father was complete. Hearing his daughter's choked cries and noticing Zio slipping away into the bathroom, Liu Changqing took a deep breath and gently cupped Ziazi's tear-soaked cheeks in his hands. What's wrong? Why are you crying so hard? Daddy. Sniffling, Ziazi's voice trembled as she held out the plastic bottle toward Liu Changqing. The tadpoles, they died. What? How could that happen? Let me see. Feigning shock, Liu Changqing took the bottle from her hands and gave it a vigorous shake, confirming the 2 lifeless tadpoles inside. Well done, son. Earlier in the morning, before heading out for their run, Liu Changqing had caught Zia pouring salt into the bottle and screwing the cap tightly shut. But, of course, the truth could never be revealed to Ziazi. He unscrewed the bottle cap and peered inside, then turned to his tearful daughter with a serious expression. You screwed the cap on before going to bed last night, didn't you? I don't remember. Ziazi paused, her mind struggling to recall such a small, casual action. Liu Changqing sighed. Tadpoles are living creatures, just like us. They need to breathe. When you screwed the cap on, they couldn't breathe anymore. The words sank in, and Ziazi stopped crying for a moment. Then, fresh tears quickly welled up in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Liu Changqing said no more. He pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back while offering soft words of comfort. It's okay, it's okay. Even though the tadpoles are gone, they've shared so many happy moments with you. You're 10 years old now, you can't cry at every little thing. You need to be strong. Oh yes. But my tadpoles. Clinging to his neck, Ziazi sobbed loudly again, almost hanging off him entirely. After some more consoling, she finally began to calm down. Though she still sniffled occasionally, her crying had stopped. Not long after, Zio emerged from the bathroom, his face expressionless. He glanced at his father holding Ziazi but said nothing, heading straight to his room and closing the door. After his shower, Liu Changqing changed into clean clothes and prepared to head out to pick up An Yuanyeo for work. Before leaving, he once again asked Zio if he wanted to come along, only to get the same refusal. Reminding him not to stay out late, Liu Changqing then left the house with Ziazi. As the door shut behind them, the house fell quiet once more. However, the silence didn't last long. Zia's bedroom door creaked open, and he stepped out, fully dressed and ready to go. After putting on his shoes, he, too, left the house, leaving it completely empty. Unaware of his son's outing, Liu Changqing drove to the neighborhood entrance, where An Yuanyeo was already waiting. After stopping the car, Yuanyeo opened the passenger door and got in. She turned her head to glance at Ziazi, who lay lifelessly in the back seat with a dazed expression. If Ziazi hadn't sprawled across the entire seat, Yuanyeo wouldn't have chosen the front. Retracting her gaze, she looked at Liu Changqing as he drove. What's wrong with Ziazi? The tadpoles died. She's been upset ever since. They died. Yuanyeo seemed surprised by the answer and thought for a moment. In her memory, the tadpoles had been alive and well just yesterday. How did they die? Let's not talk about it. She's already this upset. There's no point bringing up the past. Okay then. Oh, by the way, Liu Changqing suddenly remembered something and glanced briefly at Yuanyeo's lips. The lipstick I got you, haven't you used it yet? Caught off guard, Yuanyeo's expression turned hesitant. She snuck a glance at him, her mind racing for an explanation. I thought I'd finish the ones I already have before using yours. It looks nice. That soft pink shade would really suit you. Not noticing her silence, Liu Changqing continued driving until he found a parking spot and stopped the car. Yuanyeo looked at him curiously. Weren't we going to the office? We need to have breakfast first, don't we? Pulling up the handbrake, removing the key, and unbuckling his seatbelt, Liu Changqing got out of the car. He opened the back door, carried the still-dazed Ziazi out, and set her on the ground. Yuanyao also stepped out, glancing around. What's for breakfast? What do you usually have? Hot milk, fried eggs, bread with some? Not today. Today, it's fried dough sticks and steamed dumplings. Have you had fried dough sticks before? A few times. I'll show you a better way to eat them today. With that, Liu Changqing held Ziazi's hand and led them toward a breakfast stall. Yuanyao hesitated briefly before following. The bustling crowds and outdoor tables, where groups of 3 or 5 people sat chatting, felt novel to her. After finding a vacant spot, they sat down, and Liu Changqing shouted to the vendor, 3 bowls of sweetened soy milk, 6 fried dough sticks, and 2 baskets of steamed dumplings. Got it. As the food arrived, Liu Changqing broke a dough stick into pieces, soaking some in soy milk for Ziazi before dunking the rest into his own bowl. Yuanyao watched and tentatively followed suit, though she used chopsticks instead of her hands to break the dough stick. Liu Changqing chuckled. You can just dip it directly with the chopsticks. It's the same. Okay. Following his advice, she dipped the fried dough stick into her soy milk and took a bite. At first, it felt strange, but after a few more bites, she found the combination unexpectedly tasty. The crispy dough stick softened in the soy milk, and the added sugar gave it a slightly sweet flavor. Yuanyao didn't mind this new way of eating at all. Seeing her satisfied expression, Liu Changqing smiled to himself. She's easy to please. After finishing a sip of soy milk, he thought about the company's upcoming relocation. The renovations for their temporary office were nearly complete, thanks to the agreement with Feng Qian. Once Pocket Monsters launched and turned a profit, they could consider more permanent options. This is delicious. Yuanyao's delighted voice brought him back to the moment. Watching her bright smile, Liu Changqing chuckled. If you like it, we'll have it again tomorrow. Okay. August 5th. A week had flown by. Liu Changqing was driving his newly purchased car down the road, 2 foam boxes filled with various ice pops sitting in the back seat. 6 days ago, the company had moved to the new location he had arranged. To make the transition smoother, he had installed air conditioning and bought a refrigerator. In the sweltering August heat, most people could barely endure the high temperatures. Rolling the car window down slightly, he felt the breeze enter the vehicle. The new business van he bought could comfortably seat 7 people, though squeezing in a few more wasn't out of the question. The old rental van had been returned to the car company. The release date for Pocket Monsters was now set for mid-August, coinciding with the launch schedules of many other domestic and international game developers. The game's development process had been sped up significantly, though it was understandable. In his previous life, Pocket Monsters took several years to conceptualize and perfect before its initial release. This world's gaming industry might not have been as diverse as his previous life, but it still had a few enduring developers. One such company had created the game his son beat after just 2 playthroughs. As the saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day. Liu Changqing understood this well. He didn't expect the first Pocket Monsters game to become an overnight sensation, but he was determined it wouldn't flop miserably either. To that end, he had set a modest initial goal, produce 100,000 copies of the game and evaluate the sales. If it performed well, he would ramp up production. Today, in the oppressive heat, Liu Changqing had gone out of his way to buy ice pops as a treat for his hard-working employees. The refrigerator he had purchased during the air conditioner promotion was finally coming in handy. A workplace with ice pops in the summer? Where else could you find such a thoughtful boss? The light turned yellow and then red. Liu Changqing stepped on the brakes, slowing to a stop. His eyes drifted to the countdown on the red light, but after a few seconds, he grew bored and looked out the window instead. The bright sun, white clouds, and blue sky made for a dazzlingly sunny day. When the light turned green, Liu Changqing released the clutch and gently pressed the accelerator. Just as the car started moving, a loud thud came from behind, followed by a slight jolt. Startled, Liu Changqing braked immediately. For a moment, he froze, then realized what had happened. Someone had rear-ended him. Putting the car in neutral and pulling the handbrake, he glanced in the rearview mirror to ensure no other cars were approaching. Then he stepped out. He walked to the back of his car, gently touched the damaged area, and sighed. The paint was scratched. Turning around, he inspected the car that had hit him. Striding to the driver's side, he knocked on the window. The window rolled down, revealing a young man with a slightly sheepish expression. Big bro, I'm a new driver. I'm so sorry. The man unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door, stepping out to examine the damage. Seeing this, Liu Changqing moved aside. The young man continued apologizing profusely while inspecting the vehicles. Fortunately, the collision happened at a low speed, so the damage wasn't too severe, just some scratched paint. The young man's polite and remorseful attitude left Liu Changqing unsure of what to say. If the driver had been rude or dismissive, Liu Changqing would have had no problem arguing his case. But with this level of courtesy, it felt like trying to punch cotton. It was impossible to vent his frustration. After a moment of inspection, Liu Changqing finally spoke. It's not a big deal. Just a bit of compensation should. Uncle. A familiar voice interrupted him. Turning toward the source, Liu Changqing saw a young girl leaning out of the back seat window of the car that had hit him. Her face was filled with surprise. It was Zhao Sunwen. Seeing her, Liu Changqing was momentarily stunned. What are you doing here? It really is you? I thought it looked like you. Sunwen quickly opened the car door and ran over to him, tilting her head slightly to look up at him. Uncle, you've lost weight? I almost didn't recognize you. Is that so? Liu Changqing chuckled. This girl is sharp. The first one to notice the results of my diet. No wonder she's my future daughter-in-law. Since we know each other, let's just forget about it. It's only a scratch. No big deal. Big bro, I can't just let it go. I have to compensate. She's my son's classmate. We're all acquaintances. A little paint scratch isn't worth fussing over. Waving dismissively, Liu Changqing showed a magnanimous attitude. All right, let's go. It's fine. Looking at Sunwen, he added, Uncle's heading out now. Wait. Sunwen ran back to the car, grabbed a large backpack, slung it over her shoulder, and returned. Her round, babyish face was full of smiles, her crescent-shaped eyes brimming with mischief. Uncle, I'm going with you. Sunwen. The young man from the car immediately panicked and pulled her arm. Your mom told me to take you home. You can't just. It's fine. I'll call my mom and let her know. She whipped out her flip phone, quickly dialing her mom. Mom, I ran into my classmate's dad. Can I go hang out with my classmate for a while? What are you thinking? No way. Okay, got it. Just for a little bit. Hanging up, she looked at the young man. My mom said it's fine. Wait. I'll call and check. Uncle, let's go. Before the man could stop her, Sunwen dashed to Liu Changqing's van, opened the back door, climbed in, and shut it behind her. Liu Changqing got back into the driver's seat. Let's go. From the back seat, Sunwen grabbed his chair and shouted excitedly. Turning slowly, Liu Changqing stared at her. Sensing his gaze, Sunwen tilted her head. What's wrong, uncle? Don't play dumb. I heard your mom loud and clear. She said no. Without starting the car, Liu Changqing extended his hand. Give me your phone. I'll explain it to her. Zhao Sunwen stared at Liu Changqing's outstretched hand, frozen for a few seconds before trying to brush it off with a sheepish smile. Uncle, you must have misheard. The volume was so loud, how could I possibly mishear? Liu Changqing glanced at her with a mix of helplessness and amusement. He gestured with his hand again. Give me your phone. I'll call your mom to explain. If I take you without clearing it up, what if she calls the police? Fine. Realizing she couldn't talk her way out of it, Zhao Sunwen's face fell. She reluctantly pulled out her phone, found her mother's number, and dialed before handing it over. Taking the phone, Liu Changqing placed it to his ear. It rang a few times before the call connected, and before he could even say a word, a loud and agitated voice came through. What are you up to, young lady? I already said no. How dare you hang up on me? Just wait until I get home and deal with you. Hello. The voice on the other end paused, clearly surprised to hear a man's voice. After a brief silence, the caller hesitated before responding. Hello. Who is this? Let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Changqing. My son is in the same class as your daughter. There was a minor accident where someone bumped into my car, and that's when I saw your daughter. She insisted on tagging along to visit my son. If you're not comfortable with it, I'll take her straight home. As a parent, I completely understand being cautious about who your child goes with. The other end of the line went silent again. Liu Changqing waited for a few seconds before speaking up. Hello, are you still there? Yes, I'm here. Sorry, what did you say your name was? Liu Changqing. Liu Changqing. If you're not okay with it, I'll just send her. It's fine. Huh. Liu Changqing blinked, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected response. If the situation were reversed, and Hahao's parents wanted to take his daughter somewhere, he would have declined without hesitation. Glancing into the back seat, he saw Zhao Sunwen leaning so close that her ear was almost pressed against his hand holding the phone. Noticing she'd been caught eavesdropping, Sunwen scooted closer to the car door, putting a bit of distance between them. Liu Changqing addressed the mother again. All right, I'll make sure she's back before dark. Thank you, and I'm really sorry about the accident. I'll cover the damages to your car. No need. Our kids are classmates, and it's just a scratch. It's not a big deal. After a few more polite exchanges, Liu Changqing hung up and handed the phone back to Sunwen. Taking it, her face lit up with a wide smile. Thank you, uncle. You little troublemaker. Seeing her crescent-shaped eyes brimming with joy, Liu Changqing couldn't muster any irritation. Shaking his head lightly, he started the car just as the red light ended. With gravy yes. The ride was peaceful for only a few seconds before Sunwen, her curiosity piqued, began looking around. Uncle, is this a new car? Yeah, how'd you know? Because you haven't even removed the plastic wrapping. With that, she reached for the plastic film on the handle. Catching her action in the rearview mirror, Liu Changqing called out, don't peel it off. Huh? Why not? Well, never mind, go ahead and peel it off. All right. Without hesitation, Sunwen roughly tore off the plastic wrap, crumpled it into a ball, and began looking around for somewhere to toss it. Her gaze landed on the two foam boxes in the back. She turned, knelt on the seat, and opened one of the boxes to toss the plastic inside. But as soon as the lid lifted, a rush of cold air hit her, and she froze. Her eyes locked onto the treasure trove of ice pops inside the box. She subconsciously smacked her lips and swallowed, her gaze glued to the contents. Uncle, what is it? Hearing her call, Liu Changqing glanced at her through the rearview mirror and saw her peering into the box. Can I have one of these ice pops? Sure, is one enough? Yes, thank you, uncle. She eagerly grabbed one, pulling out a pop wrapped in a simple design labeled small ice pop. My mom never lets me eat these. In this heat, isn't it normal to have an ice pop? I'm not sure. She just doesn't let me. Probably worried you'd eat too many and get a stomachache. Sunwon didn't reply this time, too focused on ripping open the wrapper. Her eyes lit up when the rectangular ice pop was finally revealed. She bit into it, savoring the cold, refreshing sensation. The heat of the car seemed to dissipate slightly, even without air conditioning. This is amazing. In the rearview mirror, Liu Changqing noticed her leaning back, taking small bites of her ice pop, looking completely content. This girl is so straightforward, he thought, finding her personality adorable. Her bubbly nature is the perfect contrast to my son's reserved demeanor. They balance each other well. Smiling at the thought, Liu Changqing focused on the road ahead. Meanwhile, at home, Lu Zizi and Feng Xian sat side by side on the steps by the door, their chins resting in their hands. Their hair had been tied into cute little buns by an Yuanyao, resembling two dumplings perched on their heads. Both girls had been waiting patiently, remembering Liu Changqing's promise to bring them ice pops. When his car came into view, their gloomy faces instantly lit up. Jumping to their feet, they ran forward to greet him. The car slowed to a stop. Before Liu Changqing could step out, the back seat door swung open, and a figure with a backpack and an ice pop in her mouth emerged. Standing in place, Zhao Sunwen scanned her surroundings before her gaze landed on the two girls. Her eyes brightened with recognition. However, Ziazi's reaction was quite the opposite. She instinctively took a step back. In that moment, she remembered the fear Zhao Sunwen had once instilled in her. With an ice pop in her mouth, Zhao Sunwen zeroed in on her target and sprinted toward Lu Ziazi. Seeing her charging over, Ziazi froze for a moment before turning to flee. Unfortunately, longer legs meant faster running, and Ziazi couldn't escape Sunwen's grasp. She was tackled from behind, Sunwen wrapping her arms tightly around her waist. Turning her head slightly, Ziazi could clearly see the ice pop in Sunwen's mouth, sticking out just past her cheek. Using one hand to pull the ice pop out of her mouth, Sunwen locked Ziazi in place with the other arm and grinned. Ziazi, long time no see, did you miss me? Daddy, help me. Ziazi struggled fiercely. Never underestimate someone's potential in a desperate situation. Even though Sunwen was much stronger, Ziazi's frantic resistance ultimately broke her free. Once free, Ziazi bolted like a wild horse, running straight to Liu Changqing, who had just stepped out of the car. She sidestepped to hide behind him, clutching his leg tightly as she shouted, "Why is she here?" Liu Changqing glanced at Sunwen, who stood frozen with the ice pop still in her hand, and sighed helplessly. He patted his daughter's head. "She just wants to play with you. I don't want to play with her." "All right, forget about that. Want an ice pop?" Hearing this, Ziazi blinked, her resistance momentarily forgotten. After standing outside in the heat for so long, she felt uncomfortably hot and nodded. Liu Changqing went to the car's back seat and retrieved 2 ice pops from the foam box, handing one to Ziazi. At that moment, he noticed Sunwen had already moved on to Feng Xian, holding her tightly in her arms. Xian's face was buried, and her small hands flailed helplessly. "This one's so adorable, too," Sunwen exclaimed. "All right, that's enough." Walking over, Liu Changqing lightly tapped Sunwen's head with the ice pop in his hand. He didn't use much force, but the gesture made her pout and let go of Xian with a slightly aggrieved expression. Finally freed, Xian stood still, looking dazed as she gasped for air. Slowly regaining her composure, she glanced at Sunwen and instinctively stepped back. "This person is terrifying. It seems like nobody likes me. If you'd stop hugging people out of nowhere, that might change," Liu Changqing remarked, handing the second ice pop to Xian. Still somewhat in a daze, Xian accepted the ice pop and softly said, "Thank you, chubby uncle. I've lost a lot of weight. Call me Slim Uncle, okay? Okay, chubby uncle." Left speechless by the cheeky little girl, Liu Changqing gave up on correcting her and headed back to the car. He stacked the foam boxes, lifted them, and carried them inside. Though the boxes were a bit heavy, they weren't unmanageable. Ziazi, already eating her ice pop, quickly ran after him, skirting around Sunwen and grabbing Xian's wrist along the way. "Let's run," she said. "Okay." The 2 little ones hurried after Liu Changqing. Carrying her backpack, Sunwen stumped her foot in frustration before following with her ice pop in hand. Inside, the employees were busy working. Liu Changqing placed the foam boxes down, clapped his hands, and drew everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward him. Clearing his throat, he announced, "I bought some ice pops for everyone. There's a fridge here in the office, so each of you can take one for now. The rest can go in the fridge. Help yourself if you want more later." With grave NS. "Thanks, boss. Boss, you're the best. I'm eating 10. Liu Changqing quickly identified the person who shouted about eating 10. Shaking his head, he grabbed 2 ice pops and headed toward the small room that had been converted into a private office for an Yuanyao. Carefully opening the door, he saw Yuanyao engrossed in her work, her gaze glued to the screen. She didn't even notice him enter. Walking softly, Liu Changqing approached and waved the ice pop in front of her face. The movement finally snapped her out of her focused state. She stopped typing, turned to him with a curious look, and glanced at the ice pop. Taking it from him, she asked, "Back already? Already? It's been nearly half an hour." Pulling over a chair, Liu Changqing sat down and unwrapped his ice pop. Taking a bite, he relished the cooling sensation. How's it going? He asked, referring to the project. Not bad. But don't you think the background buildings are too repetitive? They're just recolored versions of the same design. That's fine. When it's displayed on the handheld console, most players won't notice the lack of variation. Taking another bite of his ice pop, Liu Changqing added, have one to cool off. It's getting hotter by the day. Yuanyao nodded, unwrapped her ice pop, and tossed the wrapper into the trash can. Bringing the treat to her mouth, she took a small bite. For a moment, Liu Changqing forgot about his ice pop, watching her quietly. Noticing his gaze, Yuanyao tilted her head and asked, what's wrong? And nothing. Just wondering if you're okay with this kind. I didn't get the creamy ones since these are better for cooling off. They're sweet and nice. I like them, she replied, taking another bite. Liu Changqing exhaled in relief and returned his attention to his own ice pop. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure half hidden behind the doorframe. Zhao Sunwen was leaning in, one eye blinking curiously, staring at him and his ice pop. In a soft voice, she asked, Uncle, can I have another one? After a brief silence, Liu Changqing nodded. Seeing his agreement, Zhao Sunwen beamed and dashed toward the refrigerator. She had clearly seen the group put all the leftover popsicles there earlier. Yuanyao, standing by the doorway, was evidently surprised by Zhao Sunwen's sudden appearance. She had never seen this child before. Who was that just now? How are you feeling? Instead of answering directly, Liu Changqing moved closer to Yuanyao with a smile. She's quite pretty, isn't she? Pretty, yes, but she looks quite young, doesn't she? Yuanyao looked at Liu Changqing's amused expression, puzzled. What's he smiling about? Liu Changqing's response carried a meaning she couldn't decipher. She's my son's classmate, his desk partner, actually. She's been to our house to play with Zayu. And then, I think my son likes her. Huh. Yuanyao was stunned for a moment. She recalled that Liu Zayu was only 15 this year. Looking at Liu Changqing, her eyes were full of doubt. In a low voice, she asked tentatively, so, what are you planning? I want her to be my daughter-in-law, Liu Changqing said. Think about it, even though they're just middle school classmates, their ages match up well. They could grow up together. This girl, she's pretty, not short either, and most importantly, my son can keep her in line. Keep her in line. This phrase was new to Yuanyao. It means she listens to my son. Imagine if, when my son grows up, he finds a bossy, willful girlfriend who contradicts him at every turn. That'd be a nightmare. A sweet, silly girl like this is rare. You catch one if you can. R. Epsilon. Only now did Yuanyao begin to understand what Liu Changqing meant. Just like her impression of him during their time together, she could never predict his thoughts. Love, isn't it something that should be decided by the people involved? Arranging it like this. Anyway, I'm quite satisfied, Liu Changqing said matter-of-factly. Yuanyao looked at him, slightly dazed, and asked softly, what does Zayu think? Does he like that little girl? Probably. He even got into a fight because of her. Really? Of course. He even got suspended for a week because of it. The homeroom teacher just had it out for my son. Yuanyao hadn't heard about Liu Zayu's fight and suspension. She glanced at Liu Changqing's face, which was filled with indignation. Her lips moved as if to ask more, but she was interrupted by two figures rushing into the room. Liu Zaizi held a half-eaten popsicle in her hand, while the usually expressionless Feng Xian looked uncharacteristically flustered. Both of them dashed behind Liu Changqing, peeking out nervously. With their father present, Liu Zaizi seemed a bit emboldened. You, don't come any closer. Zhao Sunwen appeared at the doorway again, holding a partially eaten popsicle. She looked visibly upset after Liu Zaizi's reprimand. I didn't hug you. Big liar. You said the same thing earlier. Liu Zaizi clung to Liu Changqing's arm, pointing her popsicle at Zhao Sunwen. Dad, she kept hugging me. I couldn't even breathe. I hate you. Zhao Sunwen fell silent, her head slowly drooping. Liu Zaizi's accusation seemed to fill her with shame. Her hand holding the remaining popsicle drooped limply, and the treat slipped from her fingers onto the ground. At that moment, Liu Changqing noticed something wrong with Zhao Sunwen. Just as he was about to scold his daughter for her impoliteness, he saw Zhao Sunwen sway backward. Her body hit the door with a dull thud before she slid down, sitting on the floor. She clutched her stomach with both hands, her hair covering her face. Liu Changqing froze for a moment before leaping from his chair and rushing to her side. He knelt down, cupping her face and brushing her hair aside. In just a short while, Zhao Sunwen's complexion had turned pale, her eyes tightly shut, and her expression twisted in pain. Liu Changqing glanced at her hands clutching her stomach. Is your stomach hurting? What happened? Yuanyao hurried over as well. Squatting beside Zhao Sunwen, she glanced at the popsicle on the ground and grew anxious. Could it be that she can't eat cold things? How many did she eat? I'm not sure, but I think I saw her eat 3 on the way here. Girls shouldn't eat so much of that. That's not the point right now. Realizing the urgency, Liu Changqing grabbed Zhao Sunwen's arm and lifted her up, cradling her in his arms. Even as he carried her, she frowned deeply, letting out soft groans of pain. Liu Changqing quickened his pace, rushing out the door and shouting back. Old Feng, watch the kids and don't let them run off. His shout drew everyone's attention. The employees looked up to see Liu Changqing running out with Zhao Sunwen in his arms. Yuanyao, after a brief moment of shock, quickly followed him out. The sudden incident unfolded too fast. Lu Ziazi and Feng Shuyan stood at the doorway, watching as Liu Changqing placed Zhao Sunwen into a car. An Yuanyao followed, and the vehicle sped away. Feng Qian walked up to the doorway, watching Liu Changqing's car vanish into the distance. He turned to the two children standing there, puzzled. What happened? What's going on? I don't know. Lu Ziazi shook her head, lowering it slowly. A faint sense of worry began to well up inside her. Zhao Sunwen's expression earlier seemed truly painful. Feng Xian, on the other hand, looked up at her father and said softly, that sister seemed to have a stomachache. The chubby uncle's taking her to the hospital. Stomachache. Feng Qian had been inside discussing background music for the Pokemon game with his employees and hadn't seen the girl Liu Changqing had brought back. If it weren't for Liu Changqing's shout, he wouldn't have come out at all. After a moment of thought, he patted Feng Xian lightly on the head and said softly, don't stand in the doorway. Xian, take Ziazi inside and read for a while. It's cooler with the air conditioning. Okay. Feng Xian replied and took the still pensive Lu Ziazi's hand, leading her back into the house. The nearest hospital was about a 15-minute drive, even at full speed. Frowning, Liu Changqing recalled asking Zhao Sunwen earlier if she had eaten popsicles before. She had replied that her mother rarely let her have them. Could it be that the child had some sort of medical condition? The thought made Liu Changqing feel increasingly uneasy. Not long ago, he had called her mother and promised to have Zhao Sunwen home before dark. Now, instead of returning her safely, he was rushing her to the hospital. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Liu Changqing saw Zhao Sunwen curled up on the back seat, leaning against an Yuanyao, who held her protectively. Though it was her first time meeting the child, the sight of her in such pain made an Yuanyao's heart ache as well. They remained silent on the drive, fortunate not to encounter too many red lights. In about 13 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. After parking, Liu Changqing quickly opened the car door, retrieved Zhao Sunwen from an Yuanyao's arms, and carried her inside. An Yuanyao followed closely, her expression full of worry. Inside, guided by hospital staff, Liu Changqing gently placed Zhao Sunwen on a bed. Turning to an Yuanyao, he said, can you check on her? Also, give me her phone, I'll notify her parents. Okay. An Yuanyao handed him the phone, which she had retrieved in the car earlier, then hurried after the medical staff. Finding a quiet corner, Liu Changqing opened the phone, relieved it wasn't password protected. He quickly found the contact labeled Mom and dialed. The call was answered after just a few rings. Hello? Is this Sunwen? The voice on the other end caught him off guard for a moment. Then Liu Changqing replied, I'm sorry, this is Liu Changqing. I called you earlier today. I accidentally let your daughter eat too many popsicles, and she suddenly had a stomachache. I've brought her to the hospital. There was a brief pause before the woman's anxious voice came through. A stomachache? Is it serious? As a mother, her first concern was understandably the severity of the situation. I'm not sure yet. She's being examined right now. That girl has no self-control when it comes to food. She's on her period these days, which is why I never let her eat cold things. Liu Changqing froze as the realization hit him. Replaying her words in his mind to ensure he hadn't misheard, he cautiously asked, you mean that? The other side hesitated briefly, likely realizing the awkwardness of discussing such matters with a man. After a moment of deliberation, she spoke again. Beta, which hospital are you at? I'll head over right away. XXXX hospital. Call me when you arrive, and I'll meet you at the entrance. XXXX hospital, that's not too far. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. All right. After the call ended, Liu Changqing closed the phone and looked into the distance, his brows furrowing slightly. The voice, it felt strangely familiar. Meanwhile, Zhao Yalin hung up the phone and stood abruptly, announcing meeting adjourned before striding toward the door. Her employees stared, confused by her sudden departure. Downstairs, she got into her car and started the engine, heading straight for the hospital. Today, Zhao Yalin had returned with her daughter. But to avoid work-related inconvenience, she had arranged for her employees to drop her daughter off at home. She hadn't expected how small the world could be. After her previous encounter with Liu Changqing over a publishing matter, a meeting that hadn't gone smoothly, she thought they'd never cross paths again. Reflecting later, she realized her reaction had been overly harsh. Even with an old classmate, her tone and attitude back then were inappropriate. Especially considering what happened in the past. Her eyes stayed fixed on the road ahead, a flicker of guilt flashing through them. At the hospital, Liu Changqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Sunwen's condition wasn't severe. The doctor had explained that eating too many cold things during her period had caused the pain. He had prescribed some medication and advised against consuming cold food during that time. After paying the bills, Liu Changqing asked an Yuanyao to stay with Zhao Sunwen while he waited at the hospital entrance for her mother. It didn't take long before a black sedan pulled into the lot. The woman who stepped out was dressed in professional attire, her short, chin-length hair immediately catching his attention. She glanced around, then spotted Liu Changqing standing at the entrance. Her steps faltered for a moment before she approached him. Stopping in front of him, she introduced herself. I'm Zhao Sunwen's mother. How is she? It took Liu Changqing a moment to recover from his surprise. Looking at her familiar face, he finally understood why her voice had felt so familiar on the phone. He must have known her before. You're Zhao Sunwen's mother. How is my daughter? Ignoring his question, she pressed for information about her child. Liu Changqing realized his misstep and quickly replied. The doctor said it's related to her period. She ate too many cold things. I knew it. I've told that girl so many times, but she never listens. Zhao Yelin heaved a sigh of relief but still scolded her daughter under her breath. After that, an awkward silence settled between them. Liu Changqing observed her carefully. She exuded the aura of a capable and professional woman, which was obvious at a glance. Memories of their previous encounter resurfaced. His reaction back then hadn't been appropriate either. Even if she had been misleading him, he shouldn't have spoken to her so harshly. Yet, something about her still made him inexplicably irritable. He couldn't remember if the original owner of this body had known her in middle school. The silence grew heavier until Zhao Yelin finally broke it. She looked at Liu Changqing, hesitating as though struggling with a decision. Finally, she exhaled deeply and spoke. About that incident. I owe you an apology. Zhao Yelin, now 36 years old, reflects on her tumultuous life, one filled with twists and turns. Her father passed away early, and her mother remarried, giving Zhao Yelin a new name that followed her for over a decade, Zhang Ya. This name marked her primary and middle school years until her stepfather was sentenced to life imprisonment, allowing her to reclaim her original name. During middle school, Zhao Yelin was a quiet and reserved girl. Years of moving around with her mother left her frail compared to her peers. To help support the family, she even sold her hair, so she spent much of her childhood with short hair. In the second year of middle school, she was classmates with Liu Changqing. Coincidentally, her seat was directly in front of his. Back then, Liu Changqing would occasionally tease her, but he never went too far. In fact, when other classmates clashed with her, he would sometimes stand up for her. Because of this, Zhao Yelin felt gratitude toward Liu Changqing. He brought warmth to an otherwise difficult period in her life. But everything changed after a theft incident. One day after gym class, a classmate from a relatively well-off family noticed that a newly purchased jade pendant, brought from out of town, had gone missing. Since Liu Changqing had left for the restroom during class due to an upset stomach, the accuser immediately pointed fingers at him. All the blame seemed to fall on Liu Changqing. Zhao Yelin could still vividly remember the panicked look on his face as he vehemently denied the accusation. Yet no one in the class spoke up to defend him. The silence was deafening. Despite wanting to stand by Liu Changqing, Zhao Yelin, succumbing to peer pressure, ultimately stayed quiet. In those days, classrooms didn't have surveillance cameras. With no evidence to clear his name, Liu Changqing was deemed highly suspicious. The teachers decided he had to pay half the cost of the missing jade. Zhao Yelin would never forget the scene of Liu Changqing's parents arriving at school to apologize and his father angrily kicking him multiple times. Throughout it all, Liu Changqing remained silent. After that incident, Liu Changqing became withdrawn, isolated himself from the class, and his academic performance began to decline. Witnessing this, Zhao Yelin felt deeply remorseful. She tried to communicate with Liu Changqing, but her efforts seemed futile. By the time they entered their third year and were placed in separate classes, their connection had completely ended. That same year, Zhao Yelin's life changed dramatically. Her stepfather's imprisonment led her family to leave the city, and she reverted to her original name. Years flew by. Zhao Yelin endured a failed marriage and became a mother to a daughter who took her surname. Time and life had reshaped her personality. Yet, unexpectedly, 20 years later, when they met again, Liu Changqing didn't recognize her. Zhao Yelin distinctly remembered telling Liu Changqing about her previous name back in school. She had always preferred Zhao Yelin over Zhang Ya, but during a recent conversation about publishing, while she instantly recognized him, he showed no signs of recalling her. Looking at Liu Changqing standing in front of her now, Zhao Yelin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the photo of that chubby child her daughter had shown her looked somewhat familiar. Liu Changqing, on the other hand, felt baffled by Zhao Yelin's cryptic remarks. Why is she saying sorry to me? Though he had spoken harshly to her during their last meeting, Liu Changqing, considering the possibility of Zhao Yelin becoming his future-in-law, thought for a moment before responding. Last time, I was also at fault. I was dealing with some personal stress and may have come across too harshly. Let's move past it. If there's a chance in the future, we can still work together. Yes. Zhao Yelin remained silent for a while, staring at Liu Changqing as if she wanted to say something but ultimately holding back. She sighed softly. Let's head inside. Where's Sunwen? She's resting inside. With that, Liu Changqing started walking, and Zhao Yelin followed, maintaining a two-step distance between them. The doctor has already prescribed medication, Liu Changqing said as they walked. But it's just a temporary fix. The most important thing is to avoid eating too many cold foods in the future. Got it. Their conversation ended as they arrived at the destination. Inside, Zhao Sunwen looked slightly better. She held a paper cup, sipping slowly, while An Yuanyao sat nearby. Hearing the approaching footsteps, she looked up and saw Liu Changqing and Zhao Yelin. After a brief moment of surprise, An Yuanyao stood up. She glanced at Zhao Yelin, then shifted her gaze to Liu Changqing with a questioning look. And this is Mom. Before Liu Changqing could introduce her, Zhao Sunwen softly called out. Perhaps fearing a scolding, she forced a smile after speaking, though it didn't suit her current weak state. Seeing her daughter's frail appearance, Zhao Yelin's eyes filled with concern. She stepped past Liu Changqing, sat beside her daughter, and reached out as if to pinch her cheek. As her mother's hand approached, Zhao Sunwen instinctively leaned back. Zhao Yelin paused, then gently patted her daughter's head. How many times have I told you not to eat so much cold food? You never listen. I won't eat so much next time. Next time. There won't be a next time. Zhao Sunwen quickly corrected herself, realizing her mistake. Standing aside, Liu Changqing watched the interaction between mother and daughter. He found their dynamic endearing and thought Zhao Yelin didn't seem like a strict mother. Unaware of his thoughts, Anyuanyeo glanced at Liu Changqing, then at Zhao Yelin with a subtle shift in expression. After giving her daughter a few more reminders, Zhao Yelin turned to Liu Changqing. I drove here. I'll take her home. If you two have other matters to attend to, feel free to leave. All right. I'm really sorry about this. I didn't realize your daughter couldn't handle so many popsicles. It's fine, it's not a big deal. After a few more polite exchanges, Liu Changqing and Anyuanyeo left. As they reached the car, Liu Changqing got into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and was about to start the car when he noticed Anyuanyeo in the passenger seat staring at him. After a brief pause, he looked at her, confused. What are you looking at me for? Without answering immediately, Anyuanyeo studied him for a while before finally asking, do you like short hair? Hearing Anyuanyeo's sudden question, Liu Changqing froze for a moment. He looked at her face and could tell she was genuinely serious. After thinking for a bit, he replied, it's all right, I guess. Then, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled about why she'd ask such a thing. Why are you suddenly asking if I like short hair? What do you think about Zhao Sunwen's mom? Does her short hair look good? Anyuanyeo's words left Liu Changqing momentarily speechless. When he realized what she was getting at, he suddenly felt an urge to laugh. Suppressing his amusement, he leaned slightly toward her, lowering his voice. So, what are you trying to say? I noticed you kept staring at her earlier. You think I'm into her type. What exactly is going on in that head of yours? Sitting back upright, Liu Changqing started the car. He glanced toward the road and, seeing no pedestrians, drove off. So, do you? I don't. Liu Changqing cut her off, answering firmly. As he navigated the road, he added, stop overthinking weird stuff. I know perfectly well what I like. Anyuanyeo fell silent, not saying anything more. The rest of the drive was quiet, and soon, Liu Changqing returned to the office. After parking, he got out and waited by the car for Anyuanyeo. Once she exited, they walked inside together. Anyuanyeo headed to her small workspace, while Liu Changqing went to Feng Qian's office. Pushing open the door, he found no sign of Feng Qian. Instead, two children were leaning over the desk and turned to look at him when he entered. Liu Xiaozi quickly got off her chair and ran over to him with a slightly worried expression. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, is she sick? You should call her sister. Liu Changqing gently corrected her and then continued, she just has a bit of an upset stomach. Is it because I said I didn't like her? Is that why her stomach hurts? Liu Changqing froze briefly at his daughter's words. Wait, is my daughter worried about that little girl? He'd always assumed that Zhao Sunwen's clingy behavior toward Liu Xiaozi would annoy her. But judging by her current reaction, had she actually developed some affection for her? A with ring above NB. Seeing the concern in his daughter's eyes, Liu Changqing smiled. Don't worry, it's just because she ate too many popsicles. You should be careful too if you eat too many, your stomach will hurt as well. And you shouldn't go around saying you dislike others. It's very impolite. How would you feel if others kept saying they disliked you? His words left Liu Xiaozi momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth to respond but couldn't think of anything to say. Finally, she nodded. I understand. I won't do it again. Good girl. Liu Changqing ruffled her hair affectionately, then walked further into the room and pulled out a chair to sit down. These days, thanks to Anyuanyeo's help, Liu Changqing's workload had significantly decreased. He now spent most of his time idly supervising the kids as they did their homework, occasionally using the computer to write. The first volume of Battle Through the Heavens had been published, and while sales were average, it still brought in some additional income. However, writing more and more, Liu Changqing began to notice the drawbacks of being an author. Initially, he chose to write Battle Through the Heavens because of its past life popularity and its familiar tropes. But as time passed, the story began to diverge from the original plot. The fuzzy memories he had were insufficient, forcing him to invent many new scenarios. Thankfully, the story hadn't fallen apart yet. Still, the repeated tropes of defeating stronger opponents and pretending to be weak were starting to wear thin. Some readers had already begun to voice their frustrations in the comment sections about the repetitive nature of the story. But Liu Changqing had no choice. He wanted to write other famous works from his previous life, but every time he sat at the computer, he couldn't even get through the first chapter. Leaning back in his chair, he stared at the ceiling. Maybe I should retire from writing after finishing this book. Just as he was lost in thought, Feng Xian gently set down her pen, grabbed her Chinese textbook, and ran over to him. Tugging on his sleeve, she brought him back to reality. Tilting his head to look at her, Liu Changqing asked, "What's up, uncle? What does this mean?" She held up her textbook and pointed to a line in it. Liu Changqing blinked and then took the book from her, looking it over. It was a poem. His brows furrowed. Who wrote this? Why have I never heard of it? It says it's from the Zhou dynasty. The author is Wang Bai. Does this person even exist? I have no impression of them at all. Glancing at the eager faces of Feng Xian and Liu Xiaozi, who had come over to join the fun, he redirected his focus to the textbook. The more he read, the stranger it seemed. What's with all this talk about February and March? Since when did elementary school kids study such obscure poetry? I could recite goose, 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 bending your neck to sing toward the sky with no problem. Well, this poem. Hey, when did you get back? Feng Qian walked in just as Liu Changqing was about to bluff his way through an explanation. His entrance saved Liu Changqing from having to make up something on the spot. Seeing him, Liu Changqing's eyes lit up. Hey, Feng, why don't you explain this poem to your daughter? I've got something to handle. He passed the textbook to Feng Qian, who instinctively took it. Glancing at it, Feng Qian remarked, "This is Wang Bai's longing for spring, isn't it? Yeah, you take over. I'll step out for a bit." With that, Liu Changqing quickly stood up, squeezed past Feng Qian, and darted out of the room. The three remaining occupants watched him leave, bewildered. What's so urgent? Pushing the thought aside, Feng Qian looked at his daughter, sat down, and began explaining the meaning of the poem from the first line.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.